Hello everyone. Sorry for the delay today. This is the first time when I stream to Twitch, but I restream this to YouTube as well. Guess what happened? There is no fun stream without technical issues. I am live on YouTube. But I think everything is okay, and let's just move on with our lives. This is the last stream of the year. We need to celebrate it with making a little bit more of the science. Don't you think, Llamas? This is probably the best way. Why is that? I think that if you take a look at the labs in Factorio, you can see that there are those scientists. Every time when they get some kind of research, and right now we can do research, so I will show you, we will get logistics free. This is something that I need actually. You can see that the scientists in Factorio, they always party. If you think that those vials are not colorful drinks, you're probably mistaken. I think it's all made to be into colorful alcoholic drinks that that are used for partying. That's why all of the lights are turned on. Let's spend this time with the scientists then, don't you think? Let me welcome everybody who arrived in the chat. So far we got Vildak, EP, Valsuder, and the Laser. Welcome everybody who might be lurking, everybody who might see this video after it gets highlighted, no matter which platform we are on. And also thank you for lurking on YouTube. Guys, we need to discuss this matter because it is very important to emphasize that Twitch is allowing to multi-stream. It was not available at some point, especially to Twitch partners or affiliates, and I am a Twitch affiliate. And even if I am allowed to multi-stream, I should focus mostly on Twitch experience, as well as on not forcing you to leave the Twitch as the platform for another platform that I am streaming to. So I will be reading the chat of YouTube. I am allowed to do that, but I'm not allowed to combine those two chats in the stream so you can see it on the screen. I don't know how it's going to work out because this is the first time, and it definitely feels like first time streaming ever. It reminded me this feeling of having no idea what I'm doing. So be patient with me today. I hope we will figure this out, and I really hope that I'm not making it the New Year's resolution or anything, but I really hope that we will make it into the tradition that every time when I'm going live on two platforms, and one of them is Twitch, the second one is YouTube. So, Vildak and Eric, welcome on YouTube side, and yeah, let's move on to Factorio a little bit. What has happened last time? This is the base that I call Agoraphobic Megabase. If you take a look, oh, there is a lot of to-dos. I like it already. I remember for the past 3 streams at least, I was trying to remove stuff from the map that would be some part of the to-do list, and actually I ended up adding much more. So probably I am playing this game the right way. What is happening right there? It doesn't look like a big base. Am I right? It's not a big base, but according to my standard, this becomes a mega base really slowly. And I see that I am supposed to do the sulfuric acid because I won't have the blue circuits. And I really have have the blue security kits, and I'm sure that these are needed for the yellow science. We got a mission today. We need to provide the scientists with more colorful drinks so they can party. I guess if I will approach it this way, then it's going to be easier to set up another science type. We already have purple science that needs to be expanded, and then we need to do the yellow science, and probably we will finish there, but at all. So usually, as I said before, I tend to build very dense base, very dense structures. Everything is squeezed together, especially because I was playing without biters turned off. So the biters were always aggressive, they were always expanding, they were always evolving. So it was natural for me to defend myself, which was supposed to cause me to build my base, to build my defenses, to force me to produce something all the time so I could defend myself from the biters. But actually, I was always ending up making myself building the base behind the walls in a very tight structures. I wouldn't have space for anything. This is the first playthrough in about 600 hours or 800 hours when I actually don't have the biters that are attacking, that are evolving, that are expanding. I might be attacking them from time to time, but if you have watched the last stream, then you probably know it's not a good idea. I don't have nukes right now, and the tank is not enough for these guys. Probably I will have to come up with some new type of weapon. If I want to come up with new type of weapon, then we also need to set up the black science. And I always find it optional to use the black or military science pack. But if I want to expand, if I want to get rid of some of the biter nests, then I will have to do that, sadly. So yeah, let's try to move on and check the to-do list. Okay, what have I marked to do? Starting from the very northern east part of the base, unloading station. We have something that looks like unloading station. At least I know where I want for the trains to unload stuff, but we got only the copper part. And it's not really balanced. It's only one build. We unload whatever that we bring with the copper train, because I had a crisis. I had copper crisis, and without additional copper from others.
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
I assure you, any rumors of my disappearance have been greatly exaggerated. And Llama, are you muted?
Well, this is embarrassing. Please don't call me the killer of the microphones. I have no idea why it works again. So I don't know when did it cut me, but I was explaining what kind of to-do list do we have. No, now it's working, Laser. Yeah. Okay, we can get back. Sorry, guys. I was checking the microphone before the stream. It was dead. I was trying to set it up again. I lose it as the source. So this is something I don't understand. Why is it happening? But it keeps happening for the past 2, maybe 3 weeks. It started a week before the 6th year of the anniversary. I remember. Well, sorry for that. I hope it's not going to happen again. Although I don't know what is the reason. There is a chance, Llamas, there is a chance that the USB cable is broken. But even if I reconnect it to the audio interface, then somehow it seems to be connected, but my OS is not recognizing it as the source. Maybe I just need to reinstall my OS. That is a chance as well. Sorry for the inconvenience. As I said before, there is no fun stream without technical issues, right? All right. Guys, thank you for reminding me about the microphone situation. Because thank you so much for resubscription. 66 months. Thank you for your support. Let's have some love and hype and hearts in the chat. For Megath, who is a very, very, very long time Llama supporter, as well as long time mod. I hope that you're alright, Megath. And that life is good, that you enjoy your weekends, and that you will spend it in really nice way. Guys, what kind of plans do you have? Because my plan is to feed the scientists on this map to make them party. I think I am a little bit too old to party myself. So we're going to do that. The cable is breaking, but the microphone is not cutting or anything. I hope so. I will go there and it will start working. Laser! But it's not me. It's not you. It's just the machine that doesn't work the way it should. We can actually push a lot of science right now. Wait a minute, what happens? Is there any science missing? No, there is no science missing. Great. At least the science is working well. I was trying to get back to figuring out what do we have missing in here. So I need to add some fuel to the train. There is a special to do for that. To do signals, because I got rid of the rail tracks for the, well, for the coal, because I don't need coal at the moment. Then we got stone crisis situation. Oh yes, we cannot use the landfill anymore because we have used all of the stone patch that was right there. But we are connected to 4 million ore patch, so this is not a problem. I should just add it somewhere right there. And we need to move the sulfur closer to the main bus. I don't think this is an issue. I think this to-do is not a to-do anymore, because it is already moved, so this can be deleted. Then we need to go with sulfuric acid and make a train here. to do and also to do. By the way, this is supposed to be the oil cracking area. This oil cracking area was planned when I set up the oil cracking for the first time right there. And it didn't work out yet. So if we get the sulfuric acid done by getting the sulfur from the main bus, actually, because we got the sulfur on the main bus, then we should be okay and we should start making the blue circuits. And then stack inserter production needs to be added. We got the stack inserters. Is it easy to make those? It is, but I need advanced circuits, so actually the stack inserters need to be a little bit further. Probably the whole mall should be moved to the south a little bit, but we don't have a lot of space in the south because there is this science bus. And we don't have much space anymore, so moving everything will be a very, very nice task. And then expanding purple science, expanding blue science, and yellow science. And module side is this productivity modules, speed modules, I guess this is what I meant when I said to do module side right there. And of course rocket silo and landfill. I was working on using landfill in this area to make sure that I don't have to stop right there with the main bus. And I definitely didn't want to build anything on this 15 million coal patch. I did this once in my first playthrough, it was awful. So we will have to work around that somehow. It's going to be a great spaghetti. So even if I am trying to make things nice, I will have to do some more spaghetti. And please keep reminding me of lights. Because I feel that they should be added to every space that is producing something. I feel that I don't really see much, so I don't feel good around some places where there is no light, but also I forget to add the light, so feel free to remind me about that. Spaghetti incoming. That's the first thing. Another one is we need to take care of the microphone issues, and also one more thing. I think we should set up the Stream Raiders game, and we should do one more thing because High Speed has visited. I'm sorry, I had the microphone issues, so I couldn't really respond to you right now. We need to give a shout out to High Speed, the fellow Factorio streamer. Guys, I am sure that you know them already, but if you don't, hey, why not following a fellow Factorio streamer, right? So make sure that you have clicked the follow button. Happy working, Mingo. Thank you for joining. Alright, are we finished with all of the crisis situation for today? Probably not yet. I will launch Stream Raiders and we will see if we can play a game or two. There is still an event ongoing and maybe we can use a little bit of opportunity. The snowfall is supposed to end in about 4 days, if I am not mistaken. We will see in a moment. Yes, it ends in exactly 4 days, so why not using the opportunity, especially because we have quite easy battles. So let me schedule another fight. You know the rules, and so do I. You can follow my link in order to join the Llamas on the battlefield. you need to log in with your Twitch account, and then you can place your units every 5 minutes. So what is that? We got the defensive map this time, and we got a lot of ice golems. Not that many to not be able to handle it, but I hope you will help me, guys, because I am going to spam the paladin again and again and again. Every time when I place down the paladin, I am actually getting 1 scroll. So yeah, I am level 6. I need some of your help, guys. So please help if you have the opportunity. Also, don't forget to claim your daily snowflakes that are available at the store for free. There is daily free snowflake. Right there, you can claim it, and then you can buy some of the holiday chests. There is either holiday chest or snow chest, so I am trying to get 2 of these. I don't know what is worth this price, because I got this for free. I just got it for free, so I don't worry about it much. Let me guess. Oh, I cannot upgrade other units. I was hoping that maybe I would get 10 scrolls for the paladin, but what do I say to paladin scrolls? Not today. The campaign is on, the battlefield in progress. Yeah, it's time for you to place your units, guys. Alright, what about Factorio? Let's get back to Factorio. Do we have fuel? Yes, we got a lot of wood, and I think this is going to solve the problem right away. Also, I can see that there is a lot of the blue science that I have stacked at some point when I was trying to get rid of the base, the old base. There are still a lot of bits and pieces of the old base, so I am going to try to avoid that. I cannot add anything to the old part of the base, and I tried to remove the old part of the base. But can I actually remove the old parts of the base? Probably not today. And there is something that I miss a lot, but I won't be able to get it right away. It is portable coffee machine or portable fusion reactor. That would help me out with the exoskeletons. I am allowed to produce them. I know how to produce them. Probably I have one exoskeleton somewhere in the chest. But I just don't have enough of the energy. I don't have enough of the batteries. And speaking of batteries, I think that batteries are my main problems, which makes me get back to the oils once again. There is no way to avoid oils this time, unless I will be able to just use sulfur for sulfuric acid, and then I will be able to just start making the blue circuits. But we still need lubricant, if I'm not mistaken. And we need to get rid of this enormous amount of sulfur that I was probably trying to connect to. Yes, I was trying to connect it to the sulfur that is on the main bus, and we even have the input priority from the left side. From the splitter perspective. Okay. So what do we do? I will wait for that to be depleted. I'm not moving that away. Also, what are the red circuits doing here? We got assembling machine for the furnaces, and the furnaces are already being made. I remember that this is part of the science, and this is the part of purple science. Yes. But this is not allowing me to just take out some of these. And I still want for the electronic furnaces to be part of the mall. If we want to make it the part of the mall, there should be like mall version 2 or something similar around this spot that would allow me to take the same resources from similar place, because I'm not going to take the production from the area that is supposed to produce the science, at least not this time. Does that make any sense? It should make sense. This time we're not spaghetting things in that much. And by the way, I have made the rails production already, so we have to get rid of this rail production. And if we are getting rid of this rails production, there is a chance that I will be able to get all of the steel plates out of this place, if I saw correctly, but we'll see. Anyway, the fuel part. Wow, okay, that's a mess. That's always a mess, but the train is going to work for a moment. So I am getting rid of my friends. Trees are friends. Let's forget about them for a moment. I don't care. Let's move on to deconstructing the part of the base that is the old base. Well, we don't really need the pump jacks that much, but it would be nice to add them to the mall, especially to this area that is making boilers and any energy source. Actually, this is nice. At least I remembered to place down some lamps. I can finally see what is going on right there. It could use a little bit more light though. We're getting through this research like crazy. I don't have to worry about the resources as long as the purple science is produced in a nice quantity. Probably we're not getting nice quantity there yet. Yes, but we're getting tiny batches from time to time. I can agree to that. I think that there are many more issues going on there, and we need to expand this because we got only 2 assembling machines for the purple science production. It ain't much, it's an honest work. But I can get back and see what is going on in here. We were supposed to get the stone. The stone is not being provided right there. And we were making the bricks in this spot. I don't remember why I needed that. Okay, I needed that for the furnaces. This is moved somewhere else. I know that this has been moved really close to the mall. So we got a line of production that makes some of the bricks, not much, but we're not focusing on any walls this time, unless we're going to make the military science. Because military science requires walls, if I'm not mistaken, and every time, yes, it requires wall. Every time when I need to make military science, I think that I will not have enough of the walls to protect myself. Not today though. So we can remove this, and actually we can remove those electric furnaces, but there are stone bricks right there, and as you know, it gives me a lot of anxiety if I have to take something, carry it in my inventory. I am trying to avoid that at all times, so maybe I will find a way to just place it somewhere else in some kind of chest. It doesn't sound like a good idea right now, but we don't really have a choice. I think it's time to start making some walls and just move everything somewhere else. The wall needs 5 stone bricks, and because we're moving all of this and there is no way to provide more of the stone in this area, I will try to just remake this area. Let's get the inserter placed right there. Let's add some chests in here. So here's the idea. No. We are not making the furnaces. We're making the walls from now on. Only the walls. Only walls. It's not rigged. Nothing is rigged. The mini games are not rigged on my channel. Don't you dare to say such things, Mr. Laser. Alright, I need to put away some stuff. I was trying to be very ambitious about these electric furnaces, not anymore. Right now, the priority is to replace everything with fast inserters, yes. We even have this buffer right there. And who said I cannot make stack inserters manually? But it will hurt a little bit. Well, this is full. We don't really have to work on that anymore. We will just cut this out. Hope for the best. And get rid of those stone bricks, exactly. So now when we have the walls, we have somewhere to put them. There is a chance that all of these bricks from the electric furnaces will be removed as well, placed somewhere else. Actually, this wasn't a good idea. As long as we need to take it out, yeah, I will have to leave it. So when we finish making the walls, I am going to remove the electric furnaces and all of the belts that were providing the bricks. So we will clear up a little bit part of the base. Well, usually I am trying to move some stuff to other place and then deconstruct this, but I think I can definitely do that a little bit later. I don't have to worry about it too much right now. I worry more about that sulfur. We need to start making the sulfuric acid to make sure that I am getting rid of this stuff. And also there is plenty of advanced circuits that have been made at some point. I needed a buffer. I always need a buffer of red circuits, and right now they are not being used the way they should be used, and I'm very unhappy about that. Maybe we can just move it back. No, I can't, but I need to clear this up. Let's not avoid the anxiety, but let's reduce the anxiety caused by picking up too many resources in general. What about this part? We already have the rail production, and this is the legit rail production. Actually, the rails are made a little bit different way. So when I am producing the bricks, I am using that stone from 4 million stone patch. I am using it to make electric furnace work and make bricks, but also I am using it to make the rails, and those rails are being used with the bricks to make sure that we're making the purple science. So actually I am using it in the mall area and I have the buffer, but also I'm using it for the purple science making. Maybe not the perfect solution, but I think at least for the rails we can actually agree on doing that. Novi, hello, happy time zone to you as well. I hope that you're all right today, and I hope that you have some nice plans for the New Year's celebration. Maybe you have some New Year's resolutions that you would like to share. I think I'm starting to make mine, but they are very generic, so I'm not overwhelming myself. Alright guys, we can get rid of that rail production right there. But what about this whole... What am I doing here in the first place? I'm making barrels, probably for explosives, because cliff explosives need barrels. Also, we're making... Why would we make so many of the... Wait, I don't understand something. Why would we make so many of the engines while we are making the engines already? And part of the engines is probably blue science? Yes, it is blue science, so we are making it already, and it is right there. Of course, somebody has forgotten to place the radar right there, but we can see that we have the good production. So now I feel like the llama from the past is punishing the llama of today, because I was supposed to get rid of this production and I didn't. So now if I will get rid of that, let's assume that we will move forward a little bit. Oh wait, where is it going? I was trying to get some of the weapons done in general, which is not a bad idea, but I definitely don't want to make... Wait, let's stop it. I definitely don't want to make more of these engine units anymore. I don't need them for anything. I was just making them as a buffer. Let's try to deconstruct this as well, and look how little things we're going to have. Oh, once again we're getting the walls right there, because I was supposed to make the science, and I know that I had the... Isn't that good? I had the grenade production. Let's try to make a little bit more of the military science, because we're on site, but this definitely needs to be removed right away. And let's remove the limit on the grenade production. Also, everything works really slowly. There is some electricity issue. There are two possibilities. Both of them are quite funny. The first one, maybe... No, the first one is that actually our 10 megawatt potential has been used up. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Actually, I got the recipe. I got the blueprints from Peps that allowed me to check really nice and dense power plant. We need to expand the power plant. Or let me check one more thing. If we turn off everything else, nothing else matters. It's just the connections. Have I disconnected something? No. It doesn't look like that I disconnected something, so we actually used up the potential of the power plant. I will have to expand it, although even if I got a really nice blueprint, I'm not going to use it right now, because I was trying to stick only to the blueprints for the balancers. Nufi says, mine would be get in better shape. Yeah, that's for your health, definitely a good idea. I do work out, but I was with a friend who's lifting, stretching, doing a whole routine. And he's like, let's jog a mile to finish the warm-up. I'm like, warm-up? Dude, I'm on fire. Let's just finish the lift. Wow. Jogging a mile. Okay. I mean, I hope that this motivates you a lot. That your friend is motivating you a lot to help with taking care of your health. That That is definitely a good idea for the New Year's resolution. And I hope it's going to work out for you. Work out for you. Come on. The jokes are automatically being made at this point. I didn't mean to make it into a joke. Because the health is no joke, Llamas, and we better take care of our health. While we still have it. Actually, this year, for me, when I think about it in perspective, it was taking care of my own health. I still have some stuff to finish. But knowing that there are things that already improved my quality of life a little bit, it makes me a little bit less stressed. Anybody else would like to share the New Year's resolutions? And one of my New Year's resolutions should be to get better at playing Factorio. In a way, yeah. Come on, everything works so slowly. We cannot wait, Llama. We cannot wait. Do we have enough of the parables? Of course not. Let me get back, get some parables while we are at the mall. What do we have? Belts, underground belts, electric balls, inserters. Yes, we should have everything. Unless, yeah, electric balls. We don't need much. It ain't much, but it's an honest work. I'm a doctor, I work in healthcare, and he's younger than me. I'm like, dude, wait until you hit 30. I'm 30, he's 26. Enjoyed while it lasts. But I am a general practice doctor. I don't know if I mentioned that. No, probably you didn't. I have learned it for the first time that you're a doctor. So definitely, if you keep yourself healthy and if your patients are visiting you, you're kind of giving them, you know, you are kind of, you can kind of become a role model in a way and let them know, hey, you need to take care of your health. I am 30. But I still try to keep up the good shape, you know? Oh wow. Oh guys, the first energy crisis ever! It has come! Oh Llamas, oh Llamas! Wait, isn't that okay? It's not the issue. I remember we had 70 megawatts potential. And now I have seen that the production is a little bit less. Guess what? Guess what we're not making? How is that even possible that we're not making solid fuel anymore? How did that happen in the first place? We have a backup. Don't worry, we have a backup. And this is where all of the trees prove themselves useful. This is the first time when I got the fuel crisis, and there is absolutely no way to use it up. Awesome. Alright. Let me distribute some stuff myself, but I don't like this idea. Okay, it shouldn't work this way at all. So I have the plan for that, but I need to disconnect everything. And I need to stick to the plan because I have two separate networks, two separate electric networks, and I cannot connect this network, this straight line, with anything else Well, this is not good. How did we get that crisis? Don't ask me. I have no clue. It always happens at some point. But everything needs to be disconnected right away. Because I am going to get rid of all of the energy source, am I right? Yeah. But the accumulators can actually load right now. Okay. No reason to panic, Llama. There is absolutely no reason to panic. This is how it should work. Oh no. Okay, we will start with the wood. The wood is the easiest part. I am just getting rid of whatever. And now I am using the separate electric network in order to feed the belt with the fuel, whatever type of fuel I have actually. And I am going to keep this base alive. Okay, it started working. If it starts working, I will have enough of the energy to start producing the solid fuel again. But I haven't had this kind of crisis before on this map. So if you were ever wondering, why was I cutting down all of the trees? Why was I always trying to keep some fuel in random chests around? This is the reason. Okay. Okay. This is manageable. Of course, I could just squeeze things together at this point and place it on both parts of the belt so I am not wasting the space. But now I think we have enough. Also, we got plenty of solid fuel. Of course, the wood gives less of the energy than coal, less of the energy than the solid fuel, but if you got the crisis, the energy crisis, then anything that can be used as the fuel will do. And this is what I try to stick with at this point. But I think that the crisis will be resolved soon. So what's the situation right now? We got 14 megawatts. It's still not enough. What has happened right there? These parts are still not getting fuel because all of the other boilers are working. So we just need to wait until all of this production will resume. But I can see that all of this fuel that I am adding right there, we have burned through all of the wood extremely easily. Which makes me pray and hope that we're going to produce more of the stuff at the chemical plants. Yes. It's not a matter of petroleum gas. I can see we got enough of the petroleum gas. It's not a matter of producing the petroleum gas because we got the oil refineries, all of them working, all of them are producing petroleum gas. It's not a matter of the crude oil. In the past, we didn't produce enough of the crude oil, so I had to find another source. This is resolved as well. I think that we should make more chemical plants and start working on getting more of the stuff done. Or there is another chance. I should start making the rocket fuel. But the rocket fuel was made with light oil, and this is when the advanced oil cracking comes. There is no way to avoid making the rocket fuel. And I think for now, let me check one technology. Coverx enrichment process. We need rocket fuel anyway in order to make the nuclear fuel. So there is an idea that I have that requires the uranium, but I am not sure if I can call it the nuclear power plant if I'm using the nuclear fuel, but I am burning it in the boilers. And I am using it for the steam engine powered power plant. Oh no, I can see that I'm burning through all of this fuel really easily. Yes, we're getting rid of solid fuel. Oh, come on. And all of this time spent on gathering all of this source is actually... It was not enough. Again, it was not enough. There is another chance that maybe it was not producing fast enough, but also, is every boiler getting the fuel? Yes, actually every boiler gets the fuel at this point. I think I was getting the ratio this time. So it shouldn't be a problem when the belt is full. But it's not full right now. Okay, we should get back to the full capacity of the power plant, and we're at 72 megawatts of production potential, but we just cannot produce enough of the fuel at this point. It's getting better. It's slowly getting better. We can always try to borrow some of the coal and add the coal to the belt, but this crisis was serious for a moment. Oh, the battle is ready. I have checked, and our battle situation is going to be a little bit difficult. So, let me switch to the Stream Raiders. Every time we get to the first game. It might not be very satisfying to us. If we lose, then we start from scratch, and then we place the units again and again and again, and we're going to farm more and more chests. But let's try to survive this, even if it don't really look that well. We're about to die very soon. Yep, I tried. Okay, let's open the chest. This is the chest only for the streamer. Let's restart the chapter, and actually we start the chapter, not the whole chain of chapters. This is either new or something that I never remember. So let's start from scratch once again. The game is lagging a little bit, and it is the same type of map. I don't have the paladin anymore. I will have to switch to the tank, to my trusty little tank. Also, battle planning. Whatever you want, whenever you will to place it. Just place the units. Here we go. Okay, let's get back to Factorio. I think that instead of making purple science and yellow science, we need to suffer through this and make sure that we have enough of the resources. We got a little bit of light oil, but this is just a little bit. If I would switch the oil refinery to advanced oil cracking, at least one of them, I could try to make some rocket fuel, and that rocket fuel would be just added to this belt without a lot of struggles, or at least that's the idea I have. So I am just going to check how much of the production we can still use in the future while trying to secure the fuel. But it really doesn't look that good. We could possibly put some modules in here. We're not making it fast enough. Let's switch. One oil refinery is going to have the recipe changed to the advanced oil processing. We're still getting the petroleum gas. Nothing should change that much. Nothing should change that much. We're going to make even more of the petroleum gas, which is not a problem. We have a place to store it. But now I am trying to collect as much of the light oil and heavy oil as I can, and then heavy oil will be cracked to the light oil. I will have to make some spaghetti right there in order to avoid the crisis. Hello, Peps. Good to see you. Listen, I've got an issue. Guess what has happened today in Factorio? I had a beautiful plan to allow my scientists to party a little bit more, to make them use up all of the science, to expand the purple science production, to make the yellow science. But then the energy crisis has happened. For the first time, the energy crisis has happened. And I need to figure out how to do it the easiest possible way. But I need to involve the oil cracking. I have no other choice. Right now I am mixing different types of fuel because I had some of it stashed. I always have some of the additional fuel stashed. It's either trees, you know, the fuel made of wood, or some coal. I always have something. But I have burned through that a lot. And I was avoiding doing the advanced oil processing. And right now I will slowly move on to that. Well, where is the technology tree? Llamas, let's stick to the technology tree. Let's see what can we do about this situation. If you visit me on regular basis, you probably know what is that. I am trying to figure out how I can use the different types of oils, different types of oil products in order to connect everything together. So we got the petroleum gas based production, and then we got the heavy oil, and then where we crack the heavy oil into light oil, actually the part of the light oil can be just copied and pasted here. I can actually make solid fuel out of the heavy oil if I am very frustrated Llama, if I don't have a lot of energy. And anything can help at this point. We will need lubricant at some point, but getting the solid fuel is the priority right now, and getting the rocket fuel is the priority. So we are not using the light oil at all. We're going to use the heavy oil to make some solid fuel, and then we're going to mix it with the light oil. Somehow it's going to work. Lady, welcome. Guys, thank you for joining me on the last stream of this year. Especially because I was late. I was trying this restreaming thing And actually it involves a lot more of the steps than just regular going live, and I need to get used to that. Of course, feel free to lurk if you need to, don't worry. Stepped in for a party? Sure, why not? You can step in for stream raiders as well. Actually, let me tell you the story. What happened? I was trying to get the restreaming thing going, and I had no idea that in order to stream on YouTube, I had to kind of request the ability to stream. I've got the YouTube channel for a very long time. I just had the account for a very long time, and I was uploading the videos there from Twitch. So when I was making a highlight, I've got a lot of the highlights uploaded to YouTube. They are not the videos that you can check out, but I had them as the archive in a way. And I had no idea that in order to stream on YouTube, in order to get your stream key, you have to kind of request the ability to stream, and you need to wait 24 hours for this. So I was lucky enough to request it on Wednesday, and then I had to wait 24 hours in order to get this possibility, to get the permission to stream on YouTube. And then I was able to set up the restreaming part. So there is a chance that the delay is going to be a little bit longer, just a little bit longer. But with the speed of reading the chat on my side, it might not be visible that much. We'll see. Can I give you some advice about oil cracking? It might be a bit backseaty though. Sure, but I will try to guess in the first place. Probably I shouldn't get into using up oil cracking in the best way possible. I should just use the type of oil that I have right now for the thing I need to make right now, which is the solid fuel. That is the thing that I'm missing. That is my idea for now. We're getting a little bit more of the light oil. Of course it ain't much, but we need to produce more of the oil in general. And guess who is not making chemical plants? Guess who is not making chemical plants at all? Damn. Also, Peps, I have checked your steam engine power plant, and I can admit it is very clever, especially with the boiler thing that you move the fuel in between the boilers. Although for this time I am not going to use it, because I am a very stubborn llama and I was trying to use only the balancer book. I have balancer book that is quite old, but I am using just a few balancers from here, and this is the only thing that I allow myself to use. Now, first we need to build the chemical plant stuff. Let's set up something quickly. I'm not going to get rid of this, because this is my so-called technology tree for the oils. I am just going to plug something in, see how it goes. Wait a minute. So if you're making the rocket fuel, needs to make it in the assembling machine. All right. If you need it for the assembling machine, we can just try to use this one. Set up that we need the rocket fuel. Move this thing around. Plug it in. And then I will use solid fuel from the heavy oil. Of course, it won't be a lot. But right now I am a little bit desperate to get any solid fuel working. But rocket fuel will be useful in the future, so maybe if I will stash some stuff away, just like I did with all of the other sources, maybe. But let's not try to mess it up for now. All right, let's try to make it kind of pretty. Kind of. So this goes here, and we need chemical plants. Chemical plant is going to produce solid fuel. And the pipes. Okay, everything is connected, but it needs power. You do not want to use heavy oil for solid fuel. It is very inefficient. You want to use heavy oil mostly for lubricant and the rest for cracking. Light oil is best for solid fuel and rocket fuel. And flamethrowers get some bonuses when used in flamethrower turrets. Oh! I had no idea that there is a bonus for the flamethrower, depending on the oil that you use. But there is very easy way to determine why. I had no idea. Never used the flamethrowers. I am always afraid that when the flamethrowers are going to be used and I would have to go out and fight the biters, well, I shouldn't go out. Overflow should be cracked down into petroleum gas afterwards. Also use combinators to use heavy oil only when you have too much of it or too little of lubricant. For now, I know that I am wasting the opportunity, but I feel a little bit, you know, at the edge of keeping my base stable. Alright, we're getting... Wow, I am burning through all of my resources really fast. Can I try to get some more of the wood, please? I will leave it for a while, because we can always switch to something else. This is not a huge problem for now. I'm not using lubricant anyway. It will be needed in the future, but I want to kind of finish the game on the yellow belts. So I can agree to just do that right now, even if it's not very efficient. Thank you for the advice, Peps and Laser. But right now, I need to stash some fuel. So I will ignore that for a while. I have to, until I find more sources. I had some fuel source. Okay, we got the trees in there. Guys, we got the trees. I think we're going to be saved for a moment. What was I supposed to do here? I was trying to get rid of the old parts of the base and again I was interrupted by some crisis incoming. Okay, wow, look at that. We are saved, guys. Let's just move things around to get as much of the fuel as I can. Of course, I am getting very anxious about this, but I need wood. Told you trees are friends. They are not giving a lot of energy, I know. But right now, there is a chance for them to save me. If there is any chance, I am going to use it. And also, because I am not making a lot of the light oil nor heavy oil, I mean, it is not much. But maybe I will switch the recipe for another oil refinery. Also, maybe we could add another oil refinery out there to make sure that we're getting enough of stuff. We'll see. How much of the energy I'm going to get If we're getting rocket fuel, 100 megajoules of the fuel value in comparison to the solid fuel, 12 megajoules. Well, this is worth it. I just need to make anything. And I will plug this in directly. Wow, we don't have anything stashed in here anymore. We're burning through all of the resources I have. Wait a minute, this is not the electric network I am supposed to look at. Yes. We're using half of the possible production right now. It's just a matter of providing the fuel. If something goes wrong, I can always stop the research. I don't want to do that, but if I will be forced to, then we can try to do that. Maybe I should start getting into logic and every time when something like that happens, because apparently it's going to happen in my base, in each of my base. I was holding on for a very long time. I was avoiding the crisis, the energy crisis, for a very long time, but it happened at some point. Maybe I should implement a bit of logic that would check how much of the fuel do we have on the belts, and if there is a possibility of crisis incoming, then we would cut out the energy from the science production. The science is the main part that actually makes my base working and producing stuff. That was great seeing you again, but gotta go. Alright, Mika, thank you so much for your visit. I hope that you will spend your time in really nice way, that you will have a great New Year celebration, and I hope to see you next year. Take care of yourself. And thank you for the resub again. Do we have anything? Okay, let's get this call. Anything that looks like fuel. It's time to use it right now. Don't panic, just use up anything that looks like fuel. That's the plan. We got grenades in the inventory. That was not a good idea to keep it there. Also, all of this stash, I need to distribute it somewhere, because this doesn't look good. EP, I am panicking. I was avoiding it for a very long time and thought that the crisis is not going to happen anymore. Well, it happened. It's very similar with explosives. Something will happen anyway. Something bad will happen. You can actually set up oil refinery and cracking without a single red or green wire used ever using game mechanics. Yes, but in general, I think about not using logic for the oils. I never use the logic for the oils, but I would try to check the amount of stuff stashed in the steel chest, maybe that is my backup. And if I see that the amount of the resources there is very low, then there is a chance that the crisis is incoming. So then I would try to kind of cut out the part that is producing the science. I would have to do that. I'm always too late to do that. Yeah. I just yellow my oils, and there is nothing wrong with doing that. But then you might end up in really strange situations. And I'm not talking about the crisis like this one. Okay, in this case I can just move this thing right there. That's all the wood I have. That's all of the resources I have. I cannot make more. So we better make something quickly. It's difficult because you need a lot of machines to set up perfect ratios, and placement takes care of the game mechanics. I'm talking about 120 refineries, and I got barely 6. 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Llama can count to 7. We got 7 refineries. I would have to set up some serious oil extraction station, because I am providing oil from the outside world, let's put it like that, because I didn't have enough in this place. It was just 6 pump jacks that you can see right now. It started my base. This is just very tiny crude oil yield, and I am using another one, actually 2 of them that are connected together, and I am providing the crude oil from here to the base. Of course, I wouldn't have to do that with the train, because the distance is not that big, and I planned to place down the, well, let me show you the tags. Actually, I was planning to make the oil cracking area the legit oil cracking right there. And you know what I am avoiding the most in Factorio, other than actually making anything to build the rocket silo? I avoid making the oil stuff happening. Llama, you need to get out of your comfort zone. But perfect ratios, it's something that I am definitely not interested in. I know I am going to make mistakes regarding ratios. I don't mind that, as long as I am not getting the energy crisis. And in this case, I failed miserably. But it's okay. I am just... Oh. It's okay, I'm just trying to figure things out as I go. I just need to spend another 1k of hours on actually setting up the oils. Or something similar to that. Alright. Let's take it out. Not the perfect solution. And it's not a lot of rocket fuel, but it's something. And actually, I have a better solution. We can stop the recipe right there, and I can try to take the solid fuel production from here, that is made from petroleum gas, to be produced into the rocket fuel right there, using the light oil, and then we're saving up the heavy oil, just like you said, guys. We can always turn it on as a backup. Let's keep it like that, but turn the fast inserter in the way that we're not using it up. Okay, some of this will be used. We will have a stack of solid fuel in here. No problem. But I will use the original source. But now how am I going to do this? Well, this is the funny part. Because we can spaghetti things in the way that I shouldn't spaghetti things in. And this works just fine until it doesn't work just fine. Because I will have to spaghetti things in a little bit more than expected. Ooh. I'm telling you guys, this doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. But let's prepare. Let's prepare the escape route. This becomes a spaghetti at this point. Yes. In this case, these are oils. I'm not going to make it really nice. I'm not aiming to make it nice. It has to work at this point. And because it doesn't work, because I am panicking quite a bit, then forgive me my sins. And this is going to work. This is going to provide the resources. And of course, this is not enough of the light oil to produce the solid fuel on regular basis, and probably I am destroying the delicate balance that we have, but I don't have much choice right now. By the way, let's place down some more lights in here, because when the darkness comes, I won't see a thing again. Feel free to remind me about the lights all the time from now on. Okay, so following your advice, guys, I am not going to use the heavy oil. There is a possibility, if I am very desperate, I am going to use this. But let's try to move the solid fuel from the existing production in a spaghetti way. But it's okay. So this goes here. I am not going to do anything else. Just put the transport belt in here. There is a lot of workarounds right now. And when we put stuff away, then it would be nice to connect it like this. And if something comes, when something comes, we will produce some rocket fuel. Okay, it's something. I am patching up the situation right now. Let's see. Of course, the production is not very fast, but I have seen some of the speed modules in the chest. I'm not making the speed modules at all, and making anything at this point that is not related to the fuel production would be a bad idea for this base. I can try to disassemble some of this stuff because I still have a lot of things to disassemble right there, but the priority is to make sure that this base is safe. Yes, we got some speed modules in here and a lot of random junk. Let's move these grenades out of this place. I don't like it. Remember that you only have a single machine making rocket fuel. That isn't much at all. Yes, this is correct. I will get back to it in a moment. Okay, we're making some of the... Wait. Oh, we got more stone brick stash. I can put a lot of things into random chests in random places. And then forget about it. Okay. So it ain't much, but it's still kind of better use, although... Okay, we can save ourselves with some of the wood, but it won't take long. So I'm praying that I'll mix some stuff in between. So, according to what is happening right there, probably I would have to... Well, I'm not happy to say this, but probably I would have to expand this solid fuel production at least 3 times. Sweet modules eat power for breakfast though. You might produce faster but also eat through production faster, which I cannot afford. But I have it in the inventory right now, so in case I need it, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I can't panic. That's it. I can't panic. Let's do the same thing on the other side. 2 machines is not going to be that much better, but it's something. And we need to keep lying to ourselves. I need to keep lying to myself that there's something will actually help out in the long run. Yes. I will have to lie to myself a little bit. Well, this is going to look awful. Alright, we get another production that will need an output. This is a total spaghetti at this point. But we can do that. We can do that still. And also I could use a buffer right there, because I see that we're not using all of the belts. And with not using all of the belts, we're wasting the opportunities. Let's mix everything to both sides of the belts. I need to make a buffer before I produce stuff right there. Also, I could try to steal some of this production and still add it to the general fuel production. Look, we're burning through that wood immediately, but we're still working. It's okay. It's okay. I can just try to make a splitter. In this case, splitter will have output priority to the right, so most of it will still go to the right side, to the rocket fuel production, but some of it can still be added in a very strange way. Like this. Output priority to the right, but we got enough right there. We need to make a buffer, but at least we still keep on producing. And I need to check if the amount of petroleum gas is dropping or not. We still got a good amount of light oil, and because we're not using heavy oil, then the heavy oil amount is going to grow really slowly, because the heavy oil, we're getting the least amount of heavy oil with the advanced oil processing, but it's okay. We can just keep it in the storage tanks. This is temporary anyway. I might want to give up on doing science right now. Oh, by the way, we got the battle in Stream Raiders, although I can see that we might not be doing well, because we would have to place a little bit more of the units on the battlefield, but we can either try to push through it and just spam new battles anyway, or we can try again in like an hour or so. Just try not to die, Llamas. I mean, I know what I am talking about. It's difficult to fight through this, but let's kill some units. At least one. Yeah, look, the giant golem is dead. All right. All right. We did something, but you can spam the cheese. The stinky cheese to bring the victories. Hello, Guzbaniet. The puppy is so funny. When she goes barking, I can bark back at her, and she comes to my room to bark at me. I wonder what does it mean in the dog language. I did that from time to time with my own doggo when my parents had a doggo in the past. I was wondering if I am making the doggo angry or something like that. Or is it funny to the doggo? I have no idea. Let's make a tiny buffer out there. Tiny buffer. Because the axis is going to be moved towards the power plant anyway. Because Banyet, how are you doing today? Do you have any plans for the weekend? I hope you do. Okay, we got the solid fuel stash, and there will be less of the fuel going towards the power plant, but it's okay as long as we can keep on making this. Maybe I will try to add another 2 assembling machines if possible. I think it is possible. But a little bit annoying to make. We still got over 3k of light oil. I think that this amount is slowly growing. And we still got quite a good amount of petroleum gas. I could try to sacrifice another oil refinery, or I could even try to landfill this area and add some more oil refineries. But this time I am just going to switch the recipe, because this is the easiest part. Change the recipe to the advanced oil processing. And we're still getting more of the petroleum gas. We're getting 55 petroleum gas instead of getting 45 by using the same amount of crude oil and using no water. By the way, the water tanks are alright, the oil tanks, crude oil tanks are alright. I could possibly switch mostly to advanced oil cracking, we'll see. Maybe we'll never know, but it's certain that it's really funny when they do that. Of course it is. Doing fine, was playing some Darkest Dungeon. How did it go? Was that an epic win? Or was that an epic fail? Oh, half of the base stopped working because we're burning through the wood so fast that the wood is not going towards the farther steam engines in the back. And we almost used up all of the wood. I should use the stash inserter, by the way. But while I am here, I will have to move around some things. So this would be a nice backup. Would be. But I can't keep it here. It would be nice to move things around a little bit. To connect it on this side. I think I have the idea already. We just move it like this. And then I can add additional input. I can use up a little bit more right there. Maybe I could add 2 more of the assembling machines. I am very desperate at this point. Please keep that in mind. I am very desperate to make the rocket fuel, even if the light oil production will be used up completely, but it's okay. It's okay. We're not panicking yet. We're not panicking yet. We're not panicking yet. And this stash, it doesn't make a lot of sense. We'll have to put the output somewhere around this spot. Whatever, this time it needs to be a spaghetti. As long as we save the factory from the energy crisis, it's alright. So now we just need to connect it together. Yep. Now this goes here, this goes there. This doesn't make a lot of sense either. But if I can move stuff around, we need some kind of buffer. I don't have space for this kind of buffer anymore. And we don't need more than the fast inserters for that, because we will have enough of the solid fuel. Okay. It is fine. It is fine. So actually, that tasted purple is not a very good stream title for today. I should actually change it to avoiding the energy crisis. I don't think I am going to do any science for now until I kind of figure out what to do. And right now we're not making enough of the solid fuel, which was expected, but also you can see that the electricity levels are lower. That's why it's the best for me to not make any science, so the science is not going to be consumed and the labs are not going to work. So I will eventually get a little bit more of the purple science. I will make a stash of it, but the rest of the science, we're not using it up. So there is no need to produce more, maybe a little bit, but not much. Also, I have to get rid of this really long belt. We haven't used up that much of the blue science, by the way. I will just have to put everything on one side of the belt, but this is not a problem for now. The problem is how to squeeze in more of the chemical plants in order to produce the energy faster. And I would have to... Wow! Wow, this is a huge crisis. This is a huge crisis. Okay, Llama, don't panic. Don't panic! It's okay. We got separate save game for that. Think you can compress this belt more? Which one? Probably I can. But it was just spaghetti in, so I could do anything. Hey, we got 1k of solid fuel right there. Okay, this is good. This is good. Everything works very slowly because of the energy issues. But it looks better anyway. Right, this is connected. So we move this around. This is not going to be turned off, but the production is very slow because of the energy levels. But it's okay. Also, we are not using that much of the light oil anymore. What about the petroleum gas? Still very similar levels, but we're not using the full power of the... We're not using chemical plants on full power. I will probably have to feed the machines with something else again. Alright. It's going. However bad it is going. I mean, I can't just give up right now. Yep, this is all connected. And now this is a difficult moment because we have to add everything to one of these belts right there. Okay, it is doable. I'm not happy about it, but it's doable. This cannot be pretty at this point. If we start getting this rocket fuel, then there is a chance that we will get to the other parts, to the other boilers. I don't have any fuel anymore. And the base has stopped working. Wow. Okay. It's serious. It's serious, Llamas. Now nothing can work anymore. I have to kickstart my base a little bit different way, so because I am a little bit desperate at this point, I'm going to add just a little bit of coal to all of this. Only on one side, doesn't matter right now. But this is why I have it. So it is my last resort in a way. I think that all of this transferring to one belt, it depends on which side I am going to put stuff. No, I'm not going nuclear. I'm not going solar powered. I was about to get out of my comfort zone on purpose. I am not doing that, not in this playthrough, because I will be handling the same issues over and over again. It cannot happen. I have to learn how to handle a crisis like this. And in this case, well, it's not the best way, but it's something. Good news, if I am providing the coal right now, I can start the base just because I have the second independent network. And this is the solar powered independent network that is powering only the inserters. The inserters are still working, they just need a fuel. So in the meantime, I need to check because we got a very, very pretty coal, 6 million coal patch, but we are not providing any coal right there. So the coal from this cargo wagons, from this train, is going to be unloaded when we see it. I think that parts of the base can still start working. Yes, they start working a little bit. It's alright. It's alright. We will see it soon. I'm not going solar powered. I'm not going nuclear. This will just make my problems even bigger. I want to finish the game on the steam powered base. That's it. And now, even if slowly, we still got the stash of the solid fuel right there. I could try to throw it back into the base. Now we just need to control if we got enough of the petroleum gas and or light oil. The heavy oil will be just stashed right there, just in case we can use it up as a source of the solid fuel if needed. But I know that at some point we will need a lot of lubricant, yes. I think that we can do it a little bit different way as well. So let's switch. This is going to have output priority on the right. I will disconnect it for a while. So this time we're not providing any solid fuel since we started adding the coal. And what is the situation like? Okay, we can slowly bump the production. Yes, of course, the boilers still need to get enough of the coal to start working nicely to get the full power output, and then the rest of the coal will slowly travel towards the boilers in the back. I think this is a bad solution. Probably the best way would be to cut it in half and then use kind of only half of this. Of course, using faster belts would be a solution, but assuming that I want to finish the game with the yellow belts, it changes things a little bit. I think I was trying to use the ratios here, although I am not sure about it. Okay, we can easily power all of these boilers right there. It is okay. But we're using a ton of coal, and something has changed about this coal as well. Actually, this looks awful. I can add some things in here. Okay, I think I got the solution. Just move things around totally randomly. But now the new crisis is coming, of course. I mean, who would have thought? All of this needs to be unloaded faster. Of course, we're not getting enough of the electricity, so if I would add the fast inserters to this unloading station, it would get even worse. But also we have mining drills in here. Mining drills that are not really working at this point. Interesting. Can I get the mining productivity? Of course, no, I cannot get better mining productivity. We need the yellow science. We're not having yellow science right now, and there is no way to actually get the yellow science right now. I can see I have another stash in here that I could use and just move things around a bit. So we got things moved around, despite the fact that I have switched the oil refinement, the oil processing to the advanced oil processing. I'm still getting the same amount of petroleum gas, so it is under control right now, but I am getting increased amount of light oil, so we could possibly use this light oil for future reference. We could try to use it to make it into solid fuel and then add it to the solid fuel to make the rocket fuel. My dreams of making a stash of rocket fuel before the rocket launch are non-existent right now. It is not happening. But I have to agree on that. I mean, it cannot get any better at this point. We still got the coal. And as the most precious resource right now, let's check how it goes. Where it goes. Of course, it looks like this belt is full actually, and we're adding a little bit of the rocket fuel in between that coal, so I hope that this is going to help me out in the future. This will create a little bit interesting situation because it might cause the boilers to get stuck a little bit, because boilers won't be able to add other type of fuel, the rocket fuel, because they are using up the coal as the fuel. So the rocket fuel will probably get filtered out and will end up at the very, very end parts of the base. It's only half of this power plant that is going to work right now. But still, it's better than nothing. I just have to think about resuming the production of something else. Oh, by the way, we got some fuel rates there. Nice. And I will try to get rid of the stash. No, we're not making the grenades this time. I took off all of the limits, but this time we are saving up the energy. We cannot do that at all. Let's try to get back to this very, very old part of the base. This is around my spawn point. We're not getting rid of this spaceship. It looks pretty. And we got 600k of unused coal that somehow got stashed in here. We just need to dig it out. And it is possible to do that. It is possible, but we need to move things around. And we need to add the priority, because there was a mixed patch. There was copper patch mixed with coal. I had very similar situation to that on my very first playthrough in Factorio ever. And in this case, I didn't really want to filter things out that much, but maybe if I will push the production rate there, what if I will get the input priority from the right, connect this part. We have a stash rate there anyway, so this will be added to the existing production. I think about adding the second belt to all of this, although it's going to make a huge mess, because I'm definitely not prepared for that. We can make a separate emergency belt for the coal, because apparently I need it. In the meantime, we squeeze some kind of rocket fuel in between, so this is good. Which parts of the base are working? Okay, so everything works right now. I have another plan, because right now most of the fuel that is going to be used is coal, and I could just replace it with the rocket fuel right now. I think I will start taking off the rocket fuel from this belt and try to make it the emergency fuel for now, because we're going to use coal from now on for a moment until we get the production right. So I am adding the coal production from here. This is not much because it needs to be filtered out. The copper needs to be filtered out. This is going to be added to the existing... Wait a minute. Okay. To the existing copper smelting area. No, this is good. I still need to keep those belts around, even if I don't like it, even if it's a little bit too much. That ore patch was much bigger in the past. It was my first ore patch. Now let's check. We got a little bit of the coal left in here, but we need to work on the... We need to work on this crossing that I have left. And remember when I said that I was supposed to make the... There was like a to-do, the rail crossing that I need to work on. I need to work on it right now, otherwise I'm not going to get more of the coal, unless I'm going to dig all of this out, and this is legit as well. It's just because all of the 3 belts are going to be used this way. I really don't like this idea. I know that I really wanted to replace this existing production to make sure that I will not get the energy crisis. But right now it would be so much easier to use it right now. Let's see if I got any signals. Rail signal and rail chain signal. Okay, now I need your help, guys, because I never remember that. Do I have rails, by the way? Yes, I got rails. I will have to derail this. I cannot afford to stop the copper train, the copper ore train. But I cannot just keep that train away, the coal train away. So this needs to get connected again. But how to do that in order to avoid the trains hitting each other? I don't remember which signals go first. Rail signal defines the rail system into blocks, allowing multiple trains to run on the same network. And chain signal says, reads the next signals in the path to allow better control of the trains. I think that it was chain signal before the rain signal, or the other way around. Which one was that? I don't remember. Also, I think I got rid of the part of the train. Okay. No, I thought that I got rid of the part of the train that is not very nice to get rid of. So... Ooh, okay. I could get killed by this train. I could. Oof, okay. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Oof. Okay. Llama, calm down. This is like nothing is happening yet. You're not getting killed by the train yet. I am not sure if it worked this way, but I think that the chain signal had to work first and then the rail signal, something like that. Or the other way around. Oof. Okay, now there is red light in here. Victus, welcome! You're right, it's chain signal before the rail signal with intersections. Thank you for the reminder. I am always very, very bad with trains, and usually I was trying to avoid any of the crossings. So, let me give you some hay bricks as a way to say thank you. And because I see that you're the first time chatting here, this is our little currency that we use in order to play the minigame. And this is called hay bricks because of my bad understanding of words in English. Alright, let's try to make it work. Yeah, now the other way around. So the chain signal, I just need to place it down quite randomly. This is green, this is green. No, it cannot be. No, it's the other way around. No, 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 no. No, it's not the way. It's not the way. Okay. Everything is green right now. No, wait. We don't need coal that much. So before this train starts working again, let's try to disable it into manual mode. Okay, we can just Keep on loading. Okay, I had a moment. Probably. Did I? Thanks for the bricks, but are both rails having trains go both ways? Well, the thing is that the train is actually using the loop. Normally I would go with the train with 2 locomotives on both sides, and they would go both ways, so forward and backward. And this time I wanted to start using the loops like this one, and possibly use the shared areas if possible. But these two train tracks are independent unless we're getting to this crossing. And everything is green right there. I've made it the wrong way. Okay, it's okay. I just need to be careful on this part of the track, because then I am definitely going to be hit by the train. We're taking everything off again. So let's try to focus on this part of the train. If we put the chain signal, I think it should be really close, right? So we stop right there. And then I need to pay attention to the pink path. And if we want to move forward, alright, so now there is red light right there. What about the other one? I don't know how close should I put it. I never remember that. But okay, let's take it slowly. So it's all red both sides. This is not good. This is not good. Okay, I can move across this rail. I can. Don't panic. Don't panic, Llama. That was a strange situation. Let me check this again. This is red, this is green both sides. Yes, it should work like that. Don't get hit by a train. No worries, this rail is safe, the other rail is not safe. And now this is green for the copper train to pass. And now I just want to put this. And this is messed up as well. Because I cannot have the green light in here. Ouch. This needs to be closer together. What am I doing wrong again? Well, this cannot be green. This part should be red both ways, and this part should be green both ways. If I understand correctly, thank you. I am trying not to die. I am desperately trying not to die. Let me see the situation for the fuel production. Well, it ain't much, but it's an honest work. We're squeezing it somewhere. Alright, the full base is working, the full power plant is working for now. This is messed up once again. Do I have... Of course I don't have the radar right there. Let me put the radar. This time I really have to be careful and not get hit by a train. This train is definitely working. It's not like we are not getting enough of the fuel. I don't believe that. Probably we haven't unloaded most of the stuff as well. Even if we got a buffer, yes. Wait, yes. By the way, it has enough of the fuel. I don't have to worry about that. And now, let me get into the train and see what's going to happen. We're supposed to go to the loading part. So we get through the loop. I think no path. Okay. We're going to switch to the manual and get to that crossing. Because I need an example. I'm risking my life right now. But it's okay. Let's risk our lives for a moment. What is going to happen right there? Okay, stop, 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 stop. I should get braking first, by the way. Well, we are supposed to have the green light, but I think that these two rail signals are the ones that are the problem. So what if I will get rid of these and try to switch to the automatic mode? There is still no path in there. What if I will remove those chain signals? It doesn't make much sense. Right now, we got the red light in here. Ah, no, stop. Stop. You have the right. You shall not pass. Get back. Get back, we're doing this. Once again. The second train, I shouldn't be worried about that because it doesn't work. Actually, I really hope for this update to be released soon, because I want to turn all of my trains into roller coaster tycoon experience, and I want to make it, you know, all of the trains on different levels, so I won't have to handle it ever again if I don't have to. That sad looking train, yes it is, but let's focus on doing the chain signals once again. I remember that somehow the signal needs to stop right before, like the signal needs to be right before the crossing. I don't remember that. There was a tutorial part somewhere, right? I don't remember. But I think there was a tutorial part on trains that I was always ignoring. And now I am suffering the consequences. So right now we got the green light and red light. It doesn't work. But you can get green light and red one, because the train will stop right there. And there will be red light in here. So the train needs to stop and check what is the signal on the rail signal. And then it's going to check the other part of the rails if there is any other signal. Something like that. If I do it one way, I can do it the other way. Now both of them are green, which is unbelievable. No, they would crash at this point. I don't remember where exactly. Wait a minute. Am I? No. I don't think I am posting them the wrong way. Alright, this makes sense, because if I am going from eastern part to western part, I got the green light, but the other way around, I would have red light. I think so. Now for the other side. This doesn't make sense at all. This train will have no idea where to go, just like me. Okay. Okay. So this train has passed. Get back! Get back! I will go manually. I'm going to waste that additional fuel. I will cut down more of the trees afterwards. But I need to make sure that it works correctly. Oh, wait. Let me get the other train. Why am I not using the trains? This is like the best part to try it out in practice without guessing what's going to happen. Right, we're getting into this train. I'm not sure if I can go automatic. Okay. Just go to the station. Okay, it can possibly go to the station. But I think at this point they could possibly crash. We'll see. Now stop. You shall not pass. Now. We got two trains. By the way, this one could be black. Because this is a coal-related train. It looks like in the grayscale, but it doesn't matter. Now we got the green light right there. So if I will pass right there, it switches to red light here. So the locomotive that is transferring copper, or actually is going to pick up the copper, is not able to pass. It will have to stand somewhat close to that crossing, even if we got the green light right there. But now, wait a minute. It was green a moment ago, am I right? Let me see. Yes, because we have to keep this change signal green in order to pass. And also we have to have the green signal right there. So if I will move like this, then this signal is red. So this train is not allowed to pass. Well, I am allowed to pass, but it's me. So this locomotive would probably stop. And if we pass right there, then I think that this rail signal that it is red, it doesn't affect the situation anymore. I think so. But assuming that we will pass, this train signal should turn into green, and we should have green on this rail signal as well. But I will have to get out to see if it really works this way. Not yet. And if we do that, then well, I tried. I tried. Maybe I need to move a little bit more, but it should already change the signal, I think. This is far enough. Yes, okay, so this is what I was hoping for. So right now we got the green light for this train to just pass through this crossing, and this chain signal shouldn't change at all. It should be red. Also, it blocks this one to be red, which is what is expected, because that train could possibly get back, because I am using the same train tracks both ways. I mean, it doesn't matter if this is a loop or if it's not the loop, or if I got locomotives on both sides. It's pretty much the same situation. But let's get back to this. So even if the rail signals are green, it doesn't matter, because the chain signals are the ones that are going to let the train pass or not. So if I will pass with this train right now, and I will try to pass it, then I should get, I think, this chain signal unlocked. We'll see. I will have the green light on both sides, probably. I don't remember. Let's move on with our lives a little bit. This is enough. And right now we are allowed to pass both ways. And if I would be nasty enough, I could just pick up the locomotive, move it right there, or actually attach another locomotive. Do I have these? Do I have the locomotives? Not really. Oh, well, actually I have them. So let's attach them. Let's be nasty bunch of llamas. And attach them like this. Of course, there is no fuel. But I will throw something inside. Right. So let's get back with this train to see what's the situation like right now. Because in this case, we're allowed to pass with the locomotive, with the train that is going to drop the copper, because if it's heading towards the east, it is going to drop the copper ore at the station, and this one is about to get the coal from the station in the north. So let's assume the other way. Right now, this one has the right to pass, and this one has the right to pass. But because this train has entered the area where we got the chain signal that turned into red at this point, and this one turned into red, so the other train won't be allowed to pass. So I will pass this one, and then the chain signal from the copper train should allow the copper train to pass from the western side to the eastern side. Yes, because we got chain signal that is green and the rail signal that is green, which means that if I will pass to the east, if I will pass the crossing, then I should have the chain signal from the southern side and from the northern side. Both of them should be locked. They should be red. Yes, I am still allowed to pass because I have crossed the chain signal that is changing it, but not for this train anymore, so I'm allowed to pass. And in this case, it should probably unlock the northern part. They should not hit each other. Alright, so the signals on for both trains, but no, they shouldn't hit each other. I mean, took me a while, but it looks like it makes any sense. So this train, because it was supposed to get the resources, I'm going to take this locomotive. Yeah. And this one, I will take the other locomotive, because this one was supposed to drop the resources. Can I actually make them work at the same time? I am not sure if I can make it so quickly. But let's see, if we go for automatic and then the other one. Yep, it was waiting. All right. I guess this is sorted out. Took me a while, but it was the best way to just not assume things, just use the real trains, manual mode, try to do some crossing thing, and it's okay. I mean, I am satisfied. How much time it took me to resolve it? So was it 30 minutes? Was it more than that? No, it's okay. It's okay. At least the more I am going to practice it this way, the more I am going to learn, and the less I am going to avoid doing that. So in theory, it's supposed to be resolved. So the signals, we can remove that part. Fueling the train, we can remove that part. This goes too well. So far, so good. So right now we're not avoiding. Oh, wait a minute, what is out there? Okay, I thought it's called. Never mind. Okay. So this should be resolved already. What does that mean? That both of the trains work, so we are getting enough of the copper. Of course, we got some other copper source, but I wanted to use trains because I need more trains in the future for this unloading station that is in progress. We don't need to make it yet because we got enough of the copper for now. The copper ore and copper plates, because we're not doing any research. Anyway, I'm not blocking myself from using that coal patch, which is like a backup for this coal patch that we got right there at the base, the 600k. And now I would like to prioritize this 600k to be used up, not this coal that is being used up at the moment. And I think that no, there is no electricity issue, and I'm not going to replace those inserters. I am going to prioritize using those drills in order to get the coal out there, which can possibly lead me to the problem that I had before. So when we resolve the fuel situation and we get back to the fully working power plant without using the coal as the main source, because this is the goal of mine, to avoid using the coal as the main source, you can see that we already have a little bit of the rocket fuel filtered out. I had this power plant powered with the solid fuel at the beginning of today's stream, but then we didn't produce enough and we got into that bad cycle of not getting enough of the energy, not all of the boilers were powered, we didn't get enough of the steam, and the goal is to not switch to nuclear energy at all. There is one thing that I would like to allow myself, and still I'm not sure if this is cheating or not, but I wanted to switch from solid fuel to the rocket fuel. Also, it would be easier to just steal some of this rocket fuel and to just move it towards the rocket, because the rocket needs the rocket fuel as well, so I would produce it anyway. There is one more thing that I could actually try to do. If we go for a Coverex enrichment process, and if we make the rocket fuel turned into the, I think it's called nuclear fuel, but I will have to check once again. Yes, if we will turn it into the nuclear fuel, it is said that it is burnable. So I could possibly use this burnable fuel that has got so much bigger fuel value than the rocket fuel itself. I could try to burn it into boilers. Of course, you might think, why not just switching to the nuclear power plant? I do this every time with my playthrough, and this is why I end up having energy crisis all the time. So in order to learn how to get through those issues, I would prefer to maybe switch to the nuclear fuel that I can burn in boilers. And of course, the train would run really, really nicely with that. Of course, the chance to being hit by the train and get killed by the train would be so much bigger. But there is a chance that it's not going to be... Well, that's the point. It is kind of using nuclear fuel, but not really using nuclear fuel. You know what I mean? It's not using nuclear fuel at the nuclear power plant. And I said, I am not using nuclear, I'm not going nuclear. So should I actually limit myself and avoid using nuclear fuel in the future? Or can I just bypass this a little bit and make it into nuclear fuel, not the nuclear fuel cell that could be used in the nuclear power plant? Just burn the stuff in the boilers, get a lot of energy, and call it a day. I'm still wondering, would that be considered cheating? But it's okay. Some of the issues have been resolved. I will try to check if there is anything going on. Oh, by the way, who forgot? Somebody forgot to place the radar at the station to make sure that we know what is happening right there. And it was a really bad moment to check that out in the first place, because we had energy crisis, and with energy crisis, well, nothing was working, so the radars were not working either. It's okay. It's okay. Lagather, welcome. How are you doing today? I probably resolved the issue with the train crossing. We just need to cross the train crossing carefully from now on. Well, the trains are not running on extremely valuable fuel, although we can still get hit by a train, which is not fun. Okay, one radar goes here. And we're going to see everything. Choo-choo, just like you said. Trains running on wood. I am using all of the wood I can, because I know that this more valuable energy needs to go to the boilers. I just knew that this better quality fuel needs to go somewhere else. And if trains are running on wood, there is still a chance to get hit by a train, but it's, you know, the speed is smaller. So the less of the speed, the better. The longer Llama can stand on the train tracks, right? And remember that I said I'm going to use up all of this wood. I have burned through all of the fuel that I have found. Wait. I think I have secret stash in one more place. In one more place, if I remember correctly. Science says I had, no. Wow. I had a stash in here, but I moved it already. Damn, so I really burned through all of the wood. Seriously. So if I wouldn't use the coal, if I wouldn't just move the coal around, then I would still have a huge crisis. Not good news, actually. Also, do I have the radars everywhere from now on? I need to add more of the light But this time... Okay, I'm going to prioritize the light a little bit later to make sure that I am not spending the precious energy on something that is not necessarily important right now. By the way, because I got a little bit of the time, I can see that we're squeezing a little bit of the rocket fuel already. We should make it into stash, in my opinion. There are some of the boilers that work purely on this type of fuel. Or I could try to disconnect. If I will get like half of this belt full of the rocket fuel, then I will switch off, I will turn off the coal and we'll see how it goes. Because we might get into a crisis and not produce enough of the plastic. By the way, no Barbie dolls were harmed during the making of this stream, during the making of the plastic in this factory. By the way, there is one assembling machine that is not working properly. It doesn't have the output. We need to fix that. I will just mark the tag fix. No big context in here, just fix this. Never mind. What about the candles? Well, that's a little bit different topic. Damn, you're going to expose me again. Oh no. It feels so much better, guys. Okay. Let's try to get rid of the things that I wanted to get rid of in the first place. So these electric furnaces, this can go already. All of these belts, this can go. And I was hoping to make a little bit of the military science packs. So all of these walls, they have been made into something, and because we got the military science packs right there, I will just transfer it. Okay, we need a buffer, because this goes very, very slowly. I mean, come on. This needs a buffer very similar to this assembling machine. Also, what is that? We need to bump the production. Who needs the candles? Oh, wow. Wow. This is controversial, laser. Soon we're going to discuss the purpose of candles from the Barbie movie that we haven't watched. A friendly reminder. Oh yeah. So actually Laser wanted to watch that movie, but I kind of have a problem with that movie a little bit. As far as I have heard a little bit that actually Ken as a character, as the characters in the movie, they were not necessarily treated well. I don't know if we want to watch this movie later. Alright, what do we do about this? I mean, remind me, why do we stash the engine units in here? Because I'm slowly getting salty about this. Oof, wait. Assuming that, okay, we can still use it for the red magazines, so we can just turn it off. Alright, we can just turn it off. And where does it go again? Oh yeah, we're making the bullets. Okay, this can stay in here unless... Oh my god, it goes from the goes from the smelting area, the new smelting area. This is one of the last belts that are getting back towards the north. And because my main bus is going south, I want to keep everything going south. That was the idea. Ooh, okay. And also there is one belt that is free, and I need to get rid of it. Okay. And also we got another secret stash of the advanced circuits. Have I mentioned? I believe I mentioned that many times. That I always have secret stash of something, of some kind of items, and it's not extremely bad. It's just I am getting confused at times. And I don't know which should I use at this point. Okay, let's try to simplify it. Simplifying will be the best way. Of course, we don't have to go around like this later. We need some snacks and some drinks. Definitely drinks, I think. I'm not sure if we want to watch Candles not being treated well. Who will end up butthurt faster? Me or you? We can actually place bets later. Yeah, they treated Ken way better in the Street Fighter games. Wow, that hurts. When you say this, that hurts. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. I am trying to get some progress right there. It's good. Okay, I repurposed this assembling machine into something else. Also, do I have bricks? Do I have... Give me some bricks. Finally! I wanted to pick it up for such a long time already. Never mind. This was placed down randomly. Okay. Oh, wait. We're moving it. Okay. So all of this, we don't want to split it in the first place. It gets split in here. So let's assume we're not splitting it at all. And it's going to look awful. But if we move it around like this part, we can just add it to something else, so it will be used up. And I have the idea, but I have to get rid of this production. And if I get rid of this production, this engine unit's stash will have to be moved somewhere else. Because I am not going to use up stuff from this belt, because this is like never-ending belt. Yeah, I would just disassemble it. As simple as that. Just disassemble it. For now, if I can add anything... Can I add anything? Okay, you can make some stuff still. You are allowed to. I just want to get rid of the stuff in my inventory for now. So you're allowed to work. But when you're getting rid of the gear wheels, the pipes, then I am disassembling it. Also, what is going on here? Well, actually, I need this part to make the firearm magazines. I can possibly switch the assembling machines even if it feels a little bit unsure. Okay, we're kind of halfway through our production. The production potential is 72 megawatts as long as we have the resources. That's the difficult part that we already figured out. Good evening to you, Ragnar. How are you doing today? Also, are you going to celebrate the new year in any way? Do you have some New Year's resolutions? Maybe to paint some more miniatures or something like that? I am just curious.
Meow! Hello.
Meow! Hello! Oh, I can see that a lovely streamer has arrived in the chat and said hello to us. I'm not sure if I can call you out when you used the sound commands, but definitely we should give a shout out to Heather, who is a great Dwarf Fortress streamer. Also, he's really great at XCOM and Battle Brothers. Personally, I love his Battle Brothers streams the most. But I know that he's really good at Dwarf Fortress as well. So make sure you follow, because there is a button that allows you to follow really quickly. You don't have to click on the username and stuff, so you better do that already. I'm actually busy cleaning out my hobby room. Cleaning out, what does it mean? Are you getting rid of your hobby stuff or something like that, Ragnar? Do I understand correctly? I hear echo with those sound commands. We should check it later. Alright, we will. This is not related to the streamer, by the way, so it's not that part. Oh, you might get rid of some stuff. Okay, that's a good decision as well. This is some kind of decision being made about your stuff. So I approve that. Yeah. I think it is at some point you need to make a decision about your stuff. And if you are ready to part with some items, then it's good for you. The less items, the less trouble, right? I am trying to do a similar thing, but with papers, and I need to tell you guys, I got tons of papers. Way too many papers than I expected. And sometimes it's really hard to part with some papers because they're university related notes. So I try to keep the stuff that I want to keep, but maybe I scan those notes just so I don't have to keep it physically. By the way, did I get disconnected for a moment? I got disconnected from the Twitch chat for a second. I should find a place to donate stuff to or something, maybe. But I am sure that if these are miniature painting related stuff, you could possibly find somebody who will take them from you really quickly, or maybe if some of this stuff is new, you can even try to sell it for a little bit lower price. Alright, the stream is fine. This time the stream is fine. Thank you for letting me know. I'm not panicking because of the stream. We just had a microphone accident today. It's just a random thing, you know? It's more stuff that I will ever be able to paint in my life. Okay, I mean, that's fair. I'm just saying, if you got some of the new miniatures, then maybe you can sell them as well. For lower price than the price you paid for it, but still. You can try to get some of your money back, I'm sure. The new pretty stuff I am keeping. Oh, alright. But it's good that you're making decisions about your items. I wish I could make this kind of decisions faster. Oh, by the way, I told you I could just place a steel chest in here. Llama, why you're like that? Why you're making things harder than they are? Why? You don't have to. Yeah, you just switch stuff in here, forget it. It's just Tau stuff and Imperial Guard and some neat stuff. Alright. So this is the stuff that you're keeping, right? I mean, whatever you decide to keep, it's just good that you have this idea. Okay, I need to declutter stuff. Maybe I need to get rid of something. It's a very reasonable thing to do. Oh, Llamas, I have noticed that the trains got back. And they are not damaged yet. Train kill 0. I hope it's not gonna change. By the way, I need a taxi train in here, and this would be a perfect rail to use for a taxi train. And they had this concept on my first map, but taxi train is not something to think about this time. Not this time. We're simplifying the old part of the base. The part of the base that is so old that it is awful. Oh, not like this. I had another plan. Yeah. Oh no, just more stuff in the inventory. That was not the plan. That was the plan. And if it gets used up, I will get rid of this build, but let's avoid putting more stuff in the chest. Oh, this part, I forgot about it. I completely forgot about it. We can just add it to that splitter to just make it longer a little bit. Add it to the splitter. It is adding new belts, but also it is helping my sanity to survive. Yeah. So I have cleared up underground belts from here. Oh no, picked up some steel plates. Ah, yuck. Alright, it's all good. Oh, you can't decide yet. You can always try to use this strategy. There is a strategy for decluttering stuff that says make a time will tell container. So if you cannot decide about something, you put it into that container, and then you might want to give yourself a deadline. Let's say in about 3 months you're about to check this certain container, and if you still feel like you don't need those items, then you get rid of them. But if you think that you still need those, then you keep them. Maybe this could help you with making decision. This is to have a deadline. That you set a deadline for making a decision about those items, but you still have this little buffer that allows you to rethink if you really need this stuff that you have put into time will tell container. Maybe it's a little bit of workaround, but it's something. Not all of decisions have to be made immediately, and seriously, I have been interested in decluttering, minimizing the amount of stuff that I have. And of course, everybody knows about the famous Marie Kondo way of just taking out everything from your wardrobe, for example, and trying to decide right away, does it spark joy, whatever. It doesn't work for everybody, and then you might just regret it later that you've made the decisions way too quickly, that you took all of the stuff of a certain type into one place, and then you start feeling overwhelmed about it. I mean, who needs that? You can just switch to a little bit different methods that maybe take a little bit more of the time in order to make a decision, but they don't seem to be that overwhelming. And so I tried to work on that for the last year or so. I am not sure. Many times I already feel overwhelmed by my stuff, by the papers. There are some things that I need to keep that are related to, you know, to the medical stuff. And this is something that I definitely need to keep. But other things, I might feel guilty a bit about the university stuff that I have learned in the past. Maybe I would like to get back to something. And there is always that chance, but I end up having way too many papers. So there needs to be a balance. So if you will figure out that you actually want to use that method, then let me know how did it go afterwards. Did it help you? Because I'm curious about it as well. I tried to set up this kind of thing, but I don't remember. Okay, that's a bit embarrassing. I forgot where I put that container, where I left the stuff to be decided on later, and probably I really tried to look for a container that I could use for something else, and probably I repurposed it, and that's why I cannot find it. Our place is not that big to lose the stuff like that anyway. Okay, Llamas, I think that we can slowly, I mean, judging by the belt, I think that slowly we can switch to the rocket fuel completely. Am I getting a little bit of stash somewhere that needs to be added? Not really. Not really. The production is still very, very slow, and of course it's not the electricity issue. This time it's just the production issue. We got enough of the petroleum gas at this point. We could make more of the solid fuel at this point. And we got plenty of light oil. Wow. Okay, I knew that these storage tanks are not enough in general. I knew that. But it was supposed to be temporary solution in general. I was supposed to have bigger oil cracking area in there. But I never got to that spot. And for now I need to utilize what I have. The oil refineries, we switched, most of them are switched to advanced oil processing, which is benefiting me a lot. But I will end up not using up the full potential of the production for the oils. It would be really nice to get more of the chemical plants going to use up this petroleum gas. We will have all of the storage tanks full, and it's not about adding more storage tanks. Usually I would do that, but this time I need to really care about it. I need to focus on trying to expand the production instead of just expanding the storage tanks, because this is awful. Roland in the deep, welcome. Long time no see. How are you doing? I am just analyzing the situation that caused... Okay, I had a little bit of crisis in my base. Hey, we can even switch to the solid fuel right now. Guys, I think that we will switch to solid fuel for a moment. I'm here for the church service. Oh, unfortunately, I have finished playing the Graveyard Keeper. There were many services already. We have prayed for a lot of different things. It was a great experience. Our church was great. It's just a little bit sad. It feels like the base game, because I was playing only the base game. It feels like it was a little bit too short though. Yeah. But I am happy I was able to play this game anyway, so maybe in the future it would be nice to play the DLCs. Alright, let's switch to the solid fuel once again, because we don't need that much of the solid fuel. We got some buffer. The axis is not going to be output to the right as I set up. It's going to be put to the left. Of course, it's not going to be that dense, but we still have a little bit of stuff right there. I think that switching to the previous fuel should be okay at this point. If not, we will get back to the previous solution. Mistrem, welcome! How is it going, everyone? We had an energy crisis, imagine. We had an energy crisis. So, wow. And we handled it somehow, for now. Just messing around. But Roland, still, if I will get back to the Graveyard Keeper to play the DLCs, we still need to have a bunch of really good sermons. There is always somebody to pray for, right? And I think that last time we have been praying for Twitch and Jeff Bezos. What about the other spooky game? That one, The Evil Within. Okay, here's the honest question, guys. Are you really ready to listen to my screams? Are you ready for that? Because I might not be ready for that. My neighbors might not be ready for that. I'm afraid to play it a little bit. I don't know how to fight the big guy. I was supposed to sneak a lot and be able to kill the zombies in the way that they are not going to respawn. The hard part is that they respawn unless I burn them. And I cannot really move the zombie bodies in order to move them to one big stash to burn all of them. So it's either something about the game mechanics that I don't understand, or something that I'm doing wrong, that I can't get through that part of the scenario. And it's chapter 3 or chapter 2. This is like very beginning of the game. I am ashamed that I couldn't get through it. But you call it the other spooky game. What is the other game that you planned to talk about? Because definitely Graveyard Keeper is not a scary game. It is a very enjoyable game. Makes me scatterbrained a little bit, but at least we were making a lot of friends. The church is great, the sermon is great. Thanks for donations, bye. Actually, thank you. You forgot to say thank you. And yes, Mr. M, I can see the YouTube chat. Exactly. I have been restreaming to YouTube today. I have left the message in news and schedule. That was pretty late, but actually I didn't want to put the news unless I know how to set up the restream to YouTube. Fun fact: in order to stream on YouTube, you have to kind of you need to send the request in order to be able to stream on YouTube. And you need to wait 24 hours after you send the request in order to be able to stream to YouTube. And I had no idea about that. And I was lucky enough to request it, to check it out, because you need the stream key in order to be able to stream. I wanted to get the stream key. And I have noticed that I need to request the possibility to go live on YouTube. And I was like, wait, I need to wait 24 hours. That was Wednesday. That was Wednesday this week. And I was like, oh yeah, this is great. If I would give the information, if I would leave an announcement that I am going to go live on both Twitch and YouTube, then I would get in trouble because I would have undelivered promise. Because I wouldn't be able to stream to YouTube at the same time. I wouldn't have that request sent yet. So I was lucky once again. And of course we had some technical issues today. Especially technical issues regarding my microphone, so I need to replace that cable. On the other hand, I don't know what is happening with that cable because it kind of recognizes that the device is plugged in. On the other hand, it doesn't show up in my OS as the device. So there is either something messed up with the maybe with the drivers, maybe with the software, maybe I need to update it, or the cable is messed up. And actually this thing started to happen when I messed up my cable, so there is a chance that it's the cable issue. Alright, let's check. Well, it looks like energy crisis, it looks like it, but we are building up, look. We are building up some buffer with the solid fuel. So I would say I will keep it like this, but we need to expand. I wanted to make the science. It's not possible to make the science this way. Yeah. That's why I said spooky. There is spooky, scary, and spooky fun. Okay. Graveyard Keeper was definitely spooky fun. And don't forget the donkey. Don't forget the donkey. I miss the donkey. I have heard that there is a special mission with the donkey, and actually I have checked on the wiki what is this whole thing about, and the donkey is supposed to convince you to take part in some kind of revolution. So strange, but it's a part of the DLC. I need to grab the DLCs at some point. But every time when I promise myself, yes, I will check the Steam sale. Actually, I try to remove stuff from my wishlist, not to add stuff to my wishlist. It is just a more reasonable thing to do. Alright, Llamas, I am getting rid of all the coal. Seems like the crisis is gone. I cannot believe I'm telling you this. Oh, okay, it might not look like much right there. I understand. On the other hand, we're building up. I wanted to say we're building up the buffer, but we have used up quite a lot of resources already. Yeah, I think that buffer was longer, but the solid fuel is using up, is providing more of the energy. So in comparison to coal is providing, let me see. I don't have coal in my inventory, great. The coal is providing 4 megajoules of fuel value. And the solid fuel is providing 12, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it's providing 12. So if we switch to solid fuel and then mix it with the rocket fuel that is providing 100 megajoules of fuel value, then we should be all right. It's just about the stack, that some of the boilers are already using the solid fuel on the stack, so they are not going to pick up anything else. They are not going to pick any other type of fuel because they're kind of waiting for the solid fuel as their source of the energy. Of course, if they will use up all of the stack of the fuel that is inside the boiler, they are going to kind of look for any other type of fuel and they are going to use it for their stack. But yeah, but it's way better than it was before anyway. The only thing you can lose are your chains and rope. Donkey, probably. I'm looking at Factorio and one side of me wants to get it and the other side of me knows it's not a good idea to buy a new game, which I would spend hundreds of hours on. It depends on what your priorities are, if you can actually tell yourself to stop playing the game. And I am not the one to judge you here, because you know that I have been streaming Graveyard Keeper for 12 hours. So I am not the one to judge you. I just want to say that, well, it can be a single player game. You can keep it purely a single player experience. And single player games are good because they can always wait for you. You don't have to rush things. Maybe you would like to block some of the updates if you are installing any of the mods to increase your experience. But in general, single player games can wait for you. It depends on how many games you have on your wish list as well, so I would consider that. Well, there is no good answer in this case. I am struggling as well because there is RimWorld on my wish list that I have on the wish list for at least 3 years that I am a little bit afraid to play because I don't know what kind of title I would get this time. You call me the Great Oppressor already. I don't know what I would turn into if I would start playing RimWorld, but it's on sale, and it's like how much? It's 15% or 12% sale, and I start thinking that it would make sense to grab it. But there are other games that I have that are worth checking out and playing. I had Graveyard Keeper for at least a year before I played it. So, you know, I just reminded myself randomly, hey, I got this awesome game that I have seen in the past. Oh, by the way, if you remember, guys, if you remember what happened to Geralt the Witcher in Graveyard Keeper, then feel free to put F's in the chat for Geralt. Have we prayed for the poor soul of poor Geralt the Witcher? Cause I don't remember if we did. Oh my god, Roland, I think that we got another reason to get another sermon done. I don't think we prayed for Geralt the Witcher. Oh, by the way, this stuff got fixed already. So why do you have fixed marker here? Okay, Llama, you're doing so... I'm doing something. Yeah, we haven't prayed for Geralt the Witcher, and the Witcher is actually... Well... They rest in peace in one certain grave. I know which grave was that, but we haven't prayed for them. I mean, it feels so bad for Geralt. I had no idea that Snake can be so cruel. I thought that Snake is going to be a little bit more funnier character, that you're going to summon bigger chicken next time, you know. Oh, by the way, the locomotives didn't hit each other yet. Let me check the other one. And of course, the other one cannot be checked because it is... Wait. Oh, this is the other locomotive, the other train. And they didn't hit each other. They are at full health. Finally I figured this out. Yet. What do you mean yet? Nothing. Alright. I am going to suffer because of the poor choice of words again. Never mind. What do you mean locomotives didn't hit each other yet? Cause I didn't believe in my abilities of setting up the chain signals and rail signals properly. Okay, I tested it with manual setting on the trains, but I was still worried that there is some slight chance that maybe I have overlooked something. I was trying to look both ways, but I haven't checked all of the possibilities. And yeah. Hello, Frias! Good to see you! Actually, I cannot mix the chats from YouTube and Twitch. I see the chat from YouTube, so you can say hello there as well. You can... Oh my god! I need to say... Can I say this? This is the first restream to YouTube, so I can actually say this, but... You know that I don't like the concept in general, but please like and subscribe. Am I doing this the right way? YouTube chat doesn't see your messages. The point is, I cannot put the YouTube chat onto the overlay that I am showing on Twitch, because Twitch doesn't allow that to happen. So I can respond to somebody who is writing on YouTube. Don't worry about that. But when it comes to merging the chat, if somebody could possibly find me on YouTube and they would join the chats, I could speak to them, but you wouldn't be able to see unless you're lurking on YouTube as well. Unfollowed. Oh, damn. I knew it will get me in trouble. I knew that. No, seriously, that's something I am not a huge fan of anyway. If I finally make the first YouTube video, like legit video, not the live stream, the legit video, I will try to pin it and say it only once that, hey guys, actually everybody says that, probably I need to say it once, please like and subscribe. I will try not to bother you ever again. You're cruel to your trains? I am not. It's just the possibility of messing up things. I still allow myself to, maybe not to make mistakes. Wait a minute. What is a piece of plastic doing here? What was the piece of plastic doing here? Wait a minute. Can somebody explain? No. No, wait. Why do I get the random plastic in here? There is another plastic bar. Wait, why do we get plastic in here? Wait. Because this goes into explosive production, yes, and it makes plastic, but it shouldn't happen. How did I end up getting plastic into this? Okay, if I spot it again... But that's impossible. Okay, that was strange. Ready 2 steps ahead at you with that. What did I say again? Just use the same clip fragment for saying the like and subscribe. Plastic pollution feels too close to home. It's not Barbie dolls, I promise. But, yeah, you have already accused me of melting the candles instead of Barbie dolls. You made a clip. Oh no. Oh no, I'm gonna get called out on something again. Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Feel free to post it right there, as well as on YouTube chat, as well as in Llama Media on Discord. Oh, by the way, my Discord. Yeah. Because I don't have the ways to post immediately to YouTube with Stream Deck right now, I'm going to just post it randomly. We still need to adjust some things here and there. But today is a full YOLO day. It's a day when I am trying to check if my PC can handle this kind of situation. That's it. And for now, it looks good. For now. Okay, guys, because I was about to get rid of this part of the factory. Also, there is a lot of workarounds in here. I don't like it. We could try to get rid of all of this. And just squeeze all of it. We could try to optimize it, but I'm getting anxious each time when I think that this stuff would have to be moved somewhere else. Let's get rid of the advanced circuits, because I know what to do with them. Well, I'm sure about this, because we have a free belt going on. Not sure where is it yet. This one. It goes south, and when it goes south, look, it gets attached to the advanced circuits, so we can definitely use that one to get rid of all of that junk, and I already tried to get rid of it. Okay. That's a little bit less fun situation. Also, is there anything that actually uses the red circuits? There is nothing that is using the red circuits right now. Actually, it wasn't a bad place. It wasn't a bad place to keep all of the red circuits in here. I am just going to get back, rebuild this place once again. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I'm definitely not going mad over this. Oh, okay. Do we have... Okay, we still got the copper ore in here. And also, I was trying to add the stuff into the existing belts. I think that because we're not using that much of the coal anymore, I might want to disconnect these and enforce some coal usage naturally by extracting this coal from this area. I will be still adding something, so we got some backups. Speaking of backups, how is the power plant? The power plant is doing. I cannot say that it is doing well, but it is doing. We definitely stuck up on the fuel, on the rocket fuel, which is great, but we need to produce more of the solid fuel. I don't have any other choice. I need to start making the serious production right there. Also, those oil refineries, I think 3 of these, they can be made into advanced oil processing, because we're benefiting from that so much more. You just add water and you get all 3 types of resources. You get more of the stuff and you can utilize it better way. And we got full light oil storage tanks. Unbelievable. And the heavy oil is getting full, so we don't even have to worry about the heavy oil. If I could just throw the... Guys, we don't have to save up that much. I can use up the heavy oil to make the solid fuel. Of course, I understand that it's not going to be effective. In the past, I was worried that the amount of light oil will not allow me to produce enough of the light oil, or I will just make the light oil into solid fuel and add the light oil to make it into rocket fuel. We can do it this way as well, but we can use up petroleum gas too. It's just about of utilizing this space. Of course, I could try to landfill this area, but I want to keep some water source around me to make sure that I'm not missing on any water. I knew that oils are going to be very complex issue to me, that I have so many options of solving this problem, and still I cannot solve this problem. You know what I mean, guys? So I try to think of something. I desperately try to think of something that would help me out. That would be... I know what I know what my brain is trying to think. Like, my squishy brain is telling me that I need to try to utilize the resources in the best way possible, although I don't have enough of the experience to actually do it this way. So, also manage storm crisis. Do we have to? Okay, we might have to. It's not a bad idea.
No.
It's not a bad idea. It's just we don't have space, and now spaghettiing things in is not good. And we're running out of resources, so I think I have nothing. I really have nothing. No choice at this point. And chemical plants need steel plates. Gear wheels, electronic circuits. Can I set up something really quickly right there? I don't think so. And I was about to get rid of the advanced circuits. I remember that. I remember. It's just at this point, I have way too many things on the to-do list. But okay, let's grab some of these. Okay, I will grab this part. I don't need too much of this. I will just pick up the steel plates that I was supposed to utilize anyway. We will make some chemical plants. Manually, forgive me, llamas. Good news, there is no delay between sound effects request and SFX playing. Okay, this is nice. The lowest delay possible, the better. We were trying to work on that with laser to cause the lowest delay. I was worried if multi-streaming will affect it. Yes, we had like 7 seconds of delay when we were testing it out with laser yesterday. We had about 7 seconds delay of what I see in OBS, because I need to start streaming in OBS, send this into a restreaming service that actually splits it between 2 platforms, Twitch and YouTube. And in between that, we had about 7 seconds. So that was the delay that was... I mean, it's hard to accept this kind of delay, in my opinion. So we were trying to minimize this delay. And I think that it's like 3 seconds right now, max 4 seconds, something like that. Oh yeah, this is the belt I'm looking for. Hello? This is the belt I'm looking for. Right time for me to hit the hay again. Was fun, even though it was short. Good luck on the factory and the multi-stream, and have a happy New Year's Eve. Thank you, Mr. M. I wish you a good weekend, and I'm not sure if I helped you out with making a decision regarding should you pick Factorio or not, but I'm sure that whatever decision you're going to make, it's going to be the best decision you could possibly make at the moment. And I forgot to respond, but I read that you are getting the internship starting February. So time during the weekends is not a bad idea, actually, but it depends on what priorities you have. And also, I forgot to say congratulations on getting the internship. I hope you will get it and you will get the necessary work experience. I think I will buy it after I'm done with the internship. Actually, it's a nice goal to have, that you promise yourself that you'll get something done, and then when you get it done, as a reward, you can buy a game. Yeah, that's fair. So, congratulations once again. Don't have one yet. Do I have some interviews planned? Good luck with that. I know that the interviews might be a pain in the butt. And I just hope you're going to survive them. Just remember that if the person from the recruitment team is going to ask you what kind of plant you would like to be, just don't answer you want to become a succulent. Or what is your spirit animal? You shouldn't really respond that it's sloth, for example. Or I am not sure if you want to tell them what kind of patronus you're going to summon. No, I'm just joking. I'm sure that it's going to go well. Good luck with the interviews. I'm crossing my human puppet fingers for you, Mr. M, and take care of yourself. Thank you once again for joining today. Already had to do the Fizzbuzz code. It can be worse. I mean, you can get really strange recruiting questions. What kind of animal would you like to be? Or something like that. Snorlax. Okay, so Frios, is this your response to becoming a like getting a spirit animal? Is it something else? Oh, by the way, Llamas, I have found another secret stash of coal and wood. I don't know when I keep placing all of these things. I don't know. Anyway, let's move on with our lives. I got some stuff to get rid of. I got plenty of the electric furnaces that need to be put into science making. And I need to get rid of the chemical science packs. I got many things to figure out right now. Please do not hit me, train. Okay, this is good. This is good. Wow, I can get rid of all of this transport belt right now. Let's start doing that. This is the transport belt that had all of the blue signs, if I'm not mistaken. Wait a minute. Oh no, this is stone related stuff. I made a mistake. Never mind. You haven't seen that. That was all planned. Thank you all. See you in the new year. See you too, Mr. M. And thank you for joining. It was the quickest one to do the Fizzbuzz code today. Okay, this is good. This shows your potential. Although you need to be ready for weird questions. No, actually, I am just joking. I never got this kind of question. It's not like I got through tons of interviews in my life. But I didn't have to get through really weird questions like this one. I remember that the first interview I had, I literally felt humiliated by the recruiting person. I had only one recruiting person, and I don't really want to think about it this way, but it feels like this guy... Okay, I was a university student back then. It felt like this guy kind of didn't believe that I can code for some reason. I was scared as hell, and he was asking me questions that were so bizarre, like it was damn ridiculous. He was asking questions like, what kind of software, what kind of IDE you're using for coding? And I was like, what the hell? You were about to ask me about, you know, if I know the basics of this certain programming language, instead of asking me questions like that. I was so confused about that, let's say the whole recruitment process didn't end well for me. But imagine having this kind of person in the team anyway, that is asking you such stupid type of questions. I just couldn't believe that. Remember that, Laser? I think that you should remember that. interview. That was a disaster. People have clearly too much time if you get those. Yeah, exactly. But seriously, that is crazy. I had no idea somebody can treat me like this. And I don't know why did that happen. Maybe because I was so scared, so stressed out. But they didn't approach me in the way to kind of make me feel a bit comfortable, to ask some kind of warm-up question. It was like interrogation of some sort. I was like, what the fuck? It's C++. I can write in whatever. It doesn't matter, really. And back then, I still wanted to work in C++. I mean, life has changed. I shouldn't have been avoiding C++, but as work experience, I got none in C++. Maybe it was supposed to be this way. But yeah, that person was just awful. Okay, wait. I was supposed to get rid of the electric furnaces, so first let's get rid of electric furnaces and I will add some of these chemical science packs. Because we need to get rid of this junk. Okay, this stuff. See, we still got some stash from the previous factory that was made, and I'm still dealing with the old stuff. There is a lot of things like that, but it is easy to get used to it. What is out there? I believe that this is related to expanding the blue science. Yes, so we got the blue science produced, but it's not a lot of blue science. C++ is okay. C++ programmers are awful, talking from experience. Well, they can have pretty strong opinions. I know. Means you value your sanity or not depends on alternative. Well, the first job that I got has proven that I might not value my sanity that much. So I don't think so, Frias. I don't think so. Very lightly put that the C++ programmers have very strong opinions. I mean, everybody who got used to certain programming language can have quite strong opinions about it, and it's something that I kind of got used to myself. I'm not saying it's a good approach or anything, I'm just saying that it happens, and I'm just trying not to get discouraged by that. I just avoid this kind of conversations. That's something, okay? That's something. Wait a minute, we have the engine units right there. We could possibly replace all of the engine units. Yeah. Because we have another super secret stash of the engine units in that place where I started out my base, remember? Yeah. I treat programming languages as tools. Okay, this is fair, but there are some people who actually like to make it such an important part of their lives. I can understand it. I can understand that this is like a huge dedication, at least in my opinion. I can admire this as long as you're still user friendly and you're working towards spreading the knowledge about this certain thing, certain hobby, certain work expertise, instead of putting somebody down. That's it. That's just how I would like to think the world works, although I know it doesn't work this way. But we already know that I might get a little bit too idealistic about things. We know that later. Hello, Vasilis. Hello, Factory Watching Human. Wait, Who are you calling human right there? We are all llamas. What are you talking about, Laser? Oh, by the way, I have another super secret stash of the green science. Who would have thought? We're not making science right there. We're using up the science we have. I want to get rid of all of the stashes, because this is annoying. Alright. It's not like I am ranting, but I am annoyed with myself for doing this to myself. I am trying to add a little bit of light to make sure that I can see things in the dark. You know that I am really bad at seeing things in the dark in games. Although I am afraid that this will... Okay, the production is still good. It's just we had a certain energy crisis and I shouldn't really add anything to increase the consumption of the energy. I should increase the production of the fuel to produce the energy. Sorry if I'm watching Llama. See? Now it's fixed. Vasilis, how are you doing? Are you going to celebrate the new year at some point? Are you planning a party or are you trying to stay at home? Do you have some New Year's resolutions? Anything that you would like to share? I'm just asking because I am curious. I am going to become a couch potato and probably watch some movies with Laser again, or maybe play some games with Laser. I'm in the mood to play Terraria, but you know, like hardcore Terraria. Maybe not the hardcore characters, but definitely the expert world. That's something that I would like to play. And last time when we tried with Laser, it was at least 3 years ago. It was a pure struggle, but I enjoyed it. I like playing Terraria like base builder, and I need Terraria for that fighting experience. And I would love to fight the Empress of Light with you, Laser, on hard difficulty. Although I haven't finished fighting the Empress of Light like regularly, but let's skip that, okay? I'm a huge couch potato too. The most introvert guy in the universe. You are in the good place. You're in the right place, in the right time. Just make yourself comfortable. As always. By the way, where is the purple science? Oh, here's the purple science. I was supposed to go to the purple science out there because we got some stuff to drop, some junk to drop actually. Yes, because there is supposed to be that assembling machine, and that assembling machine is actually yuck. I regret bringing all of this here, but just let me use it up somehow. Oh my god. Do I have the production here? No, I don't have the production right there. I need to add another to-do that says we're making electric furnace. To-do electric furnace production that is not used for science. Well, I need this kind of information, otherwise I might get lost a little bit. Of an ethereal beauty llamas. I read about Field of View. You doing FPS games. Alright, have you learned something interesting about that? It helps a little bit. Also, there is one kind of trick. I don't know if it works, but I'm trying to use it. There is this item you can put on your wrists, and it's called C-bands. I have bought it at some point when I started getting motion sick even in third-person games. Yes, Sometimes I am getting motion sick even in the third-person games if the colors are very bright. So I wear them every time when I am about to play the game that I could possibly start feeling motion sick when playing. And I'm not sure if it's helping, but it's supposed to put a pressure on your wrists in the way that is going to relieve this nauseous feeling. I am not sure how much it helps, but I try to wear these each time when I'm playing a game like that. But also field of view, especially vertical field of view, if it is possible to increase it a little bit. If the colors are muted for the game, it gets better and better. Although I am not sure, I haven't checked Alien Isolation. I grabbed it from Epic. It was free on Epic at some point, and actually the gameplay itself was quite epic because I survived like 3 seconds when I got out, and the alien got me immediately because I haven't seen the alien. Yeah, there was like incredibly short video that have showed my performance. There are similar glasses-like instruments with a tube of water inside. What is that? I haven't heard of such thing. So you're supposed to wear it when you are about to play the first-person shooters, or are you supposed to wear them just to get accustomed to this strange effects? To kind of train to not become motion sick so fast. I'm not sure how you're supposed to use it. Alright, this gets into the secret stash again. For God's sake, Llama, how many items you can stash in random places? There is an infinite amount of opportunities. When you're about to do something that upsets your motion sickness, so you wear them immediately and you try to kind of focus on that in a way? I haven't heard of this solution. Well, I know that you can kind of train it to some extent, that you can try to get used to this particular game that you're playing, for example, the game. But it takes so much of the time, and each time when I was trying to get accustomed to this kind of situation, I was suffering for twice as much as I was spending the time playing the game itself. So I remember one of the games that shouldn't really be that strange was Alan Wake, the first Alan Wake. And I was getting motion sick. I was getting really heavy motion sickness because there is a lot of camera movement. The colors are muted, yes, although I was really feeling that when I saw the camera movement, that it is so bad. I have finished Alan Wake. I mean, not the DLCs, but I have finished the base game and promised myself that I am never going to suffer through it again, because for every hour of playing the game, I had to spend either hour or 2 hours just staying in bed, just trying to calm down my brain pretty much from getting that motion sickness effect. And it was not great. So I know that you can kind of get used to it in a way, but is it really worth to suffer? Kenny, what's up? Wait, I was about to fix that belt, and I did that, and I didn't unload. Great, I didn't download the great amount of red circuits. My red circuit stash, pretty much. It's good to be in a well-lit room. Yes, it helps as well. There are many little things that could possibly help, and if you try to trigger all of it at the same time, Vasilis, it depends on the game as well, but sometimes it is possible to get there in a way, to make that motion sickness a little bit less annoying, but it's all about not putting yourself into too much of this effect in the first place. Because health is more important than that. About to take bells on the lunch date. Wow. Alright, feels good. What are you about to eat? Asking for science? Actually, I had a little lunch date with Laser as well. Can I brag about it, Mr. Laser? Yeah, we had a tiny lunch date today as well. Okay, we're getting rid of those advanced circuit. Oh, wait. We split it. When we split it, we add it to the second side of the belt as well. Okay. Take bells, is that an expression? No, actually bells is a nickname for Kenny's wife. So we call Kenny's wife Bells. Hi Kenny, enjoy your gnomes. Kenny haven't mentioned what are they about to gnome yet. Okay, I am getting hungry, so that's why it's the science part. Nom 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 nom. Do we have any gnomes, Mr. Laser? Any gnomes that could be reheated really fast? Oh, Kenny, I need to brag about something else. Finally, I figured out, on my own, I figured out the railroad crossing, and I have set up the signals in the way that works, and I tested it out by using the trains manually. Took me a while, but finally did that. I will try not to avoid the rail crossings anymore. I will try to. Oh, so actually, Gooberhead being the wife. This is a fun story. I think that I can tell you that story once again, because I haven't mentioned it in a very long time. Actually, it's a short story. I have been streaming Frostpunk in the past. If you know me, I have been mentioning that I love Frostpunk. This is an amazing game. This is the first time when I have noticed the possibility of changing the names of the characters in the game. And back then, I've made it into the characters that subbed to me at that point in time. So back then there was no channel points, and you couldn't just redeem the name in the game reward as you can do it right now, because there was no channel points like that in the past. So I decided to kind of say thank you to the subscribers, and I made them the characters in the game. And because I knew that the engineers in Frostpunk are the ones who are less likely to die because of certain conditions in the game, I decided to randomly assign the subscribers to random characters that I had, and I think I used up all of the engineers in the past. And then I have noticed that 2 of the subscribers were actually married as the engineers in the game, and it was Gooberhead and Kenny. So since then, and it has been at least 4 years since then, they are calling themselves wives or husbands. Depends on their mood, actually, but this is legit. And of course they were angry at me that that I was giving them 12-hour shifts and stuff like that. Yeah. And this is when I got this title of the Great Oppressor, because at some point, and we got the clips for that. These are very old clips, by the way. One of my subscribers said that I can definitely put them to 24-hour shift as the engineer, because they are going to work hard until they die. And actually, they died as the character in my game. So this is when I got the Great Oppressor title. There is always a reason. There is always a little story behind this kind of stuff. Give your llama blessings. Actually, we haven't prayed for the... we haven't prayed for the... for any marriages that have been made in the past by accident in Frostpunk. But speaking of the blessings, do you mean the certain type of blessings just like in the Graveyard Keeper? Well, our factory is great. Our factory is great. The fuel for the boilers is welcome. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god, wait guys, wait. We need to resume the production really quickly, cause we are ending up not having a lot of this solid fuel anyway. Ooh. Okay, we will have to get back to the oils. I wanted to work on the purple science a little bit more, but it's not really possible this time. Sorry guys, it's just not happening. By the way, what is this belt for? This is the belt for... I think this is stone. Yes, this is stone. You want some eggs with tomatoes? If I could ask for this, yes please. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Laser, then yes please. Oh, speaking of working on the science, at least I am going to move stuff around that is used for science production. And okay, I know that we are still at the verge of another crisis, another coal crisis or whatever crisis we have. But what if I could just start a new research? Let's start the new research. I'm not going to wait for it. There are so many things that we can research, including... I'm not going to go for the coal liquefaction. I don't really care about it, to be honest. I can use coal for other things. I still keep it at all times for the plastic purposes, so I would prefer to not research that, although I will just go with the productivity modules. Oh, the beacons. The beacons are going to eat a lot of my energy, but whatever. Past me has successfully confused me. Why is that? You actually confuse the current me at this point. Could you elaborate, please? I mean, it is very easy to get confused. Also, welcome and happy... Wait. What day is it? It's not the New Year's Eve, depends on the time zone yet, but this is the last stream of the year, so I hope that you're going to celebrate the new year, and yeah, and I hope to see you next year, of course. I hope that you will find a nice way to come up with New Year's resolutions if you are planning this kind of stuff. Not everybody does, but if you do, I hope it's gonna work out the next year. That was the blue science, wasn't that? Wait. Yes. I have a lot of mess to get rid of. Llama, why are you doing this to yourself? Okay, stashing random stuff in random chests is good as long as you remember to get rid of it later, and if you don't have the robot network, just like I do not have it yet, then it ends up with moving everything everywhere. But okay, I'm going to suffer through this because I've made way too many engine units for unknown reason. All right, I admit it. That could be a little bit of a mistake. Yes, I just need to drop it randomly in here. Yes. Oh, yes. I can see where I can drop it. This is not a good idea. Llama, why would you do that to yourself, huh? Why would you do that? Just... Well, let's get rid of that stash. How much? I mean, almost 2K. That's it. Because I didn't remember following you on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. Well, I can click on your username and actually I can see that you have followed me last year on Twitch. I don't know about YouTube because, well, I started streaming on YouTube since now. But maybe we have met when I was playing some other game, and now we just need to find which game was it. Of course, we don't have to, because, well, you're here, we're talking, so that's great already. But I'm always curious, how did I meet certain llamas? It's Friday for me, got a few hours for me until the 13th. My only goal for the new year isn't even guaranteed to be finished in that year. Okay, but at least you got some goal to pursue, and just don't get discouraged if you won't achieve whatever you planned to achieve. That's what I would say. It's good to have New Year's resolutions, at least in my opinion, but to make it so generic that you won't blame yourself for not making all of it. So you can try to come up with a New Year's resolution that is doable, but it's so generic that you can actually achieve it in a few different ways. So I remember that one of my past New Year's resolutions was related to fixing what is broken. So let's say I had a broken watch, I had a book that could be fixed a little bit, or I had clothes that could be fixed because these were my favorite clothes, something like that. So I was trying to aim for fixing this kind of stuff during that year in the past. And actually this is generic enough, so you're not going to blame yourself for not doing something that regularly, but the general idea is out there anyway. Depends. Did you ever play Warframe? No, I didn't. Although, are you following Liam by any chance? Liam from Red Circuit Stream Team? Because I believe that he was playing Warframe in the past, if I am not mistaken. Maybe we have a streamer in common that we both know, and it's because of that we met. That could be Liam, that could be Damsel, that could be... I don't remember if it was Haz who was playing Warframe in the past. I don't remember. Oh, by the way, let's check the advanced circuit production, getting rid of the stash and oh, Can I actually get rid of that chest? I don't think so. I don't think so. How much do we have left? 6.3k. Oh, we are not getting rid of that anytime soon. Okay. Through the people in the team, I think I might know how I got here. It might have been Caledorn. Yes! Yes, I know Caledorn from the Red Circuit stream team, so it's all like, I guess we're part of the family now. But I don't remember him playing Warframe. Usually when I see him streaming, he plays a lot of Satisfactory. So yeah, still Red Circuit part. I thought that we met on the particular game because I stream variety of stuff, and sometimes you might have met me, let's say, playing Death Stranding and I have finished Death Stranding, or playing Graveyard Keeper and I finished Graveyard Keeper as well. Factorio is one of my long-term games that I like to play, but some of them, you know, I just finish and I don't get back to them unless there is some kind of DLC going on, or I really want to replay the game. And one of these games would definitely be Darkwood. I still think about Darkwood, guys. I can't stop thinking about Darkwood as this creepy, scary game. And also, my friend has told me that there was a giant update for Darkwood. It was about 2 gigabytes or something. And I was updating it yesterday, I think. They have made some quality of life changes, some kind of slight mechanical changes. Maybe it's worth to check the game out once again. I don't remember all of the plot anymore, so that would be useful to actually try to play it once again and get scared once again. Well, I mean, that was easy to predict, wasn't it? No, but he's a person I know from a certain streamer's chat as a regular. Oh, okay, so that's an interesting chain of dependencies, but it happens many times. I'm just glad that you're here right now. That's it. And because we discussed various topics, we don't have to focus on the game only, which I tend to do a lot. I'm not focusing on the game purely. We can still discuss many different topics. Okay, speaking of focusing on stuff, when I tend to focus on stuff from time to time in Factorio, then I tend to be a bit angry at myself for for having hidden stashes of items here and there. This is another annoying part. Can I take it all into my inventory? Yes. It's not a great idea, but yes, it is possible. But we can clear up this part of belts. I am trying to get rid of the stuff that I've made as a part of my first base. So this area was my first base. I set up the production really quickly here and there, and I was trying to get rid of it as soon as I can. But I had to build a much bigger part of the base to the south and actually start a legit production to do that. But I am getting rid of the old stuff. This is good. Even if I was here out of confusion, well, everybody is welcome here. That's simple. And if you followed, you are a llama. And once you become the llama, then actually nothing bad happens regarding that. It's just nice that you decided to visit today. Okay, we get rid of this, we get rid of that. I will move all of this junk that I have put into my inventory. Totally not getting anxiety because of that. I don't. I am chill. All chill. No, I need to get rid of this as quick as I can. Okay. I am trying to lie to myself every time when I have to pick something up in this game and I get all of this stuff in my inventory and I got no more space for the stuff that I actually need for the certain part of the project in the game. I am getting very frustrated at times. So this secret stash will be moved and this can be cleaned up as well. So we're using the science after all. Yeah. Not like I got additional batch of the science packs. Yes, I got it. I got it. Okay. So what's going on here? Are we getting rid of the red science? Not yet. There's still a lot of things in here. But if we force the game to... If we force to make science to do the research, maybe it should be better. Okay, I will switch to productivity modules. This is what I need for the rocket silo. Is that the last thing to research for the rocket silo? I don't think so. We need the rocket control unit. What do we need? The productivity modules and rocket control unit. So I remember you guys asking me how much of the time will it take me to kind of finish the game, and research. From the research perspective, we got only 2 things to research other than the rocket silo itself. So we're switching to the productivity module. Yes, this research will get started. I will use up all of those purple science packs that I was making. That tastes purple, and look at the amount of science we have collected already. This is a big amount. We can do science without being worried about it being used up. And as I said before, in Factorio, I just believe that these are colorful drinks and all of the scientists in the labs are having a party right now. And I know that there is a disco science mod, but this is pure vanilla Factorio playthrough. I am not going to install the disco science because this is vanilla. And if I will install disco science, then it's still vanilla in a way. But do I really want to install little mods like this? Okay, all of the electric furnaces will be used up at some point. I mean, I'm not very happy about it, but... Come on, just make the production science packs. That's it. We still got the blue science packs. The blue science packs are being made a little bit to the south. And we need to get back to the oils if we don't want to get the energy crisis once again. But blue science was in the... a little bit further into the south, yes. There is another super secret stash that I had, and we need to get rid of almost 2k of the engine units. Not the best way to handle stuff. I mean, on one hand it is great, because if I wouldn't be able to produce all of these items, I would already have these items, but the production goes well. The only thing that doesn't go well is the... Oh, wait, the satisfaction is dropping, the production is dropping. We're not getting enough of the fuel anymore. Let me show you. It's still working, but there is not enough of the steam anymore. Wow, wait, we got the water issue? Haven't noticed that before. Why do we have water issue? Is it because of the energy we should produce more than that? Maybe because I started doing all of this science. Okay, so there are a few problems to address, I guess. And maybe, just to make sure that I am not getting into trouble because of that, I will just pump some water through the storage tank. I don't know where is the storage tank. I'm probably just gonna lurk since I pretty much just woke up and really only have one thing on my mind. I hope it is food. I hope you will have a nice breakfast. So yeah, feel free to lurk. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Lurkers are the essence of Twitch. I'm not sure about the YouTube actually, but it was nice to have you. But let me know, is it Drag Lays? How should I pronounce your username? Two things on my mind. Oh, okay. Okay, I won't ask about the primary one, but at least I guess the second one. Okay, Drag. Okay, this makes sense to me. So thank you, Drag, for your visit, and have a good meal. And whatever is the second thing, I'm not ready to ask about it. The primary one is a girl I have a crush on. Okay. I don't know what is your relationship status. Assuming that you have a crush on, then maybe this is some kind of relationship in progress. So maybe when the new year comes, you will be able to work on that relationship. Yeah, I'm crossing my human puppet fingers for you. Oh, by the way, because you might not know about this, I just mentioned human puppet fingers because, well, I am supposed to be a llama, and llamas don't really have human hands unless they paint miniatures. That's why I have human puppet hands. Fingers crossed, it's just what Frias did. Exactly. Alright, llamas, we need to set up the taxi train because I'm going crazy. This base is nice and big, but this doesn't really meet my standards of getting somewhere quickly. It's going to take a long while to get that far due to some guys from her past making her not wanting to try dating for a while. Well, you definitely need to give a person time when they have been in a very uncomfortable, bad type of the relationship. It's understandable that they might not want to date in order to not get hurt in any way. So at the least, if you got this kind of information from her, then that's fair. And you need to be patient in this case. Yeah, it's better for you to just take as much time as possible. Just be very supportive. And this is something that can definitely help. Just from the friendship perspective, for now. So just keep doing as I have been. Alright, I mean, that's fair. So I wish you all the best then, and hope that it's gonna work out in the end. That this experience, whatever experience she had, that she will forget about it. Does that make any sense to make this kind of stuff? Okay, never mind. I did that already. And in this case, disconnecting that wasn't a good idea. Yep, there is not enough of the steam anymore. Okay. But produce energy, please. Okay, the production should be around 30 megawatts, 35 megawatts, something like that, if I remember correctly. Wait, we can get a bigger time frame. 50 hours. Where do we have? Okay, the production. The production is dropping. But wait, why would you add solar panels in here? Wait a minute. We're not supposed to have solar panels in here. Okay, at that point in time, I had solar panels, but right now, the solar panels are only the part of this electric network that is separate. Okay. Okay, I got this. Happy lurking, Drag, and yeah, good luck with your relationship. Thank you, Laser, for making me food. Let's give some hugs to Laser. Prevents me from dying of starvation during the streams.
Nom 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 nom
Nom
nom
nom
nom
nom
nom
nom nom nom nom nom nom. Llamas, I think I've made a mistake. The mistake that wasn't a big mistake, although I am at the edge of crisis yet again. Sure. Not the first time, right? Don't mind me still lurking. It's alright, Blady. Thank you for lurking. Tell me if I didn't overcook it. No, you didn't. My opinion is awesome. Alright, Llamas. Time to admit that. Time to admit that. Wow, wait. Wait, we got 12k of petroleum gas right now? What did happen? Why do we have 24k of the light oil in almost every storage tank? But we don't have much of petroleum gas. What has happened? Have we started making more plastic? What has happened right there? I was producing the solid fuel out of the chemical plant anyway. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because I am going to have an external branch that will produce... Okay, I have an idea. This is not going to be such a bad idea unless I will use the pipes the wrong way. But assuming I am going to get something like this. Bear with me, Llamas. Of course, I will have to move all of my technology tree, but it doesn't matter. What if I am going to... Okay, let's get rid of that pipes to ground. I might want to use the heavy oil, but we can keep it for the lubricant later. Doesn't matter. What if I need to make solid fuel? I just need light oil. So we will make light oil and then we will connect it directly to the production of the rocket fuel, and it should be okay. I just need some kind of ratio for that. The only right answer to every problem in Factorio is more. Well, yes. But actually, no. But actually, yes. How much of the light oil we need? We need 20. And we need 20 solid fuel. I assume that if we want to get one piece of solid fuel, we need to consume 10 units of the light oil. Not like I'm going to make a lot of ratios or anything. I think I know what to do. Llama red pajamas reads the story with her mama. Mama kisses baby hair. Mama llama goes downstairs. Llama red pajamas. Have you ever read that children's book? I am not sure if this is the one you're talking about, but I have heard of the book about the llama going to bed, something like that. But no, actually I haven't read that book. And happy time zone to you as well, Newfie. Right, let's connect this. I'm taking the risk, whatever. Just need to connect this piece. Let's save up on space a little bit. This can work as well in the same way. Now, here we will have the regular pipe. And okay, I will have to use regular pipes for this. But in this case, I will have to use regular pipe, whatever. This will make solid fuel. Next. Okay, maybe, wait a minute. We need 10 units of light oil in order to make solid fuel. Probably it is easier with the... We need 20 units of petroleum gas to make a unit of solid fuel, most likely. And in this case, okay, I am going to... Before I will figure out the ratios that are not going to be amazing or anything like that, I think we need to add the coal once again. It upsets me. Seriously, it upsets me, but we're going to add some instead of allowing ourselves to get a permanent crisis. That's it. Okay, so I figured out the right book, but actually I haven't read that. I have randomly seen it at some point, but I don't remember the occasion. Somehow I have seen it on the internet. Or somebody told me about this book, I'm not sure anymore. Alright, we added coal to this. Not the best solution, but it needs to work until I figure out how to use up all of this light oil and make it into solid fuel, and then this solid fuel goes into assembling machine. This assembling machine is going to make rocket fuel, and we need to connect it with something. Okay, this is a bad idea, but I have to do something about that later. Just about connecting this and that. So now we should get the light oil. Now we need to move that, because the solid fuel needs to be transferred right there, and the output is going to be right there. Now we multiply it by as many times we can make it, actually. I could possibly try to mess a little bit with the positioning of the pipes and stuff like that. I'm not going to get into details right now because we need to get stuff done. I'm not extremely happy about it, but whatever. And now we can actually connect it with the underground pipes. And I think that we can start... Yeah, I think that we can start just making things. 1, 2, 3. And this will get added somewhere. I will even try to add it here. Okay, right now it's going around a lot. But I want to add it somewhere. Doesn't matter. I hope Factory 2.0 pipes and liquids will get some love. I don't know, but it's good that the trains are actually getting better. And I love the idea of being able to make it into roller coaster tycoon style. Because, okay, I understand it's very important to make the rail signals, to understand the rail signals. But if I don't want to do that, why should I push myself? Why should I lie to myself that I even like doing that? Well, I love trains. They work great if you can set them up properly. And maybe I'm not on that level yet. Llamas, I think that I sorted out our issue, at least for now. We just need to add much more of this setup. This is a little bit dense, not too much, but it is a bit dense. It is not supposed to be so close to the storage tanks storing heavy oil, but it's a temporary solution, and as you know, guys, temporary solutions make the best permanent solutions, so I'm going with that. At least I will have some idea, some concept for the future. Okay, this is done, and we got pre-assembling machines. Well, it is not working great, but in general those assembling machines crafting speed is not that great. I'm strong, Llamas. I am not researching nuclear fuel reprocessing. I am not researching Coverix enrichment process. I'm researching anything else than that. Yes. I wonder how many times can I repeat this concept. Factory is weird in one thing. We have effectively infinite space, but you still cram things. Well, I cannot stop it. I tried to protect myself from that, but in case of oils, it is very difficult. So for now, because we got the crisis, I really need to keep it this way. Okay, this is going to work, this is going to work. Yes. And then we connect this and that. Yes. Connected. With beacons you kind of have to. Well, I have researched beacons. Haven't even started producing them because they are going to be extremely expensive. They were always very expensive. Okay. I was always having some issues with producing advanced circuits to keep up with the production, to utilize all of the possibilities. Alright, I am still trying to make sure that these solar panels are not affected, and they are not affected. Okay. Anyway, I think that this time we can try again and switch off again, because I can see that there is some more of the solid fuel and there is a little bit more of the rocket fuel. So I want to switch off the coal supply once again. We leave it like this and we see how it goes. Of course, this is not so awesome, but we got additional supply from those chemical plants that are going to provide the solid fuel as well. And we got 11k of petroleum gas available in the tanks. What about the storage tanks for the light oil? Okay, I can understand why did that happen.
Word of our community's acclaim spreads.
Llamas, I think I know why did that happen. But before I will tell you that, we got Proverbial in raiding. Hello, nice to see you. Nice to see Friendship Attack in the chat as well. Thank you for giving a really quick shout out to Proverbial in. Guys, you have the chance to follow a great streamer who is acting as different characters, depends on the stream. I think that this is a very interesting concept, and I'm sure that you might be interested in that. So make sure that you click the follow button. How are you doing today? How was the stream? I can see that you were doing the 3D modeling. So you're preparing your 3D avatar this time. Doing pretty well, preparing another 3D avatar. Alright, I hope that it went well. I will try to check it after my stream. How did it go for you? And how are you in general? How is life treating you? I hope everything is well. Of course, if you have been streaming for a very long time today, then make sure that you will take care of yourself, that you will stretch, that you will eat something. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself as well, because it is very easy to forget about that. And of course, everybody else, the proverbial ins community, make sure that you take care of yourselves as well. If you need to lurk, feel free to lurk. Lurkers are the essence of Twitch. Life is pretty good right now. I'm glad to hear that. How am I doing? Well, I feel a little bit better regarding work, because it seems like the issue that we have, I'm not saying that everything becomes stable right now, but I think that we're just heading towards a good way to fix some stuff that was tormenting us for a while already. And also I just can't wait for the weekend pretty much. That's it. Llama boy, good to see you. Can we have another shout out please for Llama boy, who is a streamer as well? We have quite a lot of streamers arriving in the chat, so let's use the opportunity to give a shout out to a fellow llama. Thank you. Farming watermelons like a pro. Was that the farming simulator by any chance? Oh no, Stardew Valley. Llama Boy is playing Stardew Valley, and you know guys that we are really close to the Stardew Valley Factorio Satisfactory communities, so I'm sure that you will enjoy those streams, guys. Make sure to follow those two streamers. How is it going? I'm just trying to chill a bit, and of course I had some crisis going on in Factorio because there is no way I wouldn't have the energy crisis, obviously. But I am trying to work on that, and it feels like it's getting better at this point. Also, I've made some plans for the year's end to, well, stream Factorio in the first place, and then to become a couch potato. Yeah, that's it. Become a couch potato, hopefully with laser. Alright, the trains seem to be okay, so this train crossing really works. I need to check it all the time, but it is making me feel a little bit comfortable. Although today is the first day when I am restreaming to YouTube, and as long as I am not allowed to send you to YouTube, but I am planning to stream to both platforms, and it seems like it works out, as long as I remember how to turn everything on. You're streamers as well. I wonder if you have considered streaming to two platforms at the same time. Because this is something that was not allowed on Twitch for a while, but lately they have changed their mind, at least for a while. Are we adding enough of the fuel? The answer is probably no. And another thing that I wanted to show you guys is that I told you there is not much of the petroleum gas anymore, and it is strange because petroleum gas is the type of resource that is produced, like the most of it is being produced. We get 55 units of petroleum gas, 45 of light oil, and 25 of heavy oil. So we should have plenty of petroleum gas. But yeah, the light oil is actually a problem. We need to use up the light oil or store it in bigger containers, store it in more containers in order to kind of get rid of this oil that we have at the oil refineries already, and then this way we are allowed to get some more of the petroleum gas, unless we switch back to the basic oil processing, but I would like to just leave it in the way it is right now. Not me, I have trouble trying to get Twitch to work alone. Alright, that's fair. Depends on what your problem is. Some things definitely need some time to get resolved on Twitch. Let's get a bigger batch done. What about this? Almost. Yeah, I think it's time to move everything out. And please remind me, have I ever tried to save this blueprint? Or I didn't? How is the factoring? I think that it's doing great until I get another energy crisis. Friendship Attack, we had energy crisis today for the first time for real on this map. And usually I would be getting the energy crisis much earlier in my adventure. But this time apparently the game was a little bit more merciful to me. So right now I am working on getting rid of the crisis pretty much. I need to produce much more of the fuel than I am making at the moment. And I am trying to use different sources of the energy. Maybe not the sources, because this is oil, but these are different versions of the oil. Some products of the oil processing that I haven't been using before. So they are a little bit more advanced, and usually I'm trying to avoid them because I don't feel that good about handling oils in Factorio, but the crisis has come. I had to do something about that, so this is what I'm doing. I'm trying to fix things, pretty much. Alright, this is almost. This is almost working. So if I will be able to use up all of that light oil, which is very important to me anyway, because thanks to this light oil I can actually make a lot of fuel, then I shouldn't really have a lot of issues with the energy anymore. But we'll see. Look, this belt right there, it should be full. I shouldn't see those yellow arrows. I shouldn't. I want to try streaming to YouTube as well, but I keep forgetting to. That's fair. I have been hesitating for at least a month to do that myself, so I understand the pain. Don't pollute too much. Well, good news is that this time it is the first time when I am actually making a base that is not being attacked by the biters. The biters are not expanding, they are not evolving, they just sit in their places and they wait until I attack them, and it doesn't really end up well. Alright, this is dumb. Are we using up the light oil? We're not really using it up. Is there something wrong with the pipes? No, there is nothing wrong with the pipes. There is nothing wrong with the pipes. What's going on in here? I need to come up with some better solutions. I could possibly like double this and make it into like a whole line of products. I have the idea. Could just copy paste it, flip it. I just heard one of the funniest things. You can't get onto your kids when you're laughing. Listen to this. Anastasia, one of my daughters, comes down and wants food. I said, baby, I'll make you some mac and cheese. Okay, that sounds good. Then she straight up says, it's hard out here for a pimp. Wait a minute. A child shouldn't really say such thing, right? It's out of context. The context is different in this case, right? Or is it just me who doesn't understand it, Nufi? I'm like, where did you hear that from? Exactly. She just goes, words, daddy. Oh no. No more internet for them. I laughed so hard. Well, actually, you laughed, but on the other hand, damn, kids can be scary at times. They can come up with such silly ideas and use words definitely in the way that they shouldn't, but it can be funny at times. Blueprint with chemical plant cannot be flipped. Why is that? Why is that? Why are you destroying my idea? I have done absolutely no maintenance on my channel. I just used a starter kit for scenes and that's it. No commands or anything else yet. Okay, you can just implement it with time. Or sometimes it depends on the streamer, but sometimes streamers don't care about it that much. I mean, you do you. You might come up with some ideas on your own at some point, or you might actually hesitate a little bit. Who am I to judge? Hello, West dude. Why not both? I don't know. I cannot flip the flipping thing. And I already cannot move that. Guess why? Okay. Llama, don't get annoyed too much. Don't get annoyed too much. I should dismantle all of this and replace it with this. That would make most of the sense to me. And then that thing. We don't have space. I mean, that's obvious. We don't have space. But let's try to use the opportunity anyway. It's gonna look awful, but okay. I will try it anyway. So let's try to make the mirrored version exactly the same way as it was made, and we'll see how it goes. So I'm not going to connect it yet. I am just going to place it and then see how it goes. Okay. So you need this. And you need assembling machines, yes. That are set up, well, here we got the setup for solid fuel. Made out of the light oil, yes. Yes. Now we're going to make the rocket fuel out of the solid fuel and a little bit of light oil. It seems like the pipes are working great. The amount of oil in the pipes that it's flowing nice. Is Murphy, hello! Can't flip because fluid in and out is not a mirror image. So chemical plants and refineries are not flippable. Okay, actually that makes sense. Thank you, Murphy, for reminding me about that. Let me give you some hay bricks as a way to say thank you. If you don't know what the hay bricks are, actually it is our little channel currency that we use for the mini games. And I call them hay bricks because, well, because I misused English at some point, and I wanted to say hay bales, but I thought about rectangular shape and I called them hay bricks. That's probably one of the most bizarre stories that you have heard. You're welcome. Okay, this will be connected. This will be connected. Okay, whatever. This can be flipped. Why not flipping that mess? I am trying to prevent myself from getting the permanent energy crisis. Once again, it started today and it cannot finish, apparently. Let's go for the braking force. Let's just push the research. We don't have to do that, but I will have less of the stuff to do. Okay, this is done. Now we connect the pipes. This is connected. This is connected. What do we need? We need the inserters. Oh, by the way, Nufi, I am not sharing any information about where do I live, as well as what kind of languages I understand. So the rule on my channel is we all use English only, to make sure that nobody is cheating. So it happened to me in the past that when I was trying to practice a little bit, my friend said that we are sharing the same native language, so what's the point of doing that in the first place? But actually it's a great practice. I just had nobody to practice with in the past. So yeah, same with proverbial in. I just hope you don't mind that, guys. It's purely for English practice, and one of the reasons why I started streaming in the first place was that I wanted to learn to speak English more fluently. Of course, there are some days when I have kind of better days for English. Sometimes the words are getting a little bit more difficult, but still I try to stick to that rule, and it helps me out with becoming more fluent, even if there is a little bit of language barrier. And or sometimes I tend to feel shy at some point as well, so there might be a little bit of, you know, social awkwardness going on as well. Also, you have a cool accent. Oh my god, guys, you're very, very kind. Thank you for compliments. I appreciate that. This might be one of the most... Okay, this is a heresy on this map, but I am going to keep it this way. I just need to. Because I need to check if the amount of fuel has increased by any chance. And I think that also we need to replace some things. Wow, we are still at 24k of the light oil. Wow. Okay, guys. I will change things up a little bit. So this time We're not going for the output priority to the right. We're going for the output priority to the left. And sometimes we will leave something to the right because we are still struggling really hard with getting this belt full of the fuel that would allow us to survive. Okay, we are really close to our target. So we're at 32 to 38, around 38 megawatts of energy produced. This is what we need pretty much. And at least we're getting there. This time this amount is not falling. Let's check 10 hours. Okay, we're getting back. See, we have been producing a lot from the steam engines, but then yep, this dip right there, this dip right there. Yep, these were tough moments. And in general, we had a giant dip in here. I think this is the crisis from today. Actually, is it 10 hours in game or is it 10 hours in real life? Because if it's 10 hours in real life, then those two dips, yes, these are our crisis situations from today. Luna Dream, hi! Good to see you! I think the problem of your social awkwardness is lack of miniature painting stream. Actually, we had a miniature painting stream last time. It was... wait a minute, when was it? Was it like... Tuesday? I think it was Tuesday stream actually. Oh no! Oh no, 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 no. So Laser has clicked like and subscribe. Oh my god. Okay, guys, I can explain. I promise I will never do this to you, but I will explain. It's smart, no temptation to speak native language to replace words. Exactly. It is difficult at times because you need to find the way to communicate even if you forgot a word or two, and it leads to very strange situations. I remember when I forgot the word ladder. I was playing GTA 4, I was about to say I am going to climb a ladder, and I forgot the word ladder. So do you know what I did? I said, well, I need to climb up this, well, you know, this thing. It's like stairs, but you climb up faster. That's how I explained that it's the ladder. And somebody in the chat has spoken up and they were like, do you mean a ladder? There's... Yes, that's a ladder. Thank you for help. Sometimes, yes, stairs back, but quicker. Yes, I mean, it's legit, yes. Have I explained what I meant? Yes. Was it weird? Yes. Did it work in the end? Yes. In all seriousness, you're an awesome streamer, and I'm not just saying that because you're a llama. Okay, maybe it is part of it. Llamas stick together. I know, llama boy. But thank you for being kind. That works just fine. You know, the ladder, yeah. Stairs, but all the way vertical. Exactly. Stairs, but skinny. Yep. I'm faster on stairs versus a ladder, and that's fair as well. Stairs, but they skipped leg and arm day. Wow. Oh. See, that's fun. Okay, I'm trying to check. Okay, guys, bear with me. I am trying to check if I am producing enough of the fuel, and I'm not producing enough of the fuel. Of course, one of this fuel bullets, I call it a bullets, even if maybe, I don't know if it looks like a bullet to me. Those pieces of rocket fuel, they provide 100 megajoules of the energy as the fuel value. Meanwhile, if I am using those blocks of solid fuel, I provide 12 megajoules. So actually, it is better to provide this rocket fuel, then those pieces of the solid fuel. And actually I need to add some more lights in here because I will go blind soon. I'm telling you guys, I'm trying to get better at just placing those lights, otherwise I will go blind. Next one would be here. Okay, now this is dark in here. Let's add some lights. And of course this is consuming the energy, so I'm less likely to place a lot of lamps right there, but it's going to help me out with seeing things. Okay, this and that, now it turned off because it is the day already. Let there be light, Laser said, and Laser is right. Feel free to remind me that it is a bit too dark and we need more light. Seriously, I am trying to get out of my comfort zone with this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay. But I don't see a lot of production going on. We could add speed modules, but speed modules are using up additional 50% of the energy, so we cannot really afford that at this point. If we do that, I actually should have full belt, but full belt of these bullets, not these solid fuel thingies. But hey, if we're switching to the rocket fuel, wait, this might be a good time to actually switch. We can still use up solid fuel, but I think it's the time to actually save something. And we're not even making a dent in the storage tanks for the light oil. Bunch of the letter H on top of each other. That's still a ladder. You're correct, guys. Oh, I forgot to mention a few things. So first, we had a lovely raid. And I think I forgot to introduce myself. So, let me try this. My name is Doreen and I am a variety streamer. Mostly I play strategy games, but I like to get back to Factorio from time to time. Okay, recently I haven't been playing that many of the strategy games because I am really sentimental about the last 2 games that we have played, which was Death Stranding and Graveyard Keeper. Although it just feels good to play some other games from time to time, not necessarily the strategy games. But I have played a lot of Darkest Dungeon in the past, and also XCOM Enemy Unknown, Age of Empires 2, Stellaris, Frostpunk. There is quite a lot of them that we got through. Alright, Llamas, I think I got this. We're filtering out all of the cubes, all of the solid fuel cubes, although we're going to try to allow the rocket fuel to take over. And then I will have to make a stash of the rocket fuel as well. So this is going to be my emergency fuel from now on, hopefully. We'll see how it goes. But this is the serious amount of the rocket fuel already. I am really satisfied with it because I want to switch to it permanently. And we're still fighting to get this base going, and by making the research I am enforcing the production of anything that is needed for the research to be done. Happy working, Llama boy. Thank you for stopping by. Also, I was about to mention the like and subscribe thing. Okay, I started streaming to 2 platforms at the same time, and I had the conversation with you guys in the past that I am not a huge fan of saying please like and subscribe, but actually because this is the first day I'm streaming to 2 platforms, then I said that and Laser clipped it, and now he's going to torment me with that clip. He's going to call me out on this and please like and subscribe thing. Yeah. Oh no! Laser. Laser posted it in the chat. Thank you. Thank you. I can always count on you, Mr. Laser. Thank you. In the past, I said if I am ever going to release a YouTube video, then I would say this only once, and I would add it to the clip that I would just pin it to the YouTube channel, where I would say, okay, I will do this only once, please like and subscribe, and actually this on stream, and Laser is going to call me out on this. So you're a shark then? Shark stalking a llama. I think I am. I think I am a llama in the first place. I don't remember being a shark like ever. Also, sharks would probably eat llamas, I think. But we got a message. I feel convinced. Liked and subscribed. Thank you very much. Don't be forced to though. It, you know, the regular rules apply. Okay guys, this time I am going to switch a little bit even more. So we had the blocks of the solid fuel that I have switched for a moment to get the output priority to the left, and I am going to use it to the right once again. And block all of this area right there to make a buffer, because this is the solid fuel that we make out of petroleum gas, and right now we don't have a lot of petroleum gas. Just because we got a lot of light oil, we cannot process all of this light oil. This is enormous amounts. And I am trying to use it up as much as I can, and we're still not using it up. I mean, good for us, because right now there is the time to copy the solution we have right there and paste it a few times and basically spam it from now on. So this goes here. 1. Oh no, I got even to this part. Let's copy this. This is my so-called technology tree for the oils, right? And I need to make it into a blueprint. I will call it Tech Tree Oil. Going to keep it as the blueprint. Probably I have it already. Yes, I have it already. But I don't know which one is fixed. Probably this one is fixed. No, this could be the same one. Yeah, this is the same one. It doesn't matter. What content can we expect at YouTube? Pranks, Fortnite, challenges. Wow. Are you offending me, sir? No, I'm just joking. Ha! That was a prank, bro. A little bit of factory use stuff. Although I am a little bit worried about factory use stuff. But Also things that you know from the games that I have played. I don't want to call it challenges. I think that it would be unfair to call it challenges. But for the first videos, I would like to refer to the games that I have played already. But first, it would be easier to just try to add some shorts. So probably shorts of the clips, that is something that I already have. And I have prepared a list a while ago with Laser. Laser is my additional, like my source of the second opinion. I don't know how I should call Laser in this case. But he's always trying to give me that opinion regarding the clips. Are they even funny in the first place? So I try to stick to that, and if some clips are possibly funny, then I would like to make them into shorts to actually work on the video edits. Llama edition vlogs? No. Though I think that maybe streamer vlogs, but I think that not many people might be interested in streamer vlogs. Some of this stuff might be actually a little bit boring. If you have seen the anniversary stream, the stats analysis, the research regarding different games, if you're into that, then it might be interesting to you. But if you're not into that, you might probably get bored really quickly. Of course, streaming is not about diving into stats all the time, but it is always worth mentioning that, yeah, it is worth it to check stats at least from time to time, at least regarding the game that you're interested in, to make sure that you're kind of doing the right thing, because it's all about being visible in the way, to be able to be found in the first place. And different people have different strategies for that. Some of them work for certain people and don't work for the other people. Some of them might work for most of people. Every streamer has different streaming strategy and ideas on how to be found, pretty much. It's all about the discoverability. So it might be interesting. I mean, I like this kind of topics. Although when it comes to analyzing my own stats, I'm like, all right, I will do that. But also, it's really easy to kind of, I don't want to say take it personally, but it can happen at times that you start analyzing things and thinking, what has happened today that my stats are lower than usual? And if you will get into that stat game, you have the chance to go insane, and also you might get discouraged from streaming. So it is not advised in general to do such things. Just use the stats to your advantage if you can. If you know what games work for you, if you know how to look for the games that could possibly work for you, but don't play the stat game, especially if you would like to become a Twitch partner. The best way, don't try to become Twitch partner. It gives you a lot of peace of mind. Am I already boring with that? I'll be glad to listen to some vlogs about streaming art and board games. Sounds good, yeah. But streaming part, it depends, because it's a lot about things like that, in my opinion. All right, everything works from now on. Does it? No, it doesn't. Now? What about the bells? Not everything is gonna work. I don't always see those ghosts when I'm placing something. Logs and cooking. Cooking! Me and cooking. Mr. Laser. You are a crazy man. Looks made with puppet hands. Do you know how hard it is to grow the human puppet hands these days? They don't come so easily anymore. Right, guys, I really hope that this is going to use up all of my light oil, but somehow I think that I'm doing this wrong. Also, the flow of the oil is a little bit less effective, so I wouldn't like to push it further. I want to keep the light oil flow at around 95 units out of 100. This would be extraordinary. What do you plan to do as special for 100k subs? Wow. Wow, Lady, this is like a huge perspective actually. I think that getting to 1k is already an adventure, but I don't know much about the discoverability on YouTube actually. I was more of a user of a watcher on YouTube than a streamer than the video maker. So I don't know what is the strategy and how fast you can actually get a little bit of discoverability. I don't know. We're testing it out. Llamas, did I connect everything? I think I did. But it would be great to just see that we are getting output extracted, like the fuel is being made, and I see that it ends up on the transport belt. And we're still not getting there? Come on. Yes, we've made a dent. 23k. 23k in each storage tank. We got rid of 1k. Have you unlocked oil cracking? Yes, I did. We got the oil cracking. I am just not using it, and the reason why I'm not using it is I had the plan to make this kind of technology tree that is shown right there, by the way. So what can I use in order to do the oil cracking? But I was supposed to move it from this area, because we don't have a lot of space in here, to this area where I have plenty of space. And by the way, yeah, I got the reminder about the sulfuric acid. Yes, I just reminded myself. So the point is that I had a plan to move the oil cracking here. How many hours do I play? We got 82 hours of playtime. So I assume that around 40 hours I already had the idea to move the oil there. And I haven't done this yet. Oils are my absolutely worst part of the game. I mean, I understand it can be enjoyable, but I am really bad with ratios, and I'm not aiming for ratios that much, to be honest. Well, it's fine. I mean, right now the plan is to just get all of this fuel out there and replace it, and okay, we got a really, really nice buffer right there. Yes, okay, this is what I am aiming for. So the fuel that is going to be used is going to be just the rocket fuel. But still I am barely making a dent in this light oil storage tank system. I am using up a lot of petroleum gas, but it is because I am using the petroleum gas to make solid fuel that I have been used in the past. Today I got the energy crisis, and this is how I couldn't really do that. But the point is that I am also making a plastic, and I cannot allow myself to stop making plastic. And I use petroleum gas to make sulfur that I will need in the future. And I am using way too much of petroleum gas in comparison to the light oil, and also heavy oil will become a problem. So if I would have the opportunity to make it into lubricant, and I don't want to store it because this is going to be a bad idea, I would prefer to crack it to the light oil and then try to make it into this setup once again. Like, why am I not doing this, by the way? Because I understand when you said that it's not going to be very effective. I understand, but back then I was a little bit worried that I am not going to get enough of the fuel, and still I am worried that I will not get enough of the fuel. This is not enough if you don't have additional stash somewhere. I mean, whatever fuel is going to be used as the backup fuel, but I need to have this because I know that usually I get a lot of crisis, energy-related crisis. But in this case, I don't need lubricant that much. Okay, I could use it for the blue belts. Definitely you need lubricant for that. But I have the plan to finish the game with the yellow belts, not with the blue belts. So we don't need the blue belts really. What would you use the lubricant for? I think that right now we can just skip the idea of using the heavy oil for lubricant. Yes, we will have to at some point, but right now we're not worried about that. Let's make it into oil cracking. How do we do that? I'm not sure. I mean, I know how to do the oil cracking, and I forgot that we need water. That's a bummer. I forgot. Wait a minute, need lubricant for yellow science. Let me see. Processing units or low density structures. Wait, for processing units, sulfuric acids, flying robot frame, need electric engine units, and this needs lubricant. Yes, you are correct, Murphy. I always forget the yellow science because usually I get so little of the yellow science that I can barely make it in the first place. Okay, I need to keep that. More hay for you. Okay, so good news. We got enough for the future to make sure that we're making all of the ingredients for the yellow science that I was supposed to do today, but first we got that crisis situation. Okay, let's forget about the oil cracking for a moment. If the heavy oil exceeds the amount, then I will figure out something. The future llama in the next hour is going to worry about this. Right now I would prefer to skip to something else a little bit. Oh wow, yeah, I got additional secret stash of the plastic because I tend to be very low on plastic. So this time I really got a lot of stuff done that usually I have issues with. I am producing much more. I have much bigger base. The main bus is much bigger than usual, so I can definitely see that I am making a progress. But the yellow part of the science might be a little bit more difficult. Anyway, let's still keep some kind of research done. Let's see how much of the purple science we have. Yeah, we still get some. It is just not distributed nicely, but this is a lot of science. See, I got the mark here to do yellow science here, and why I stopped? Because I couldn't really fight those biters last time. Remember, guys, this clip that you have made? I haven't died. This is exactly that area in the game. So maybe I should invest in rocketry a little bit? Wait, let's cancel this research. It can wait. We're at 4%, it doesn't matter. There is rocketry that would allow us to get rockets and rocket launcher. Okay, maybe not. See, I got some problems with explosives. And this is one of the first clips that was ever made on my channel. So I don't think that getting into rocketry would help me much, but there is explosive rocketry. If you get to explosive rocketry, then you don't need a rocket launcher for this, am I right? Or can you use it on a tank? I don't remember. Wait, where did you get the nukes from? Flammables? Forget it. I'm not using flamethrower. Rocketry, energy shield, atomic bomb. But it needs uranium. I still don't have any uranium processing. I'm not planning to get the uranium power plant, by the way. But artillery shells... I could just use artillery turrets. I just need to make those shells. It's not a stupid idea, unless, well, we have to make the yellow science. And the yellow science was supposed to be placed in the place where I cannot really go because there are biters, and it is way too close to the biters. I can try to build so close to the biters, but I am afraid that they are going to attack because of the pollution, that it would be a little bit too much. But are they going to attack because of the pollution if they are in peaceful mode? I used peaceful mode for the first time, so I really don't know. Okay, let's get back to the work robot size then. Forget it. Forget the attempt on fighting those little thingies. Okay, if we need to get to utility science pack, which means yellow science pack, I will try to start with the processing units, because sulfuric acid will be the easiest one to make in the first place. I can use up the existing resources because I am already making the sulfur and I have a lot of sulfur. We can just process it into sulfuric acid, store it in an enormous amount of tanks, obviously. By the way, storage tanks, I think we need them. And I'm going to move some grenades to the chest. If I'm not mistaken, if you use the grenades with control, then you're throwing them, right? I'm not making this mistake anymore. I have destroyed a few things already in the game. Not in this playthrough, but previously. I'm not doing this ever again. Okay, let's try to switch to storage tank production. Can we move it to the mall? Yes, and it might not be that difficult. And also it would be great to keep it around this area to make sure that we stick to the liquids. That would make a lot of sense. So let's go there. When we get this done, Well, I will have to make the flying robot frame anyway. That is needed for the utility science pack. And this way, I will make it easier to start making the logistic network. Of course, our main issue right now is how to keep the production, the energy production, at the level that will allow me to just stop worrying about the factory itself. But I'm not worried about that anymore that much, because if we keep on producing the rocket fuel, then we should be alright. Also, I am still trying to get some of the solid fuel that still ends up in here from time to time. I am going to keep it as the emergency fuel. We got 1k of emergency fuel, and right there I am getting a really good amount of the fuel being used by the boilers. Let me see. Okay, this is great. All of the boilers so far are using the rocket fuel. I will just filter out the solid fuel and I will keep it like this, because I wanted to permanently switch to the rocket fuel, and it seems to work. Finally, we got to some kind of stable levels. This is great, guys. This is great. I can finally call it kind of stable energy production with the boilers and steam engines, of course. I'm not going to switch to the nuclear power plant. That's the goal, to avoid doing that, to get out of the comfort zone once again. Yeah, this is great. Feels good, man. Now let's switch. I don't understand why I marked it this way, and also I want to use those rails to make the taxi train, but before we will get that, let's give ourselves some time. Alright, where can we get this from? I could possibly have chests in here as well, but do we have a chest production? No, we don't have chest production. Actually, taking a break would be a good idea, but I think I will just hit 6-hour mark and I will end the stream for today. Instead of getting more purple science, actually I had to take care of the energy crisis. Who would have thought, right? Who would have thought? Steel chest and storage. Oh, storage tanks need iron plates. Wait for it. I know where to add it then. So this will be production for the storage tanks. I forgot that they need the regular iron plates as well. And then we're going to get... Okay, this needs a buffer. This will need some kind of chest to put stuff into. And because this is storage tanks, let's stick to 2. It's going to be enough anyway. In this case, we're going to insert the steel plates, and the steel plates are going to be produced roughly like this. Very simple. Or actually, we can use the same concept, the same source in this case. We don't need that much. It's not going to be a permanent production, so sometimes I will allow myself to get a little bit of shortcuts, not many though. And in this case we need chests. Well, chests will be needed for the logistic chests in the future that we don't have them researched yet. Oh, we have 2 of them researched. We will need plenty of steel chests. So actually, it will prove itself useful to build it somewhere else. But for now, my need for the chests is getting bigger and bigger. Now everything needs to be plugged in, and let's see how it goes. Character is in the way. Not anymore. This and that and this and that, and these are, by the way, there are some places where I don't really need to put the belts, just like in this case, but I know that one of these belts is the green circuits, the second one is red circuits, and there is a gap. You can see that there is a huge gap right there, and this one is made for the blue circuits. I want to do it for the first time. Previously, I was never able to do that, to get enough of the blue circuits to actually make it into the part of the main bus. I never did that. I regret that a lot because it was always stopping me from making the yellow science and the other stuff. And if I'm not mistaken, rocket control units need the blue circuits. Yes, they need processing units. And I had a ton of issues. Also, speed modules on the highest level, they need processing units as well. So with such a big need of the processing units, I couldn't meet the easiest, the smallest requirements. Alright, I will take a break then. Okay, Laser told me to take a break, I will take a break then. Blady was kind enough to actually remind me of this, but Laser is getting mad, so when I see that Laser is getting mad, then okay. The chest, this is locked, this is locked. Okay, we got this stuff done. Also, let's disconnect the things so they don't look strange. This time I am trying really hard, guys. Oh, Laser is mad. Should we make the mad Laser? Actually, I have the idea to make a Mad Llama emote. And having a Mad Laser would be even better as the emote. Laser can get mad quite a lot, actually. Expand purple science, that tasted purple. We still got 1600 of the furnaces that are still in use. Unbelievable. How one calm him down. Sometimes you just need to leave him alone, and this is the best option. At least from my experience, I know that. Or sometimes you can try to make him laugh and kind of get him out of this angry mood. At least in my opinion, it works. But sometimes he might get mad a little bit more, so yeah. And hugs help as well. Hugs definitely help. So if he's mad for not getting hugs, but then you hug him so he's not mad anymore? No, it doesn't make sense. Don't make sense. Llamas, we're not getting... Wow! Okay, we are getting rid of the red circuits from the old part of the base. I was about to say we're not getting rid of them anytime soon. There was like 6k in here, if I'm not mistaken. Hugs and kisses will do. Maybe. Also, we got 1k of the military science. I need to set up separate military science spot, and I don't know which area is the best for it, because I haven't thought this through. We got additional belt for this particular purpose, but I never thought about the placement in between other science. So everything, pretty much everything to the left is related to the science production. And in this case, we got red science, purple, green, blue, and yellow to do in plants. And I don't know where to put the military science in between those, because purple science in this case is placed out of order just because it is easier to get stuff from the mall. Right, let's try to get rid of... Oof, okay, I think that the train was coming a moment ago, right? I need to be very careful with that. Anyway, let's try to move some of this blue science. I will get rid of this transport belt, and all of the stashed blue science that I have ever made in the old part of the base, we're actually using it up right now. So probably the best way would be to add some more of the labs in order to make the science, the research go quicker. On the other hand, I think that we don't have enough of the energy for this, so the energy is limiting quite a lot. But I need to rethink how to use this energy, because we're not going to have a great ratios. And I think that the oils is recurring issue in my base. I did not take a break. I will soon. I just need to go to the place where I am about to make sulfuric acid. By the way, how do you make sulfuric acid? You mix it with water. And iron plates. I forgot about iron plates. Wow, if I would stand on that rail, I could be dead already. Okay. Oof. Let me just mark the place for the sulfuric acid. I want to make it as close to the water as I can. Like in this spot. I like to keep some of the ponds, some of the water areas untouched. In this case, I would prefer to leave it like this. This will be the place. We add the tag right there. We add a tag that says sulfuric acid here. And I'm going to take a break. Right now, there is no need to worry about it. By the way, where did the train go? This one? It is still unloading. What about the other train? I just want to leave you something that is interesting in a way. Wait a minute, where is my train? Did it end up with no energy at some point? Wait a minute. Llamas? Where did the train go? Oh yeah, no energy. Okay. Yeah, I forgot to load it once again, because I was supposed to have it on the station. Never mind. Let's just have a nice... Let's just have a nice party at the labs. I will take about 5 minutes of break and stretch. That's what I need. I definitely need to stretch. And I think that you need to stretch a little bit as well, Llamas, so you will not end up as the exemplar from Darkest Dungeon 2. So feel free to get some water, get some snacks, take a bathroom break, stretch, whatever you need, so we get back to the friendly conversation once again. So, see you in about 5 minutes.
Word of our community's acclaim spreads.
Oh guys, I just got back. Cinnamon, thank you so much for the raid. I was just about to get back. Thank you for trusting that I will get back soon. Guys, you have the opportunity to follow Cinnamon right now. You got the pop-up, you can click the follow button, extremely easy. She's playing a lot of Dwarf Fortress, but lately she has been playing Worm Online as well. I'm sure that you're going to enjoy this. I have heard that this is quite an old game, although speaking of Dwarf Fortress, I know that Cinnamon is really good at it. So why not giving a follow to a fellow streamer? How are you doing today? How is life treating you today? I hope that you're alright, and what are your plans for the next year? Do you have any plans? I am just asking out of curiosity if you're about to celebrate the new year, if you got any New Year's resolutions, whatever that you would like to share regarding the new year. Also, allow me to introduce myself to your community. Thank you for bringing everyone from your community to my channel. My name is Urin, I'm a talking llama, and I like to play strategy games. I am a variety streamer that likes to focus on the strategy games, like Darkest Dungeon, Frostpunk, This War of Mine, and so on. I could get even more of these. I remember that XCOM is one of the games that I have kind of special attachment to. Maybe because of playing it in a hard mode. So if you are interested, you can always consider following. I don't think I am really going to do anything for New Year's except like sleep and play games. That's my plan as well. I mean, high five. This is the kind of plans that you can have and you don't have to worry about the outcome, because this is so simple that you can't really mess it up. My birthday is soon after, so I always look forward to the carrot cake. Oh, yes. Are you baking the carrot cake yourself? Does somebody make the carrot cake for you? And do you have the good recipe for the carrot cake to share in the first place? Because I would actually use some. But the last time when I tried, let's say it didn't really end up well. Someone always brings me one, either made or bought. Oh, this is awesome! I am looking forward to it as well, and I hope that the carrot cake will be delicious, no matter if somebody is going to buy it or make it themselves. I have a recipe I can share sometime when I find my personal cookbook. Alright, that's fair. Just if you could keep that in mind at some point, I would love to get the good recipe that somebody has tried and figured out. Because my attempt at the carrot cake was not the best. And sadly, in my family, we didn't really make the carrot cake. So I don't have the good recipe myself. So are you using the cookbook, this personal cookbook that you mentioned? Is it, like, are you writing it down in some kind of notepad or something like that? I guess it's not digital type of notes. A physical book I lost in my kitchen. Oh no. Digitizing would be a good option for backup, definitely. But if you lost it in your kitchen, are you sure that you lost it? That nobody has taken it from you by any chance? It's just lost because I'm cleaning it. And it's a mess in there. I can relate. But instead of decluttering the kitchen, I decided to declutter the papers. And I need to admit, I've got tons of papers. Some of them are the papers, the notes from the university times. And sometimes it's really hard to part with them, you know? Alright guys, I am not going to research Coverx enrichment process. I am tempted because of this nuclear fuel, but let's avoid it. Let's avoid it. No. It's not happening. It's not happening. So I think that I know what to wish you, Cinnamon, to reorganize your kitchen. And I wish you luck with finding your cookbook. I have my own little notepad. I don't have a lot of recipes in there, but these are the recipes that I have tried myself. These are my trusted recipes, and I tend to move it around in the way that sometimes I forget where I put it as well. And I haven't digitized it as well. So maybe your idea is a good idea to actually digitize the notes, just to make sure that it is not going to get lost at some point. I mean, as I said before, I don't have a lot of recipes in there, but some of them I actually got from my family members. So this is something that I value the most. It's just better to try to avoid losing this kind of stuff. I think that we can all agree on that. Guys, I thought that I have a good idea on how to make sulfuric acid, and right now I'm not so sure about it anymore. I might be a little bit annoyed by that, but I will just try to trust the process and then we'll see. This is the output. I will need to input 2 types of resource. Let's try to see what are we getting in here. Guys, today we're playing Factorio. If you're familiar with Factorio, then you can probably see that this map is not really big. Like this base is not very big, although this is probably the biggest one that I have built. That's why I call it the Agoraphobic Megabase, because it's actually, according to the standards of the standard player, this is just a normal base. But according to my standards, it's a big base. I am trying to get out of my comfort zone, try to make things look nice, try to come up with my own ideas on how to build stuff to make a really, really big main bus that will allow me to produce enough to actually fill that main bus and stop struggling with the production all the time. I'm trying to make the legit mold this time. I'm trying to do everything that I would usually neglect. And it's going well. Until we got to the oils, until we got to the first energy crisis. And this energy crisis has happened today twice. Right now you can see that I have switched to some other fuel source, and I am trying to make sure that this fuel source will be used up in a nice way. I even handled the ratios nicely this time. I am not really aiming for the perfect ratios. I am not looking for information in the Factorio cheat sheet about what kind of ratios should I actually use in order to have the best output possible. No, I'm not doing that. Although I am trying to generally make things nicer, unless it is oils and there is the energy crisis. And we had the energy crisis again. I had to handle it somehow. This is what I came up with. It's still not the absolutely worst project that I have made with oils. But oils definitely needs to be moved somewhere else, and I have the spot to move the oils, but instead of moving the oils, I try to set up what I need this time to get another science done, which is yellow science. We already have the purple science that tastes purple, like this one. We're not making a lot, but I will have the time to expand this. Actually, I didn't have the time to expand this because I was fighting the energy crisis for most of today's stream. And the situation, I think the situation can be marked as resolved. Yes, I think that we can call it resolved right now. Of course, I am trying to stash as much of the additional fuel as I can in order to prevent myself from getting additional energy crisis that will most likely happen, because this is my usual issue with this game. But we're getting there. We're getting there really, really slowly. And you know what is the problem? I have made a special place for the storage tanks to be created, to be built to be stored, and I forgot to get some stuff from there. I hope the production is going nicely for now. The production is not going because somebody forgot the iron plates. Because these were not supposed to be iron plates, these were supposed to be the steel chests. Yes, and this was supposed to get the iron plates as an input. Which makes me not get any storage tanks anytime soon. Great. I need about, I don't know, 6 of these storage tanks just to store a little bit of water to make sulfuric acid afterwards. No. Sulfuric acid is being stored in the liquid form, so I will have to get additional... Yeah, I will have to get additional stacks at this point. This is not fun. What should I do at this point? Yeah, I think that right now I just need to wait for about 10 of these to be made, maybe more. And I need to distribute them. Okay, I will have to distribute them in the way that I will keep more of the sulfuric acid. This is the first time making sulfuric acid for anything that is needed. Sulfuric acid could be used for extraction of the uranium, but we're not extracting uranium on this map, at least not now. I'm not planning on getting the nuclear power plant, which is trying to pollute the environment the classical way in Factorio, which is the steam powered power plant. Yep. Okay, let's assume that we're getting sulfuric acid right there. And we would like to have an output. We could possibly go with something like this. This is the output. Now we need to input 2 types of things. One of them okay, this is not going to be a problem. One of them is going to be sulfur. Sulfur can be on the outer side. By the way, if we got the chemical plant like this, it should be possible to flip it, because we got the same input and the same output, and it cannot be flipped anyway. So it doesn't matter, actually. Oh, no, wait. Wait, I messed something up. You haven't seen that blueprint being dropped randomly. So in this case, I will try to set up something really quickly, as always. Hopefully I will not regret it later, but who knows. And here we can just have a regular... I think this is not such a big of a deal. We don't really have to see what we get. But the point is, I am going to make sulfuric acid and put it into some containers. We got 14 storage tanks. In this case, I would try to stick to, let's say, 4 water storage tanks. We need 100 units of water. Okay. Let's stick to 4 of these. Just to make sure that I can connect all of it together somehow. And probably I missed... Yes, I missed the points, but it's okay. Yes, I missed it. It's not fun. I don't think this is going to connect to the storage tank, but we'll see. I just missed it. I missed it. This is what we're trying to handle today. All of the new solutions that will help out, hopefully. help out. Okay, this is where we get oil, the water, but this is where we cannot get the water from because I have missed the water loading, but now it should be all right, and also all of the other storage tanks. I am not sure about them being connected, but let's try to keep them connected. The water is flowing. Would be nice to actually add a little bit more of the water to the storage tanks, and yes, we are providing enough to make the sulfuric acid. Now we need to provide two things: the plates, the iron plates, and we need to provide sulfur. Sulfur is something that I was trying to get rid of for a very long time, and this is really close to the main bus, and also there is a bunch of the iron plates right there. So the idea is going to be not necessarily trying to cut down many trees. Let's have 2 slots in between. 2 free slots in between. The trees are going to prove it themselves useful once again because I have saved my factory and the production with a little bit of trees that I was cutting down each time when I was going somewhere. When I had to get rid of the trees, I was trying not to burn them. I was trying to cut every tree down, and this is why I had some of the fuel later. Okay, so let's make everything longer, and this is very bad. This is something unexpected. For the first time, I have stumbled upon an issue like that. I will have to fix it in a way that I don't really like. But let's make it happen, llamas. The idea is to not move this at all. I am not going to move this at all. Also, I should be very careful about the train, so the train is not going to hit me. But moving forward, we need sulfur, and we need the iron plates. In order to get that, we're going to make this part longer. This is barely where we are starting the production of the green circuits. This is one of the earliest part of the base where we actually connect something to the main bus. Except the smelting, of course, except the plastic. The plastic comes from all of the oil production, so I would say this is different case. Also, we need some kind of balancers for that, otherwise we're not going to handle the situation for very long. And for now, this needs to be split into oh, wait, we don't have underground belts. But we're really close to the mall, actually. It was worth it to build this mall. Okay, I tend to do that in most cases. I really build the mall for the basic production of the yellow belts. But other than that, I don't really care about the upgrades later. And this time we're going for the late game with all of the stuff that will end up on the yellow belt. So we finish with the yellow belts. I'm not going for any upgrades, even if I could possibly get it with the logistic bots. When I get the logistic bots, it is not happening yet. When we get the yellow science, then I will start making the logistic bots. Then it's going to make most of the sense, because a part of the yellow science is the part that actually makes the logistic bots. And by logistic bots, I mean in general the logistic bots and the builder ones. So logistic robot and construction robot. I mean both of them in this case. Anyway, we can move on and try to connect these parts. Now, this will make a spaghetti. If I would like to keep the concept exactly the same, which means the sulfur is going to be provided the longer way, then I would possibly try to put it on this belt right there. But because I don't want to do the spaghetti out there, I am not going to try. Let's just plug it in and make something work for once. So before this ends up being fed into the machine, I have a little bit of
Word
the
of our
time.
community's acclaim spreads.
Oh my god, we got another really nice surprise. Bold Viking is raiding. How are you doing, man? Were you playing Factorio today? Were you playing Factorio Pioneers? Welcome everybody, Silent Storm, Flash Pedestrian, Lily Nightshade. Welcome everybody. How are you doing, guys? I am playing Vanilla Factory right there. Oh, today was Minecraft, so at least I don't have to be ashamed and mention that Bold is playing so much better Factorio quality than I do. I play pure vanilla right there. But actually, this is what happens. Let's have a lovely shout out to Bold Viking, a fellow member of the Red Circuit stream team, who is definitely amazing Factorio streamer that you need to follow if you are watching Factorio. He might have gone a little bit mad after streaming all of the Pyanodons and having the second attempt, but we love Bold anyway. Atamala, hello! Good to see you guys. I will show you my Agoraphobic Megabase, and let me explain why did I come up with this name in the first place. So I mentioned that I play vanilla in the first place. This is one of the biggest... Yeah, I think that this is one of the biggest bases that I've ever made, and it doesn't look like much. It ain't much, but it's an honest work. Welcome, Nagapito! Still not finished by another, so he can get worse. I think that it's not going to affect him that much. We love Bolt already, right? And we know that Bolt will handle this really nicely. Also, thank you for the follow, Flash Pedestrian. Let me get back to explanations for a moment. What do we actually do right now? So, usually when I was playing Factorio, I was trying to go with the regular biters that are attacking you, that are evolving, that are expanding. I would never try to limit myself this way, but I have noticed that by being forced to protect myself from the biters, I was always building very dense structures. My base was always very dense, way too dense than it should be. So I came up with the idea, okay, maybe this is the first time when I actually should start playing regular vanilla Factorio playthrough with the peaceful biters, and this is the first attempt. I have about 800 hours of experience with Factorio, and still this is the first time when I play with the peaceful biters. But it is beneficial because, as you can tell, I am trying to make a solid big bus. Right now I am trying to make the yellow science, so we are kind of close to finish, but there is still a lot of stuff to do, as always in Factorio. I have made a really nice bus for science, and right now there is no new research incoming. I am not making Kovarex enrichment process yet because I am not switching to the nuclear energy this time. I am going purely with steam. But I wish I could get the portable coffee machine. I really need that in my life. Probably we would have to stop right there. If I don't want to research anything else, I don't have the yellow science yet. I am making it right now. So probably I won't allow my scientists to party. Because if you think that all of those vials, that all of those science packs are not colorful alcoholic drinks, then I don't know what do you think about those scientists, but they're definitely having a party. Okay, I will get the nuclear full reprocessing even if I'm not going to use it, but I just want to show you that those scientists are definitely having a party out there. What about you guys? Are you going to spend your party, your New Year's party at home, or do you have any plans? Feel free to share if you want to. I just wanted to have the last stream of this year with a little bit of scientists having parties out there. I love drinking vials with dubious liquids inside, exactly. I mean, it looks great. Sometimes the colors make you want to taste something, right? But please do not try Tide Pods, please. This is not safe for you. I hope I don't have to mention that. I hope you don't need to be educated by a llama. Have I introduced myself? I believe that I forgot. My name is Rin. I am a variety streamer and also a talking llama. Today I'm wearing a spacesuit and I am trying to handle an energy crisis that I had, because why not? I always need to get into trouble with the energy, and I tried to switch to the rocket fuel. It didn't end up 100% as the success, but we got some of the backup as the solid fuel. I am actually trying to survive by making light oil into the rocket fuel. I've made the structure already. This is not enough. Oils are definitely not the easiest part for me in this game. I'm not going for any perfect ratios on this. I am not going for the ready blueprints for this. I just want to figure out things on my own. This is what I enjoy the most. Although, actually I prefer to solve the issues on existing base. So if something was built, no matter how it was built, if there is some kind of issue going on with either the resources that need to be transported in a way or something else, I am always trying to solve this kind of issues first. So I'm not a huge fan of building from scratch, but I am trying to get out of my comfort zone as well, which is very simple in my case because this is vanilla. This is not Pyanodon level, bold level of Factorio, but still very enjoyable one, as long as we're not getting the energy crisis and half of the base is not getting that. Also, when it happens, I tend to use some wood that I stash in random places, so if you find the chest anywhere, then feel free to inform me, because I think I used up all of the wood that I have collected. Trees are friends in my playthroughs, and they have the right to burn my friends. It applies to Factorio and it applies to the Graveyard Keeper as well. Both of the games have something in common, actually. Right now I am trying to make the sulfuric acid. And we almost did that, and then you raided, guys. French, but thank you so much for your visit and raiding with the proverbial in. Take care of yourself and haha, see you next year then. So that's pretty much what we're doing here today. Also, if I forgot to mention something, then probably it's going to show up as a problem soon. I just don't know it yet. In this case, we're going to have a huge container for the sulfuric acid. We will need that for the blue circuits. And blue circuits are something that I always had issues with when I was building the small, dense base. I was always trying to do the absolute minimum just to push some of the research to make it going. And then I was barely making the minimum of the processing units to actually use it for the utility science packs. That's why we need to approach it a slightly different way. And there is a plan. This time it's legit. I marked sulfuric acid right there, but also I have marked, see, I like to put to-do lists on my map, and many players actually do that. Sea Viking, thank you for the follow. Enjoy becoming a llama. If you are following, then you become llamas. I hope that you know that already. So speaking of the to-do list, usually I place down more of the markers as a to-do part, then I delete. So in this case, the last time when I was adding to the to-do list, you can see that we got this big ass notification to do sulfuric acid, otherwise you won't have the blue circuits. So I wanted to threaten myself to actually do something about the sulfuric acid. And the train. The train will be made somewhere around this spot, but I want to make the taxi train first. But the taxi train is not going to be made today. The plan is to start making sulfuric acid, transfer it to the place where I would like to make the blue circuits, and they are supposed to be... This is module site. I think we haven't picked the place for the blue circuits. We got the blue science area that is made already. It is not expanded, but for the blue circuits, I don't know where does it go. But there is a gap. There is this huge gap in between the steel plates and the green circuits. This is where I have the plan to place a really nice 4-belt sized place for the blue circuits. So I am trying to be ambitious this time. We'll see how it goes in the future. The future llama is probably going to be very happy with this solution or very disappointed with this solution. Depends on what are we going to come up with today. For New Year's, I'm going out. I'm gonna try to get as wasted as possible. Alright, that's some kind of plan, definitely. Please remember to stay safe anyway, and if possible, make sure that somebody will take care of you if you're going to get wasted. And also, I hope you're not going to suffer from the hangover then. So this is a good plan, to have a party outside. Is there anybody else who have the plans? My plan is actually to become a couch potato, get some good sleep, and also watch some movies with laser. Or play some games with laser. Maybe farming some salt in League of Legends. I haven't decided yet. But also, I have a huge need to play a bit of Terraria again. Because I haven't finished the fight with the Empress of Light. And even if that boss is totally optional, I really want to fight Empress of Light. Maybe I will be able to convince Laser, my fiancé, to actually play with me, and it would be great to have expert worlds and also medium core characters, so you drop the items after the death in expert world where each type of slime is dangerous to you and can kill you on sight. Yeah, this might be an interesting night then. Terraria is a phase for me. Play it for a month, then don't touch it for 11. That's fair. But the good news is that Terraria is still getting the updates. And I haven't revisited Terraria in the past 3 years at least. I haven't played it for at least 3 years. And I've seen there are some updates. I know that I haven't finished fights with the Empress of Light, so why not trying out the game again? But on higher difficulty level, actually, than the ones that we have played in the past. I had some kind of plan with this, but it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah. I had some plan. Doesn't matter. Don't mind that. I just need to put some sulfuric acid in there. Oh, by the way, we got 2 storage tanks left. All right. Crestorio 2 got me so mad. Just now I unlocked cars, but guess what I need oil to fuel it? Well, I guess that it was quite easy to predict, right? Although I haven't played Crestorio myself. I like to stick to vanilla in general. I prefer vanilla with games, and there is one very easy reason for that. In the past, I had some bad experience with DLCs. It's not related to Factorio actually, but to some other games. And I just decided to be less likely to install the DLC. Not the DLC, sorry, the mods. I have been streaming for over 6 hours, getting closer to 7 hours, so I am getting tired really slowly. Sorry for the confusion then. I was supposed to connect that, by the way. One, two. This time I am trying to do things nice. Nice and clean. At least I'm trying. And speaking of Factorio, well, maybe not the mods, but what do you think about the new DLC that has been announced? I really can't wait for that, because as a vanilla enjoyer, I actually like the idea of something that could be a little bit similar to space exploration. I'm not saying this is the same thing, because I read the news and it's not going to be the same thing. But I am just happy that somebody like me can enjoy any type of space exploration. I don't mean the mod itself, I just mean the concept of visiting other planets as the DLC. So that would be great to be able to play it. And also the update regarding trains. I always wanted to make a roller coaster tycoon in my Factorio, so I'm looking forward to that as well. Rick, hello, good to see you. Crestorio 2 is definitely worth a play. It changes a lot of things. Listen, I got a news for you, because we still have your redemption for producing a mushroom in Death Stranding. I'm still planning to produce a mushroom in Death Stranding for you. I haven't forgotten about that. I just need to get back to Death Stranding a little bit. This is one of the latest games that I have played. I would highly recommend that, especially if you're a fan of That's Matt Mikkelsen and storing babies in the jar. That doesn't really sound good, does it? Maybe I should have skipped on that one. I've been playing a lot of Baldur's Gate 3 and Cyberpunk 2077. I have heard that there is a huge sale on Cyberpunk, isn't it? I wish I could play the first-person games, that they wouldn't make me motion sick. Then I would love to play some Cyberpunk. I was really hyped for this game when I have heard about the concept in the first place, but it is first-person, so it's not that fun to me. And I try to mess up with the field of view, especially with vertical field of view if possible, but the big part of the game is the colors. If you get muted colors, it helps me a lot to actually survive the game a little bit more. Okay, there could be one exception actually, and this one exception could be Alien Isolation. Actually, I have survived for about 2 or 3 minutes before the alien got me, so I couldn't really tell if any of the option change would help me. I've had the same GTX 1060 for past 5 years. It works. You don't have to replace your hardware if you don't feel the need to. You can get the mod for Cyberpunk to tone the colors. Hey, okay, I have planned to pick RimWorld this sale. I haven't planned to pick Cyberpunk, okay? I'm definitely not getting both of the games because I don't want to spend so much of the time on both of the games in a very short amount of time, you know what I mean? So I would prefer RimWorld because this is closer to strategy game, and then also I would have another reason to confirm that I am a great oppressor. So here's the news to anybody who is here for the first time. Some llamas call me Mama Llama, some llamas call me the great oppressor. It depends on what game I have streamed when I met them. And the great oppressor nickname was made when I made my subscribers back then into pro-spunk characters, and 2 of them have died by accident, so everybody screamed oppression, and this is how I became the great oppressor. Alright, guys. We could possibly just use the pipes. And I know that we could, but... we can start making the processing units. The processing units? Yes, the blue circuits. Very close to that spot. And I think it will be worth trying out. Because we're the closest to the red circuits and very close to the green circuits, I think that this is the best to place. Let's add the tag, because I will forget. To do, of course, to do processing units here. And I will figure something out. It doesn't matter what is the concept for now. I just need to find a nice way for the pipes to go so it doesn't go in the way. I could use the train because it depends on what the plans are. If the plans are to extract uranium, then I will need sulfuric acid for that. But I am not going to get the nuclear power plant. But here's the question to you guys. You're watching Bold Viking, so you definitely have your opinion regarding this. I want to avoid getting the nuclear power plant. It was always my safe zone, my comfort zone. I was getting the blueprint each time, and I was trying to just avoid messing with my energy crisis again by switching to the nuclear power plant as soon as I could. But if I am going to use the steam engines based power plants, well, you can burn the rocket fuel in there and it provides you some good amount of energy, but we are working on Coverx enrichment process, and this allows us to get the nuclear fuel that is not the nuclear fuel cell. So assuming that I am going to take that nuclear fuel bullet, because it looks like a bullet to me, and I would throw it because it says it is burnable fuel. If I would throw it into the boilers, that is nuclear power plant and is not nuclear power plant at the same time. Would you consider that cheating? Because I have said I want to avoid nuclear power plants, but nuclear fueled power plant is something that I haven't considered, because I forgot that you can burn these. And I'm really tempted to actually start getting uranium, start enriching uranium and just make nuclear fuel just to burn it in the boilers. Of course, it would be the best if we could get the regular nuclear energy, the regular uranium fuel cell, because it's going to be much more effective if I am not mistaken. Yes, it's definitely going to be much more effective as the fuel value, but I didn't want to have nuclear power plant. If you're using nuclear stuff to make power, that's technically a nuclear power plant, exactly. So I still struggle with that a little bit, because I would like to cheat this way a little bit. On the other hand, I don't want to cheat that much, and I'm just trying to find a way to figure that out. Because there is this little gap, there is this little logic gap that I've made by accident, and you might actually not consider that cheating. Oh, by the way, behold, this is the only type of explosives that are llama friendly. For a long time, I've been streaming for 6 years. I haven't had the opportunity to get the explosives that would be llama friendly in other game than Factorio. Throughout 6 years of my streaming adventure, I actually had a lot of opportunities to have bad encounters with explosives. At least the cliff explosives are very friendly to llamas, but every time when I think about cliff, it reminds me of Death Stranding, so no spoilers, but if you know the story, then feel free to put F's in the chat. Alright, let's move it. Let's figure out what is the best place to put the pipes, but we don't have underground type yet. The processing units can be placed quite early in the game. Maybe this will give me a little bit of advantage, so I will see that, yeah, I have the opportunity to actually fill that belt. And I think that we're getting into issues because we are not getting enough of the sulfur. What's the problem? So before we switch to the processing units, there is always something else to do. There is always something else to investigate. Oh, we really got rid of a lot of the sulfur, but I think I got a secret stash somewhere. There is no way I wouldn't make a secret stash of the sulfur. Okay, we used up the sulfur from the part of the base that was my first base ever. So this is the area where I was squeezing everything in. I had 3 types of science in here. I had all of the basics that I needed just to make sure that I am doing the minimum. And I am trying to, because my general way of playing Factorio is that I am trying to build something just to make it work. Then later I move it around and make sure that it works in the new place and it produces much more in the new place. Then I dismantle the old part. You can see that I still have some stuff that I need to move, but in most cases I was handling some of the products that I stashed here and there, and I tend to use a lot of belts afterwards, because every time when I think about placing anything in my inventory, it gives me a lot of anxiety. So I am trying to build as many of the belts or move those belts around, doing whatever just to make sure that I can use the existing belts in the way that I just move all of these products to the main bus. So speaking of, why do I mention all of this? Because I was about to dismantle this belt. This belt was full of sulfur, and now it is not full of sulfur. Now the question is, why do we get so little sulfur? And probably I will get salty in a second. Wow, 8k of light oil, but also we got 24k of heavy oil. We need to do something about heavy oil. We don't need lubricant right now, although the lubricant will be needed for the flying robot frame. Yes, because we need it for the electric engine unit. I don't want to keep... I can make the lubricant, stash it in many containers right there, and then use the train to connect it to some other part of the base in the south. I just make a bot mail in old base and make a new one. Okay, that's fair, but you need to have the oil sorted out nicely, and I don't have oil sorted out nicely to actually make the robot network yet. That's my issue. So because I don't have the yellow science yet, I'm planning to finish the yellow science and start doing the yellow science related research, and then I can slowly make the bots. So I am far from that for now. I understand that this is one of the best options, but not right now, not for me actually. Speaking of getting salty, 9k of petroleum gas, almost 8k of the light oil, so finally we are using it up to... Wow! Okay, we got a nice stash in here. I will try to get rid of the solid fuel right there and switch 100% to the rocket fuel in this case. Because the solid fuel is not going to be used anyway. As long as the boiler is using the rocket fuel all the time, it is looking for the rocket fuel, right? We need to replace it. We got enough of the emergency fuel stashed right there. I am not getting the nuclear power plant, not this time. I am getting energy crisis so many times in general that this time, whatever is gonna happen, I am not getting nuclear power plant. But a moment ago I just discussed that, well, technically, if we could use the rocket fuel, make it into nuclear fuel, and then burn it into boilers, it's kind of using nuclear fuel for the steam-based power plant. So it's kind of a cheating, but it's not cheating because it is not like full-size nuclear power plant based on nuclear fuel cells. Right now, actually, I am just doing the research for the sake of doing the research, but I'm not planning on getting the nuclear power plant. But the nuclear fuel, maybe for the trains, it would be easier for them to kill me, but I think it would be a nice idea. Okay, the chemical plants, there is only one chemical plant that is producing the sulfur, and I get it. I didn't expect that we're going to have so much of the sulfur used in such a short amount of time. So actually good for us. We can always expand the thing right there, although this is still temporary area. All of these oils should be temporary area at this point. Wish a train would run me over IRL. No, 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 no. Don't say things like that. There are actually many reasons to live. What was I doing? I was trying to determine why do we have a sulfur crisis, but it doesn't matter. Like right now, whatever. We will fill the storage tanks. This is enough for a good amount of the blue circuits anyway. Let's try to make the setup for this part. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Yes, I checked it before. I remember I was checking it before. And of course, I know that it would be great to have the bots doing that for you, but I can't. I can't do that, sadly. I should do it the other way around, so... So actually these belts that go across the main bus should be used, but I just want to get this done for now. Because we got a very long belt and I was trying to remind myself for a very long time why did I leave the gap right there. There was 2 choices. Actually 3 choices. Either the blue circuits or the roboports, or the taxi train. So speaking of the taxi train, the idea is simple. Usually I use double-sided, so we got locomotive on the front and in the back. So it's going both ways, you don't have to use the loops or anything like that. Usually I was trying to use this kind of train and then 1 cargo wagon in order to just carry some stuff with me. And I would try to connect to most of the places in the base just to make the quick train stop. And I would call it taxi train. I would try to make it yellow. And in this playthrough, I haven't done that yet. And I really miss having a taxi train. So, the train tracks going through the middle of the main bus? I think I was not planning that. I mean, there is a chance that I did think about it this way, but probably it was away from either roboports or the blue circuits. And the blue circuits make most of the sense in this case. Speaking of making sense, let's get some more of the transport belts. In this case, I am going to use all of the yellow belts because I want to finish the game and launch the rocket having the yellow belts. Also, without the logistic robots, I am not going to go over all of that and replace it and upgrade it to the blue belts. Forget it. I'm not doing that myself. I'm not doing that manually. I can do a lot of things manually, although I try to really avoid making things manually in the inventory, but I can build a lot of stuff manually. I don't have a problem with that. But replacing the belts with the higher tier, no, it's not happening. I think that Llama from the past really wanted to take some revenge on the future Llama, or on the Llama from now, because I don't remember this kind of situation, and probably I said the future Llama will worry about this, which actually happens right now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Llama. Thank you, Llama. That should be done better way, and also I messed up. Seriously messed up from this place. I really need to have a nice balancer right there, and I didn't care for a moment. I was just saying, yeah, the future llama is going to worry about this, but in this case, we really have to move things around a little bit. Oh no, oh no. The anxiety is hitting me at this point really hard. So I don't have enough of the space in the inventory because we got quite a lot of the belts to put down. Because, well, according to the idea I had, we should be able to build the rocket silo around this spot. I don't necessarily want to build on the 15 billion coal patch because I know that this coal is actually going to be useful at some point. So I was trying to landfill a little bit more of the space to the south to make sure that I will build the rocket silo at some point. But I forgot to add this last chain of the belts, and actually I marked that the belt should go here. So I just had a good idea. Rose, and welcome! How do you even defend something like this? You don't. So the thing is, for the first time in my Factorio adventure, which is about 800 hours long, I decided to go with the peaceful biters, and this time I was not planning to defend myself from the biters, just to make sure that I build something that is quite comfy, that is not dense. Usually I build very, very dense base. I wish I could show you the base, one of my first base types that I had, but I played Factorio when it was in 0.16 version, and then I remember that I was trying to adjust it to 0.17, so I haven't been using the old map from the first playthrough for a very long time. But the point is, I'm trying to go with definitely more dense space than this, and if I could scale it, I would probably say that the first base that I've made was half of the length of the main bus, and the main bus starts roughly in this spot. It starts roughly here. It ends up right there. I don't know if it will be longer or not. So, like, roughly half of the size of the main bus that I have right there, it was my full length of the base. And of course, you build much less than. You try to get the minimum in order to just get that science done. But I could barely afford the yellow science. I could barely afford making the blue circuits that I am working on right now. So this time I've decided to not go for defending the base. Defending the base is great. This adds a little bit more to the game because you are busy with something. You don't have to perform the science research only. You actually have to protect your base. So it's forcing you to expand a little bit as well, because you need to look for the resources to be able to protect yourself. But it was always causing my base to become very dense. And this time I decided I don't allow myself to do it. I'm just trying to go with the biggest base that I can build. That's why I call it Agoraphobic Megabase, because each time when I think about building something new on this map, I am getting a bit anxious because I think that I should go a little bit dense with that I shouldn't build so much. Like, I shouldn't have as much of the distance as I try to have in between different production. And in this case, actually I have figured out that it would be easier to get all of these science sites and make them farther from each other, even farther from each other. That would be very beneficial to this map. So still I was trying to build in a dense way. And also, I am always trying to build quite dense smelting areas. You can see that in this setup we don't have the beacons yet, even if the beacons are researched already. When I am about to add the beacons, probably it will be twice of the size of the existing smelting areas. If I would have the biters that would attack me all the time, that would be expanding and evolving. Of course I don't mind that, but if I want to learn to be a little bit more flexible with my builds, to build less dense, then I need to give up on something. Otherwise I would be working only on the defensive part of the base. So this one playthrough I can actually give up on attacking the biters, and sometimes I attack the biters when they stand in the way of the new site that I am about to build, the new part. Let's say we got some biters in the place where I plan to build the yellow science, but last time they killed me. I don't really have the best weapons. I don't worry about having the best weapons. It's just the joy of building this time, and being angry when handling the oils. Alright, this is really close to the end. I'm going to make it longer, yes, but I will try to stick to the rules. No more product from this area onwards, and there is very easy reason for that. Especially because my first experience when I was playing Factorio for the first time, I knew the concept of the main bus, so at least I knew about that. I tried to make it the best main bus possible. But I was building on the ore patches. And I was building on the ore patches that I actually needed. And the ore patches were mixed at some point. So I have learned very early how to filter out different types of ore with the splitters to make sure that I'm not getting in trouble. But I was guilty of building parts of the main bus over big ore patches, just like in this case. So that's why I am avoiding sending any products right there, and probably I am going to do some temporary spaghetti all around to make sure that I am extracting all of that coal, because this coal is going to be needed. I'm not going for the coal liquefaction, but I give myself the chance to try it if I will decide to make it. Usually I try to keep the coal exclusively for the plastic production, because I tend to be short on the plastic production. But in this case, we got enough of the plastic. Do we have enough of the plastic? Let me see once again, because the petroleum gas might be in danger. Also, a disclaimer, no Barbie dolls have been harmed during the making of this stream. Some of the llamas actually asked me if the candles were harmed. This is the question I cannot answer. But we got some nice plastic flow, don't you think? Alright, this is built already, and this is where we are about to build the modules in the future. So, productivity modules and speed modules. I never cared about those efficiency modules. They are researched, but I don't care about them. Not sure if I need it for something. I think that Spidertron needed the efficiency modules, but I might be mistaken. Let me check. Spidertron. Yes, Spidertron actually needs fish and efficiency modules for whatever reason. And portable coffee machines. And a lot of exoskeletons. I'm not surprised with this one. But this is the only reason why I would build efficiency modules like ever. Not sure if I should hate on the efficiency modules that much, but somehow I've learned to. I've learned to dislike them quite a lot. Alright, where was that difficult part? I think this is the part where the real spaghetti happens. I mean, not that big of a spaghetti. Could be worse. But we need to clean up a little bit. Here and there and... Yep, yuck. This needs to be adjusted again, because it looks terrible. And also, anything that goes across the main bus should be hidden behind the underground builds. So the other way around. But because I am in a rush, then the future Llama is going to worry about this. Today's Llama is just going to try to make it work really quickly. So if we get the site right there, we will have a lot of trees to cut down. And those trees, this wood will go to the emergency fund. The emergency funds, I mean, the chests containing emergency fuel. This is going to be emergency fund. And I really need to turn off the solid fuel from being sent right there. I can see that we can have a little bit of the buffer, but the rocket fuel is my top priority at this point. We're at 2k of petroleum gas, 2k of light oil, and 24k of heavy oil. So we got two options. Usually adding more of the containers would be a quick idea to just get rid of the heavy oil. Actually, we're not getting rid of it, we just prevent the other oils from the production stop. But in this case, I think that we need to make it into lubricant. Like, seriously, we need to start making lubricant. Put a lot of the containers in here, just start making it, and then after that I will send it with the train. Actually, taking a break is not a bad idea, because I have been streaming for 7 hours and I feel like I could use a good stretch. Yes. Just allow me to mark something. We have enough of the spot to make the underground pipes. And if I want to make the underground pipes, well, I don't want to get through all of this, so I will try to avoid it. No, I cannot avoid it. I will just go a little bit more towards the north. Then all I need is to mark where do I want for the pipes to go. And then I will take a short break. So thank you for reminding me about this. I tend to not do that very often. When I get involved into something, then I tend to forget about taking breaks and actually getting stretch. Which is something that is worth considering for the next year as the very generic New Year's resolution, to take care about the health a little bit more and actually allow yourself to stretch from time to time. Trees are friends. all of them are going to end up in a happy little place. That happy place is called a boiler. Alright, now a little bit further away. A little bit further away. Yes, here we go. And this is where we should have ended our adventure. Alright, this needs to be connected. One pipe is not going to be enough, but at least we got some kind of mark. Take care of yourself, Commissar Llama. I don't remember if anybody called me Commissar so far. In general, I was called the Great Oppressor when I was accidentally giving 24-hour shifts to my dearest llamas in Frostpunk. But I haven't been called Commissar yet, so that's a new thing to me. Yeah, you're definitely right. But I hope that you are taking your time as well, and you are stretching and getting snacks and taking the bathroom breaks regularly. Yep, should I leave you some part of base that is a little bit more problematic? I will leave you something to just be pleasant to look at, not necessarily the disco. Actually, we can watch the scientist party. I don't want to get back to the oils again because I've been streaming for 7 hours and a lot of this time was put into handling the energy crisis, so I don't want to get back to oils again for now. I will leave you with the scientist partying for now, and I would recommend you to use this time as well, guys. If you have played Darkest Dungeon 2, then stretch, otherwise you're going to turn into Exemplar from Darkest Dungeon 2. And if you have seen that monster, you know what I am talking about. You cannot replace your spine so easily in real life. So take care of yourselves as well. I will see you in about 4 minutes. I'm back. Thanks for waiting, Llamas. Good news, the party hasn't finished yet for all of our scientists. We're still working on the Coverx enrichment process, even if I'm not going to use it purely for the nuclear power plants. But I kind of want to exploit the idea of getting the nuclear fuel. Yes. Never mind. For now, we got more important stuff to do, and what is more important than working on the blue circuits? Finally! This is easy peasy. Why I was never getting enough of the processing units? It's not about the sulfuric acid. I always had enough of the sulfur. This time, for the first time, I am going to struggle with the sulfur, so we will have to increase the production. But in this case, I was always struggling with advanced circuits. I know I was trying to make them in a nice way, to make a lot of advanced circuits, to have nice 4 belts of the product, and I was never doing that. I was having 2, 3 in most cases. But this time, let's hope it's going to change a little bit. And even if we're having the output right there, I am not going to utilize this one. I am going to use the output that is already on the main bus. So what's the idea? It's the easiest way to cross this one little belt. And I would like to just start messing up with things in here. So I don't know. Okay, I can see that the flow of the sulfuric acid is not good enough, so we are supposed to put the pump somewhere in between. I don't think this is such a big problem. We can actually make a buffer right there, not a huge buffer, but I don't have storage tanks right now. Probably I will put the storage tank somewhere around this spot and keep it here, but it is too close to the advanced circuits again. So even if I am trying to build, keeping in mind that there should be a lot of distance in between all of the sites where I build different things. Actually, I start building very dense again. So we shouldn't end up here. We should go a little bit further south. Even if I will have to cut down the forest, at least I will have some of the... Yeah, I will have some of the resources. At least I'm not going to force myself to... Well... to mess up with... to mess up with the fuel ever again, hopefully. And ever again, it's a lie. Okay, I am going to have yet another issues with the energy. This is more than certain at this point. Let's switch back to the rocket silo. All we need to do is to get that yellow science going. That's it, rocket control units, and then we get rocket silo, we build rocket control units and all the other stuff, and we're done. That doesn't mean I'm going to finish the game, because there are a few really interesting parts that I would like to take care of, especially the general oil area. I really want to take care of the oils in this case. Also, there is an alert that one of the trains is out of fuel. I don't care about it right now. This is the part that I actually want to handle with the logistic bots when I get them. So I don't care that much. This is not the crucial part. Unless... Oh yeah, actually this is the copper. This is the copper train. So yeah, I might actually want to fuel that train. I thought this is the coal one. But no, this is the copper one. We had copper crisis in the past about 3 factorial streams ago. But right now, this is not the reason to worry about anything. We got a nice distance in here, so let's try to build here, starting in this spot. If we're going to place down the... If we're going to place down the pipe to ground right there, we need the processing unit set up in here. So what's the plan? It would be great to actually connect everything together, but keep in mind that I want to keep the yellow belts. I want to finish the game with yellow belts, so if I would try to get more of the blueprints done, then I would prefer to have everything with yellow belts. The difference between pass inserters and regular inserters, it is easily replaceable, but when I really care about the resources, I wouldn't care about getting the blue belts or the red belts. So in this case, what we're going to do, very similar concepts, but I need different output. So the output could possibly be shared, but why would I do that? I want to make it quite dense this time. And the output is all that matters, really. Let's assume that we have 2 assembling machines and then later we will figure something out. So this goes for processing units, the input goes here, and it's the same concept right there. We're not really saving up that much. We still got sulfuric acid that is like the pipe is halfway full, but it doesn't matter. This can be connected together. And we can flip this easily because these are not the chemical plants. But how are we going to use the input? If we got the output right there, we can just try to use the underground belts and then at the very end to try to connect it together. Maybe it looks like a bit of waste of space, but I don't mind it really. As long as I will be able to place the power poles, and the power poles will have to go in between like that. And then the underground belts, it can start like this one. Just the other way around, and then we put it like this. Something like this. What about the left part? The left part, I want to keep it very similar concept. So when we are about to get the input, we need 20 electronic circuits and 2 advanced circuits. So whatever needs to be fed to the machine, like the more items need to be fed into machine. I am trying to keep it the closest to the assembling machine possible. In this case, I am going to keep the advanced circuits away. So it's going to be fed on this belt to the left, to the west, and to the east. I am going to use the underground belt. that would roughly look like this. And usually I was coming up with the better solutions. So I will have to check if it makes any sense. No, actually it doesn't make much sense. It would be better to just have it on this side. Also, it is the wrong setup. So this side, we replace things right there. We replace things, wait. This is the input, this is where it goes. And both of the electric poles are going to be placed in a really nice grid. So anybody who might possibly care about really nice grid of the electric pole cables, you're not going to get the heart attack. Now, next. Okay, I don't really have to show what is happening right there, but I like to see the flow, especially the flow of the red circuits. That I tend to struggle with the production a little bit. This time it's not such a big problem, but I know it tends to be a problem. Not in the spacer though, so at least I don't have to worry. Okay, if we got this done, we can just plug it in and plug this in as well. We got the sulfuric acid. We should have advanced circuits. Now copy paste, copy flip paste actually. And flipping is available because this is not the chemical plant. And right now it's going to mess quite a lot with all of the cables, but I will sort it out in a second. Sorry. So if we're planning to do it like this, yeah, it's exactly the same concept. Looks good to me for now. I don't believe, how is that possible that I was never getting enough of the processing units. And in this case, this is going to be a little bit weird output. But if we keep it that way, then we can move across the pipes to ground. And then somewhere at the end, we're going to connect it and then to put it to the left because we already have the transport belts. Now I would like to feed those machines and see how it goes. But I don't know how many of the machines I can feed at the same time in one line. So before I do that, I know that usually it takes quite a long time to produce the processing units anyway. I just try to think of... Okay, the processing units... It is 10 seconds of crafting time? 10 seconds, alright. By the way, we need to solve the issue of the sulfuric acid going on right there. So we're going here and there, and is it connected? Yes, it is connected. What about the other inserters? It is done already. What about the electric pole? It is almost done. Now I am trying to get rid of the spaghetti. Actually, this is the first time when I do such thing in the base. Usually I don't care that much, but I can see the benefits of it. I tend to get less confused with all of that. Okay. Now, this could be copied and pasted many times already. I think that this could be one of my my best mirrored versions of the builds that I've made so far. And this is quite easy. Why I was avoiding making the processing unit for such a long time, I don't know. Anyway, we will have to connect it, but before we connect it, it's worth it to try to make a nice buffer. And by making a buffer, well, I need the storage tank, and also I had pumps. Yes, I had pumps. So what if we add the pumps somewhere in between now the pump is working. Now we got 100 out of 100, but it's on this side. What about the other places? Because okay, this pump is working well, but this is quite a big distance, and we still got 48 on the other side. So we have to get another pipe somewhere in between. Definitely not across the whole base, the whole main bus. I think that somewhere in between this, maybe I should use 2 of them, but it would be nice to get, after this pump starts working, it would be nice to get some kind of containers in order to store the excess, to have a buffer. Dear train, please do not hit me. Never mind. This train is out of fuel. This train is not going to hit me anytime soon. I tried to keep myself away from getting hit by a train. I got this achievement when I got it for the first time. My llamas were first to clip it because I was bragging about the fact that I never got hit by a train. My character was never killed by a train. And then when it actually happened, by accident, of course, I had people to clip this really quickly. Alright, we've got the containers right there. 50 storage tanks, this is enough. We got the pumps, this is enough. We got the buffer for making the sulfuric acid, yes. Actually, I would like to make more of these, but it doesn't matter now. Maybe I should have more than 1. Then 1 pump in this spot. So here's the question. Where should I put it to make sure that I am utilizing the pump the best way? Actually, this is something that I am always struggling with. So here we go, llamas. And the power poles are not existent right there. Great, llama, great. Alright, so now this pump is working. Now we're getting some good amount of sulfuric acid, but what happens previously? Before the... Yes, I will need another pump. I think I will just add this in front as the output from all of these storage tanks. Is this going to make a good flow of the sulfuric acid? I don't know yet. I would prefer to use the train for that. But because I am definitely not in the mood to move around the whole base without making it roller coaster tycoon style, train tracks on some other level than the ground level, then I am not going to do that yet. I will wait for the new train tracks to come before I will be allowed to put them on the next level. Because definitely those trains are on the next level according to the news. And I will stick to that. I'm waiting for it. I cannot wait. I would be very happy to use it in my own base right now. Okay, this pump is working right now. We're getting rid of sulfuric acid. And what's going on? Okay, 100 right there, 100 right there, some more pumps right there. I mean, it is possible it's gonna work, but we got enough of the sulfuric acid, we don't really have the flow, because we are not producing anything yet. So I will just add something really fast to start the production. So whatever we have, I will try to make really long output to make sure that I can connect it at the end and just add it to the main bus. It's not going to be much, but I want to figure out by myself without sticking to any ratios roughly how many of the machines, of the assembling machines I need in one spot in order to make it work nicely. And because we got 50 storage tanks, I don't really have to limit myself much. We can keep a little bit more than needed right now. Okay, this is it. I am just going to connect this with the underground belts. I just like to keep everything around just like that. Maybe it doesn't make much sense, but here we go. Now everything is full, but it's full because because we're getting rid of sulfuric acid in this area. No, it's the other way around. Actually, we need to give them the opportunity to pump things in. Yes, okay. Now it's the other way around, so just move forward. This was the bad idea. Okay, we have 25k. Per storage tank. I regret the fact that all of this sulfuric acid needs to be pumped again into the input because I missed that, but it's okay. Let's see how much of the sulfuric acid we have here. Okay, we're getting rid of it really quickly, but there is a very simple reason for that. We don't have any sulfur anymore, and this is serious crisis going on. So we need to get back to the roots, get back to the basics, get back to the petroleum gas production and light oil. There is nothing we make anymore. And we have replaced... Oh, wow. We got quite a lot of the rocket fuel, but I can see that it is very mixed. So I don't like this idea. I want to switch to rocket fuel completely. Even if I will have to make a loop around here. We'll see. But first... I can actually make something. It doesn't have to be much. And of course this way it's going to be much more annoying. But I can possibly just build stuff like that to make sure that I have this output. We don't have to cut through the whole forest. We don't have to fill all of these gaps. All we have to do is to follow the train if we got the train. And if not, well, one... Okay, this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. I think this is way too much already. And also we have to plug it into the existing solution. And okay, I can try to plug it in right there because there is enough of the spot. We can use only one belt. It doesn't have to be much right now. It doesn't have to look like much. Just add it like this. We make the waterfall, which is quite awful. And I will just start the production. Whatever. We have as little of the sulfuric acid as we have. That's it. Now this is going to be connected together. I don't even have to connect it any other way. It's just we meet in the middle. And this will be the output. And the rest will be just filled with the underground belts. If I remember correctly, when I was replacing the belts in the past, wasn't there an option to actually replace both parts of the belt, not only one part of the belt? I don't remember that really. Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah. Now this is going to connect with everything. What can we do? We just need to plug in the existing production. And in order to plug it in, well, we can steal some stuff from this area, no problem. Although we will need at least 2 belts, if not more than that. Let's start with the red circuits. We need less of the red circuits, although in this case I am just going to try to keep it simple and then later maybe move stuff around a bit more. Everything goes across, needs to be used with the underground belts. This time I was holding on to that promise. So this is where I connect the green circuits, not the red circuits, so this part. And then we need a bunch of the red circuits once again. And we get a lot of space to make some adjustments, possibly. Let's make another waterfall really quickly. I'm not using up a lot this time. This is connected, this is connected. Now, let's stick to the green circuits. Green circuits need much more of the... We need much more of these. So first things first. This goes here. And we connect it. Well, we can hide this part, but what matters is that the green circuits need to get closer just because we have quite a lot of them to use up. We need about 20. In this case, it's going to be similar, but I can see that the flow of the red circuits is not going to be great. I don't think we're going to be affected by this, at least not now. Because I know that... Well, we need to adjust the... We need to adjust it with some kind of balancer. And then... We might have some plastic issues as well. Do we have plastic issues? No. We might have copper cable issues. Not really. We are just using up quite a lot. That's it. So the right side is getting used a little bit more, and maybe I should just balance it a little bit. And that would be so much better. But for now, I don't mind it. I am going to just connect the green circuits because we got only one belt of the green circuits for now. And the other one I want for it to go from the outside. This time I really want to be stubborn and I want to finish it. Because if I get the blue circuits going, then I will have this peace of mind that yes, I am much closer to the yellow science. And also I was really worried about the sulfuric acid. Now I don't have to worry, I just need to find the way to make more of the sulfur. That's it. And because I have been experimenting with the oils enough, then I won't be worried about making some more mess. Alright, this is it. So now we should have a nice output, unless... Oh, somebody still needs to connect it together and... show me the outputs. I can see that there will be no problem with feeding the machine with electronic circuits, at least from this side, because this is a little bit easier. It should be okay. And now, whatever happens with this belt, I have plugged it into the existing production. I am just going to stack on the blue circuits as much as I can. And it's going to be a long journey for those blue circuits. So in the meantime, at least before I have the rocket silo done, I will have some stack, but it will be on the main bus. It won't be somewhere in the chest, stacked in the place where I was supposed to get rid of it. No, it's going to be much more useful than the previous setup, and that's something that I actually like about it. Yeah, this is really nice. But show me that you are producing something. I have seen something already. We are getting some of the blue circuits. Not a lot though. I think that one of the machines is malfunctioning. Malfunctioning? Yes, this one is malfunctioning. Alright. Alright, that's it. We can leave it for now. We can try to expand it a little bit, but actually all I care about is to check if we're getting enough of the sulfuric acid. Well, the amount of sulfuric acid is not big to start with. And we have to switch to sulfur. Without that, I will have a huge fuel crisis, which means we will have the energy crisis. Petroleum gas is non-existent, the light oil is non-existent, and also heavy oil. We need to start making it into lubricant. And when we start making it into lubricant, let's move on a little bit. We just need heavy oil for that. We don't need any water for that. So if we don't need any water, I will just make it into pure lubricant, and the lubricant is going to be used not a huge amount actually, but it needs to be used for the electric engine units that we can actually make. One more thing, I will just try to use some of the wood in order to fuel that train. That I was hoping that the train is not going to hit me. Of course, it's not going to do that if it doesn't have any fuel. I will just try to follow the train. The map is already big enough, so I have some issues with going through this part of the base. So it would be great to start using the batteries, to start making the batteries. And I remember that I had some difficulties with the batteries. Maybe because we needed sulfuric acid. Steel plates and the batteries. And in order to make the batteries, you needed sulfuric acid. And we were making sulfur for a long time already. I've made a huge mistake by not producing the batteries. Alright, let's get back to the fuel. Well, whatever you can use, just have fun. Bye, bye, train. That's it. Now there is a random chance that this train is going to hit me. I am fully aware of that at this point. Oh, by the way, we were supposed to clean up all of that mess. And this time I am going to do that. And also some of the power poles, I don't like if there is an excess. So it takes me almost enough of the time to finish the game to actually get rid of the early stages of the game. I should really get better at getting rid of all of those materials, but also if you have been watching today's stream for a longer period of time, you could possibly see that there was a lot of items that I had left somewhere. Oh no, we're having the plastic problem. By the way, why do we have plastic in here? Can I get the answer to this question? Okay. It's time to use our secret stash in this case, I guess, and I would say we don't need the output priority in here. By the way, what is that? I think this is sulfur that is non-existent. Yes. I need to find a way to just transport all of this plastic. No, it needs to go somewhere else. Okay, this is the output for the plastic. Something that was very old. If I would try to merge it somehow, like this, and then put the stuff with the stack inserter. Just take it out of the chests. But this is like a huge stash. Almost 5k each. Now it's going to prove itself useful. I don't mind. Oh, no. You're not gathering stuff anymore. Okay, I might complain a little bit, but on the other hand, you can see that right now it has proved itself useful. So I don't know what to think about this. At some point, all of my hoarding experience can be bad. On the other hand, I can see that this time it has been useful as well. But all of this stash will end at some point, and I will have exactly the same issue as I had before. Let's see if it is affecting the base anyway, because everything comes from the oil issues, and now the red circuits should be affected as well. They are not affected. Strange. Because you're not using the plastic for anything else later. So this is strange. Oh, we got some light, by the way. We're at 4950 megawatts of energy production during the night. We don't have any power source like solar panel as our source of the energy. There is one, but it is going to feed the inserters only. The inserters that insert the fuel to the boilers. But this is the separate electric network. Actually, we're getting rid of the plastic bars so fast that I might want to put another chest in here. I am not going to wait for it. If you can put it away, you can put it away. If you don't want to, just whatever. Just whatever. I am getting rid of this very, very old stash. So this is it. We're done. making it go back. Nice. So now it is time to save the game. Actually, I would make it a separate save game. Usually I try to go one save game per run in Factorio, but in this case, I think that it is just better to avoid mixing those two saves, because I might want to get back to the situation when the oils were more manageable. Now it has... I have lost control over this. I have seriously lost control over this, but maybe if I would start making the lubricant, I will restore the balance, because there's no light oil, there is no petroleum gas. We could switch to petroleum gas only with the oil refinery, getting back to the basic oil processing, but this is not the way. And what should I do? I should use chemical plant in order to make the lubricant? Yes, and I don't have enough of the chemical plants in the first place. Where are they? Okay, this is the only thing that I am going to do manually, and please let's skip the fact that I am making the gear wheels manually. I try not to get anxiety over that. That's it. This is the huge lubricant area. This is it. Oh, no, forget it. I don't want to have the oil area in here. That was a mistake. I made a huge mistake right now. Probably I have lost some of the heavy oil, but nothing bad has happened really. So what do we need? We need chemical plants, and they are about to be made soon. So if we want to... If we want to get rid of the product really fast, we can try to feed it. I should have copied and pasted everything, but right now I am not going to regret this. Let's just make it into a chain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Llama can count to 9. This is nice. Let's make it into 10. We will probably get rid of that heavy oil extremely fast. Everything is being made into the lubricant. So assuming that we got 25k each, 25k times 8, and we will have one chemical plant. I could probably just... Okay, we're going to have exactly the same amount of lubricant as we have of the heavy oil, so I shouldn't even count that at this point. So all of that is going to help me out with getting rid of the problem for, let's say, an hour, maybe 2 hours. Bad news, this is something that I am fully aware of. Yeah, it works perfectly, okay. Now, how do we connect everything? Right. Everything works right now. What about the output? The output needs to be something similar to this. But we just flip the flipping thing. And I will attempt to spread it a little bit more to the storage tanks. All right. This will help me out only for a moment, but I will lie to myself that this is my solution for now. So what do? We disconnect this. If I am not mistaken, I don't have to mix it like that, but I am always confused about the storage tanks, so I just prefer to do it this way. And for some unknown reason, I like to connect them all the way around, even if it doesn't really make much sense. So what about this part? Yep, this is going to be artificially added in this case. And this is too close. Ah, this is too close. Okay, doesn't matter. I just want to connect it. So everything gets connected together. Well, doesn't look good anymore. What can I do? This chain of containers will probably end up being full really fast. I mean, it's alright. It's alright. I just don't have the output everywhere. As weird as it looks, this is my way to get rid of the heavy oil really fast, isn't it? I am not going to add any of the modules because I know that I will kill my production. So no, we're not doing that this time. We're not doing that. Okay, if needed, I will try to add even more of the storage tanks. Now we just need to hope that the rest of the tanks is going to get filled fast and our production of the sulfur is going to resume and the production of pretty much anything else is going to resume. So maybe I will save it, but this amount of lubricants we have to start making as the next part of the yellow science pack, the utility science pack. We won't have any problem with the low density structure unless it is plastic, unless we have some more problems with the oil. But we need to start working on the electric engine units, especially because we have plenty of engine units that haven't been produced into anything. If I'm not mistaken, we still have a lot of production that was stashed somewhere, and then I was trying to get rid of it quickly, and instead I got over 1700 of the engine units to get rid of them. So we can just add a little bit of lubricant and then okay, a little bit of lubricant and electronic circuits and we will make electric engine units. So that's one part. No, wait. We need electric engine units in order to make the flying robot frames, but also we need batteries, and for the batteries we need sulfuric acid. And we're not producing enough of this sulfuric acid. If I really want to keep the base as big as it is, I am afraid that I will have to expand the oil production at least 4 times. Otherwise, I don't think it's going to work well. By the way, there is this weird connection between the crude oil and there is storage tank that is not connected to anything at all. Okay, this is something that I need to work on, but I am close to this area, am I? Yes. I can actually make that work. And speaking of the heavy oil, 21k per container, maybe 22k per container. But the amount of light oil is growing, the amount of petroleum gas is growing. I mean, we're using it up. But as long as we can keep the rocket fuel, then it should be okay. We can even try to turn off some of the chemical plants in favor of the plastic production. And this, in order to do this, I will have to involve the logic that I was always avoiding. I was trying to not go with the certain ratios, but in this case, I don't think there is any other way to do that. So we got some good news and bad news at the same time. I don't mind it that much. Yeah. So, I think that for today's gaming session, well, it's been over 8 hours, and yes, I think that taking a break actually shouldn't happen. I should end the stream for now. So, thank you for the reminder, although I think I am just going to finish the stream for now. And let me just claim those rewards. I took a break once. Okay, the rest of the rewards are rejected for today. Within an hour, take another break. After the 8 hours of streaming, I think I am just going to take some rest. Listen, guys. It's been a great adventure. What is the biggest problem? The oils, as always. I think that next Factorial session, which will happen next year, next Factorial session should involve oils, exclusively oils, because I have proven to myself today that oils are a priority at this point, and I cannot really avoid that anymore. Dylan, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Let me sum up what happened on today's stream. So first things first. In Factorio, we got through a few of the markers on the map and we got rid of the most annoying ones, I think. So finally got rid of this rail crossing that was not really a rail crossing, automated the trains that are providing copper and coal. I have added a lot of the fuel production. We switched to the rocket fuel right now to make sure that the power plant doesn't suffer from the energy crisis anymore, which happened twice on today's stream. Also, we have made a little bit of sulfuric acid and set up the processing unit production, which will be great if I finally keep up with the sulfuric acid. Of course, everything depends on the oils, so even if I am really trying hard to place down, look, I am trying to stash all of those blue circuits. It's not going to happen until I sort out the oils. And speaking of other stuff, I was trying to move a lot of old stuff, so I have cleaned up the old stuff again, and I have found out that there is a lot of things stashed around in the chests. I was able to take it out of this spot and actually put it into the production again. There's still just a few things to get rid of, but this part can be dismantled next stream, I think, next Factorio stream. But what will be the next stream topic? It might not necessarily be Factorio. So remember, as I am the variety streamer, anything can happen, so it depends on my mood. I might want to try to play a little bit, at least a little bit, of the Evil Within. It depends if I am feeling brave or not. Then we still got Death Stranding. We can get back to Death Stranding. We can get back to Darkest Dungeon too. So expect a lot of different content. Also, when I finally got back to miniature painting, we need to paint a bit more of that nothingness that I have showed you last time. I would like to thank everybody who has raided today with the awesome streamers, and we had 3 raids today. Let me introduce them once again. The Proverbial Inn, Cinnamon, and Bold Viking. Thank you guys so much. Please remember to check them out. Oh, Motor Ninja Cat is here. Hi Lorraine, it's awesome to see you. Hope you have been doing well and hope your stream has been going well too. It has been going well, except the oil scene Factorio, but it's a standard situation. I hope that the life is treating you well, Motor Ninja Cat. Actually, I was about to finish the stream. I'm sorry for that, guys, but I have been streaming for 8 hours. If you want to catch me for a little bit longer, if you want to catch me in more European and Asian time zone friendly times, then I stream Sundays at 2 p.m. UTC. This Sunday is going to be cancelled because, you know, there is the New Year celebration, but next week, Sunday 2 p.m. UTC is definitely a time when you can join. If you're more from the Eastern time zone, for example, then you can definitely join and hang out for a little bit longer. I'm glad that you're here, guys, and Lars, great to see you in the chat as well. Listen, guys, I got some news for you. If you haven't seen the information on my Discord, then it's definitely the time to join, because today was the first time when I was restreaming this stream from Twitch to YouTube as well, and I am trying to do something with my YouTube channel, so you are free to subscribe there, but I'm not going to say this. Laser is gonna call me out on this. I said please like and subscribe once today, and Laser has made a clip of that. So maybe I'm going to post a clip, it's gonna be easier. Let me copy and paste. This is what happened on today's stream. Oh, laser. Alright, guys. Thank you for hanging out with me, even if later I got really involved in Factorio. Thank you for having a fun conversation. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for joining me on both platforms. Thank you for raiding. Thank you for using the voice commands. Thank you for just being here with me for a very long time. It's been a year of really weird experience to me personally, both as a streamer and as a person. And I hope that the next year will be better, so I wish you to end this year in the best way possible, spending this time the way you want to, either when it's going to be a party, or if you're planning to become a couch potato like me, it doesn't matter. I just hope you're going to have a good time, and that the next year is going to be more merciful to you than this year. I think we all need to admit that it was weird anyway, right? So, let us rate. A friendly reminder, we got all of the social media right there, I believe. So if you want to know when is the next stream happening, then it is the easiest way to check either my Discord or to check the schedule tab on Twitch to see when I am going live. The next stream is probably going to be next week, Friday at 5 p.m. UTC, or 7th of January at 2 p.m. UTC. But I will leave the information there as well. Also, you can join the Reddit. I am trying to leave some announcements right there from time to time. And yes, I think that's all I wanted to say. I would like to ask you to stay for the raid and just share some love with somebody else, with another Factorio streamer. I think it would be great. So please stay for the raid. Make sure that you leave the message in the chat of high speeds that we are going to raid for the first time, I believe. We didn't have the opportunity to raid them yet, so let's use that opportunity. Be sure to leave the message in their chat. We're here to chew hay and party, and we're all out of hay. And then throw in all of the hype emotes that you have, no matter if they are from my channel or from somebody else's channel. Make sure to spam with those emotes a little bit and show that the Llamas can party. So are we ready for the raid? I hope we are ready for the raid, although this channel is intended for mature audiences. I hope you don't mind that, guys. If I could give you an advice in Factorio, then please take care of your oils and maybe make the lubricant on time, otherwise you will have a problem with the heavy oil, just like I did. In general, just try to work on your oil ratios. I will try to work on that as well. Take care, everyone. Exactly what Water Ninja Cat says. If you want to join us on Discord, then feel free to join on Discord to keep the conversation going. Make sure to follow to see a little bit more of the variety streaming. And I see you next time. In the meantime, from Twitch, we're going to raid high speed. Take care, everyone. Have a great rest of your day or night. Depends on your time zone. And stay awesome, Llamas. Bye.